300 years ago, the world was saved from annihilation by the legendary warrior Kim Ju-hyuk. He was so powerful that even the gods, constellations, became his disciples, but even he perished while destroying the Tower of Destruction. Reincarnated into the body of a quiet 17-year-old student, our MC enters the world's greatest academy, Valhalla, where no one can match him. No matter how arrogant the heirs of the great houses are, relying on the power of their constellations to prove their superiority, they don't stand a chance. Kim humiliates them all with his unmatched strength. After all, these constellations were once his disciples and now they are worshipped as gods. Yet time has changed them. They have all lost their memories and no longer recognize their master, though each of them is still searching for him in their own twisted way. This is where everything starts. Let's find out more about this academy and how it all began. At Valhalla, one of the most prestigious hunter training institutions, every year, thousands apply, hoping to carry its name, but only 1 out of every 500 is accepted. Even after admission, fewer than 50 make it to graduation. The competition starts immediately, even during orientation. Lee San, Valhalla's top combat instructor, observes the new trainees. He feels the workload is heavy when Yeminute, a member of Korea's esteemed Yoshin family, approaches him. Lee San assumes he is there to check on his niece, Soyeon. Yuman confirms and mentions that the Yushin family has high hopes for Soyeon, an exceptionally talented individual. Born into the powerful Yushin family, Soyeon displayed remarkable abilities from a young age. At 10, her mana levels matched those of high schoolers. By 13, she could infuse her sword with mana, and at 16, she defeated her own family members in combat. Lee reviews her records and finds nothing new until Yeminute reveals that she can communicate with the guardian constellation of the Yushin family, which is a rare ability. In Korea, 5 elite families share a special connection with their guardian constellations, granting them extraordinary power. The Yushin family follows the Sword God, while the other families receive blessings from their respective constellations, such as the Spear Saint and Fist King. These unique blessings give their members superior talent and skills. Lee acknowledges that Soyeon must be a genius to possess such an ability. Yeminute then asks about his niece's progress. As they turn their attention to the screen, the eldest daughter of the Yushin family, Soyeon, faces off against Kim Ju-hyuk. Lee notes that he seems unnervingly calm. Yeminute wonders if he has already accepted defeat, knowing Soyeon's strength. As the match begins, Soyeon charges in, demonstrating masterful sword techniques and precise mana control. Lee is impressed, but in a shocking twist, Kim defeats her in a single move. The spectators are stunned, and he casually wonders why everyone seems so fragile. 300 years ago, Kim, known as the martial god, fought against Bach, the boss of the Tower of Destruction, to prevent the world's ruin. In the end, he managed to slay Bacher, effectively destroying the tower. As a screen appeared before him, it confirmed that the tower had collapsed due to the boss's death. He wondered if eliminating Bach had been the cause of the tower's destruction. Reflecting on his past, he recalled how his life as a hunter had been non-stop work since childhood. Just when he had gained wealth and recognition, something unexpected had happened. Kim briefly considered whether bringing his disciples would have made a difference, but in the end, he knew the truth. Strength had always been everything. Even if they had accompanied him, their fate would have remained the same. 3 centuries later, after defeating the Tower of Destruction's boss, he found himself reincarnated as a 17-year-old. Though content with his second chance at life, he noticed his body was weaker and younger. However, his knowledge as the martial god remained intact. He believed that once he adjusted, he could enjoy a life of comfort and ease. But his plans were interrupted when a translucent screen appeared before him, displaying a warning: a Tower of Destruction would rise again in 5 years. Regret flooded his mind. He should have thrown Bach into the lava when he had the chance. Now history threatened to repeat itself. Determined, he resolved to destroy the tower completely this time and ensure nothing remained. Then another message appeared, instructing him to retrieve his weapons and memories on the 3rd floor, 5th room to the right within Valhalla. While he understood the significance of weapons, the mention of memories left him puzzled. His first objective was clear. He had to find Valhalla. On the 4th day, at Valhalla, the top 10 competition begins and an announcement calls the participants to the arena. Hearing this, Kim debates whether he should go. In the end, he steps forward to face his opponent. Lee observes that the event has drawn an unusually large crowd as the fate of all 5 great families seems to converge at this moment. Much of the attention, however, is on a rising star, Oh Se-hyuk, the eldest son of the Osun family. Kim's opponent Se-hyuk sizes him up. The big guy recalls that this is the same fighter who defeated Soyeon on the first day. However, he doesn't remember seeing much of him before. If he wins, his prestige and reputation will soar. With a confident smirk, Se-hyuk tells him that he will crush him. And with that, the match begins. Se-hyuk, despite lacking skills in literature, strategy, or martial arts, possesses an innate talent unmatched by others. Even with minimal training and no mana, his power grows exponentially, allowing him to achieve feats beyond most warriors' capabilities. He is born with an exceptional physique that requires no effort to maintain, making him a natural genius in combat. As the fight begins, Kim acknowledges his impressive physical strength, believing that it gives him a real advantage in a pure test of power. However, he understands that raw strength alone doesn't guarantee victory. Success in battle relies on more than just brute force. Despite his opponent's overwhelming physical power, Kim dominates the fight through his mastery of martial arts. The ability to read an opponent's movements is crucial, and he capitalizes on every opening. A lack of balance leads to defeat, and with one well-placed strike, he brings his opponent down. Though he notices a slight decline in his own strength compared to his previous life, he remains confident that it won't hinder his ability to hunt monsters or reclaim his position as a top-tier hunter. The crowd erupts in shock. News reporters scramble to cover the unexpected outcome. Sehyak, unable to process what just happened, falls to the ground only to be struck again before he can react. No one expected such a straightforward attack to decide the match. Watching his son's humiliating defeat, the head of the Osen family, first King Okarlson, seethes with rage. He believes that even if Sehyak had only focused on strength and ignored martial arts, he should have easily dodged an attack from any of his peers. Yet against Kim, he fails. Seehak's father knows that he lost control, and in a reckless attempt to turn the tide, he unleashed a rare burst of magic, hoping to end the fight instantly. He shifted his weight, convinced that Kim would be caught off guard. However, from the moment Sehyak made his move, our boy had already devised a counterattack. His ability to think ahead and strategize is exceptional, setting him apart from the competition. Chulshan, now fully aware of his potential, makes a bold declaration. He will bring him into the Osun family at any cost. Meanwhile, the crowd chants his name, fueling his growing reputation. As he listens to their cheers, Kim finds amusement in their exaggerated praise. Some even refer to him as Nuna, a title typically reserved for those with military experience despite him being only 17. Next, he faces the Choi family's second daughter, Choi Arin. As the match begins, he immediately senses that she is waiting for him to attack first. He respects her for her tactical awareness. She reads the situation better than most. She unsheathes her sword, revealing her mastery over the Choi family's unique ability of adaptability, a skill she has perfected at just 17. As Orin attacks, her technique makes it difficult to predict her attacks, yet she unconsciously reveals her next move through her gaze. Kim quickly adapts, making it impossible for her to land a clean hit. When he strikes her blade, it doesn't feel like hitting solid metal, but he remains composed. He challenges her with a question, forcing her to react. Then with one decisive blow, he disarms her. Her sword falls to the ground, and with that, the match is over. Our lad emerges victorious, securing the top spot in the rankings. Reporters crowd around him, eager to hear his story. They bombard him with questions, some urging him to join their Chunmyeon. Some even promise him top-tier treatment if he joins their group. Frustrated by the endless inquiries, he remains indifferent. As Kim lashes out at the press, all of social media starts talking about his outburst and how he became arrogant after gaining the top-ranking spot. Meanwhile, the top 10 members are officially welcomed into Valhalla, but the young boy finds the entire process dull. He remembers the screen instructing him to retrieve his weapons and memories from room 5 on the 3rd floor. He sees no reason to linger. Just get in and leave. With that, the entrance ceremony ends and the students are taken to a virtual combat simulation room. Their instructor, Lee Gun, the former head of the Choi Guild, assesses the class setup with confusion. In the front row sit 3 of the 5 great family prodigies, Soyeon from the Yushin family, Arin from the Choin family, and Sehyak from the Osun family. Despite claims of random selection, the instructor finds it suspicious that so many top talents ended up together. And why is Kim in this class? He sees trouble ahead and realizes he must establish authority quickly. Introducing himself as the class instructor, he suddenly presses a button, throwing everyone into chaos. Confusion spreads as the students find themselves in an open courtyard. He radiates bloodlust, creating a protective barrier that conceals them from nearby monsters. As everyone is processing the monster environment, the instructor asks Kim if he can take care of all of the monsters alone. He confirms, but the instructor assumes his confidence is arrogance. He knows most students have only read about monsters in books and never faced them in reality. Expecting the young man's ego to falter, he tells him to quit pretending and just admit he can't do it so they can move on. But instead of backing down, Kim smiles. The instructor, irritated, asks what's so funny. Our boy, now intrigued, questions why they are doing this on the first day and suspects there must be a reward involved. He asks what he'll gain from this challenge. The instructor smirks and offers a deal. If he fights the monsters, he'll do whatever he wants in return. After considering the offer, he agrees. The instructor, unimpressed, comments that he doesn't understand the monsters in this system. Ignoring him, Kim simply asks for a sword and questions how he expects him to fight without weapons, wondering if he plans to battle with his bare hands. Eventually, the instructor hands over the sword, and the lad steps forward to face the monsters. All eyes are on him as he draws his sword and charges into battle with confidence. He fights skillfully, slashing through the monsters. As he mangles through them, he recalls that it has been 3 years since he first wielded a sword, yet it still feels natural in his hands. During that time, monsters had disrupted the world, forcing people to use whatever weapons they could. However, the sword remained a trusted and widely used weapon. Lost in thought, he suddenly senses a monster lurking behind him. Without hesitation, he swiftly strikes it down before it can attack. Observing the battle, the instructor is intrigued. He wonders how an ordinary sword, lacking any magical properties, is allowing Kim to cut through the monsters so effortlessly. It almost seems as if the sword is absorbing them. Meanwhile, the 3 elite students from the top 5 families watch intently, equally fascinated. Kim, finishing off the creatures, approaches the instructor and reminds him of their deal. With class now over, the instructor acknowledges that this was their first session and suggests the students head to their dorms to rest. Our boy, however, finds the lesson too long and only wants to retrieve what he needs and leave. He never intended to be a student and has no interest in formal education. Despite his boredom, he learned some valuable information, particularly about constellations. In this world, constellations are not just stars. They represent those who achieved great power and became gods. Many are linked to hunters, acting as divine artifacts that grant special abilities. In Korea, they hold significant importance. Valhalla is the 3rd largest academy in the world, home to numerous relics tied to constellations. Kim sees no value in swordsmanship or monster hunting and believes his time would be better spent training in martial arts since his body is weak. As he contemplates this, he senses someone following him. Turning around, he finds Aaron standing behind him. At the teacher's office, Lee San, Valhalla's highest-ranking instructor, is speaking with the instructor about the young boy. Lee San acknowledges that the instructor has faced many challenges, but he dismisses it, calling it more embarrassing than difficult. He finds it hard to believe that a mere high school student could accomplish such feats. The instructor then reveals that he set up 20 virtual monsters in the combat simulation, expecting it to be a challenge, yet Kim defeated them all despite never having fought real monsters before. Their discussion shifts to Kim's background. Lee San notes that he lacks any exceptional qualities, which makes his abilities even more unusual. When the instructor asks about his past, Lee San explains that he is an orphan from a dangerous region. The instructor speculates that he might be a forger, but Lee San dismisses the idea, stating that he thoroughly investigated and found no evidence of deception. He also questions why a forger would try to enter Valhalla and draw attention at the entrance ceremony. Lee San then brings up Kim's interest in accessing the Constellation room, which the instructor confirms. The young lad intends to enter after the first semester. To accommodate this, Lee San has requested permission from the headmaster for Kim to access the first-floor basement, taking responsibility for him. The instructor appreciates the effort but raises concerns about restrictions on the upper floors. However, Lee San reassures him that reaching the first floor should be easy if he moves quickly. The instructor worries about the challenges ahead, particularly with the presence of 3 elite students from top families in his class. Lee San tries to ease his concerns by mentioning an exchange student from the Ventric family in another class. When the instructor hears that Rockdale Ventric, expelled from the British Academy for misconduct, is now enrolled, he feels relieved that his situation isn't the worst. Meanwhile, as Kim turns to see who has been following him, he comes face to face with Aaron, the daughter of the Choi family. She approaches him with a request. She wants him to teach her swordsmanship. As he turns away, Aaron persists, once again asking him to teach her swordsmanship. He refuses outright, and when she presses for a reason, he sharply questions why she is so insistent. Frustrated, he makes it clear that he has no intention of teaching her and walks away. The next day, sitting in class, Kim reflects on his struggles with magic and his inability to control mana. He realizes that overcoming this challenge is essential for his growth. Lost in thought, he is interrupted when someone stands before him, Rockdale Ventric, accompanied by his attendant, Uriah de Felix. Our boy questions their identity and Rockdale, surprised by his ignorance, introduces himself as a member of the influential Ventric family. He then directly asks Kim if he desires power. In most families, branch lineages struggle to gain influence compared to the main family, but the Ventric family is different. They possess the Beak Mask, the Guardian Constellation, granting them unique advantages. Unlike other elite families that rely on Constellation Guardians for protection, the Ventric family took an unconventional approach, signing contracts with outsiders, allowing them to select members without dispute. This decision cemented their dominance in Europe, giving their branch members power equal to the main family. Rockdale, arrogant due to his family's status, was previously expelled from the British Academy for causing trouble. Dismissing past concerns, he boasts about his family's ability to handle any issue and insists that, as a Ventric, he always gets what he wants. Impressed by Kim's performance at the entrance ceremony, he offers him a place by his side, promising access to the Ventric family's Constellation. However, the young boy rejects the offer, provoking Rockdale's anger. Before the situation escalates, Valhalla's head instructor, Lee San, intervenes, ordering Rockdale to return to his seat. He reprimands Lee San for using his full name, but Lee San reminds him that despite the Ventric family's influence, they must follow the Academy's rules. Rockdale complies but warns Kim that they will meet again after class. Later, as he is returning to his dorm, he is frustrated that he has made no progress toward accessing the Constellation room. He recalls his earlier encounter with Rockdale, during which he learned that Guild Scouts, outsiders, have been gathering information about him at the Academy. Deep in thought, he suddenly realizes someone is following him again. Turning around, he finds Arin, once more asking him to teach her swordsmanship. Exasperated, he reminds her that he already refused. Meanwhile, in another dorm, Rockdale, seething with rage, smashes a lantern in frustration. Rockdale seethes with rage, unable to accept that Kim, an orphan, dared to humiliate him. He orders Yuria to summon Deser immediately. As Yuria stands motionless due to hesitation, he grabs her by the hair and questions her loyalty and threatens to expel her from the family. Despite her denial, he forcefully throws her to the ground and demands she contact Deser at once. He instructs her to inform Deser Ventric, a second-grade royal family member, that he wishes to meet him. Yuria silently nods and obeys. Meanwhile, in his dorm room, Kim sits alone, running his hands over his body. Acknowledging its limitations, he has no magical talent nor can he wield great strength. Lost in thought, he recalls his previous encounter with Arin when she was behind him. This girl is literally the feminine version of Joe Goldberg. Confronting her, he demanded to know why she kept following him. Arin repeated her request for swordsmanship training, testing his patience. Annoyed, he likens her persistence to that of a parrot and told her to leave him alone. However, she suddenly offered 10 million won in exchange for lessons. Surprised, Kim asked if the amount was for just one lesson, but she remained silent, watching him closely. Dismissing her offer, he claimed she couldn't afford him and turned to leave. She then requested his phone. Skeptical, he asked why, and she explained that she needed to input her number for easier money transfers. As he glanced at the screen, he was stunned to see a transfer of 100 million and won. Once again, she asked him if he would teach her now. Despite the staggering sum, our lad refused both the money and her request. He remained confident that he could earn money elsewhere and prepared to leave. Determined, he sets off to explore the secret vault. His mind races as he recalls scouting the area before enrolling at Valhalla. He knows that most of the notes hidden 300 years ago have been lost, but research suggests that at least 4 should still exist, likely 3 buried deep in Valhalla's mountains. With resolve, he begins his search. Using his limited magical power, he detects marbles that react to his energy, leading him to the buried notes. Despite his success, the excavation proves far more difficult than expected. As he struggles with the task, he reflects that had he foreseen this challenge, he would have chosen a more accessible hiding place. The need for this endeavor stems from the Tower of Destruction's events centuries ago. The world nearly collapsed, making it impossible to safeguard his wealth, forcing him to inscribe and bury these notes. As dawn breaks, he finally unearths what he seeks. However, another obstacle shows up. The keyhole is there, but a regular key will not fit. Unfazed, he channels his magic to create a makeshift key from a string. With patience and effort, he finally unlocks the hidden chamber. As he steps inside, his gaze sweeps over the vast wealth before him. With a smirk, he sarcastically asks if his riches have been well. Seeing his fortune, he feels relieved as now money is no longer a concern. His eyes land on storage stones, triggering memories of how he infused them with magic to protect his notes. Understanding their importance, he decides to make use of them. As he picks one up, a surge of energy radiates from it, confirming their power. He considers dealing with the stones first, but hesitates when he notices the contrast between the heavy gold bars and the delicate jewelry. Weighing his options, he wonders if he should prioritize the lighter valuables. Back at Valhalla Academy, he reflects on the possibility of creating more notes in the future. The strain in his muscles from the earlier excavation makes him pause just as Orin approaches and sits beside him. Once again, she asks him to teach her swordsmanship. Annoyed, he questions her persistence, reminding her that her family, the Choi lineage, has a strong reputation in swordsmanship. Despite having access to elite training, she insists on learning from him. Curious about her unwavering determination, he presses for an explanation, asking why she chooses him over her own father, a respected figure in the Choi family. Their conversation is interrupted when the instructor arrives, summoning Kim to the teacher's room. Sensing something important, he asks about the reason. The instructor reveals that it concerns a previous question he had asked. After a brief hesitation, he agrees to follow. As he prepares to leave, Oren calls out to him. Turning back, he sees the confusion on her face. In response, he extends an invitation. She can join a training session the next morning at 6 a.m. Taken aback, Oren hesitates before nodding, accepting the offer. Inside the teacher's room, the instructor gets straight to the point. He informs Kim that his request to enter the Constellation room has been approved. But with a restriction, he can only access the basement floor. Nothing below. Curious, our boy asks when he can visit. Instructor suggests that night itself. Without hesitation, he accepts, surprising the instructor with his eagerness. As night falls, he leads him to Valhalla Academy's heavily guarded treasure, the Constellation room. Noting the heightened security, Kim remarks that the defenses here surpass even those at the main gate. The instructor explains that the room's significance is what elevates Valhalla to one of the top 3 academies. As Kim admires the grand exterior walls, he reveals that they are reinforced with various magical protections except for the entrance. Curious, our boy asks how someone might access the second floor, jokingly suggesting it might require illegal means. The old fellow clarifies that while it wouldn't make him a criminal, it would lead to immediate expulsion. He also warns him about him losing his mental state before leaving the school. Confused, Kim questions what he means. The instructor explains that the second floor is extremely dangerous. Exposure to the raw magic of the Constellation can drive people mad instantly. Watching the young boy closely, he wonders about his true intentions, asking if he is determined to go deeper, or he is battling uncertainty. With a strict time limit, the instructor instructs him to return within 30 minutes. Kim confidently assures him and steps through the gate. Inside, a familiar screen appears, directing him to retrieve his weapons and memories from the 5th room on the 3rd floor. Unbothered by the risk of expulsion, his main goal remains, reaching the 3rd basement floor. As he descends, he notices how the building seems unnaturally vast with endless flights of stairs and poor visibility. This makes him question its purpose. Could Valhalla be hiding a prison within its depths? Doubt creeps in, and he realizes he must uncover more about the Constellation room. As he presses forward, his mind races. Suddenly, screen appears informing him that he has met the conditions and will be transported to the designated room. Caught off guard, he tries to understand what this means when a heavy voice greets him. He looks up, stunned to see Bach standing before him. The Tower Master acknowledges that 300 years have passed since their last encounter. But rather than a warm reunion, Kim reacts with fury, immediately launching a powerful punch. Despite Bach's attempts to reason with him, our boy refuses to listen, attacking relentlessly. Fueled by anger and resentment, he keeps striking, ignoring Bach's attempts to calm him down. The Tower Master warns that he will have to retaliate if this continues, but Kim doesn't stop. With one final punch, Bacher is knocked down. Yet even in his rage, the hero insists he isn't usually a violent person. He then accuses the Tower Master of ruining his future, his wealth, his honor, and all the time he dedicated to training his disciples. However, Kim stops when Bacher questions whether he wants to know more about the place he is in. According to the Tower Master, this space exists within a relic, and the Bacher he is seeing is merely an embodiment within it as the real Tower Master died 300 years ago. The revelation leaves the young man confused, prompting him to ask if he has always been inside the relic. Bash excitedly confirms this, further revealing that he has become a constellation. However, this only irritates Kim, who responds by punching the Tower Master with frustration. Meanwhile, outside, the instructor continues to wait, only to be surprised when he sees Kim emerging. Suspicious, he asks if anything strange happened down there, but he denies it. With that, they go their separate ways. However, as he walks home, his encounter with Bach lingers in his mind. Back at the Constellation room, Kim wondered if Bach had been the one sending him notifications, but the Tower Master himself remained uncertain, having been trapped inside the relic for the past 300 years. According to Bach, he had also received a notification instructing him to contact the reincarnated Kim in order to regain his lost memories. This was supposedly due to the intervention of a mysterious individual who had appeared. The Tower Master speculated whether this person had been responsible for making him the owner of the Tower of Destruction. However, when the young boy inquired further about this individual, Bach admitted that he did not know as that part of his memory was missing. Kim then recalled his own notification, which had instructed him to find a weapon and recover his memories. However, he had been unable to read it fully as parts of it had been censored. Despite this, he had never lost his memory as he still clearly remembered what had happened at the tower. Bach explained that since he had already found the weapon, his memories might still be incomplete. The space they were in held 4 weapons, village swords imbued with immense power. Bach himself had become a constellation by using one of these swords as a relic. This revelation infuriated the hero, causing him to scream at the top of his lungs. Returning to the present, Kim remains confused about his situation. He had intended to destroy the sword and leave it behind, but without it, he knows he cannot complete the quest displayed in his notification window. As he examines the sword, he is suddenly confronted by a group of second-year seniors, the school bullies, calling him out for his hazing session. Their leader, Relic, is the eldest son of the prestigious Sunrise family. Unfazed, he mocks him, further enraging the bullies who become determined to beat him down. As one of them steps forward to attack, Kim reacts instantly, delivering a swift kick that sends his opponent crashing, screaming in pain. Seeing one of their friends sent flying and crashing into the wall, the remaining bullies grow nervous while Kim stands his ground, gripping his weapon with confidence. Undeterred, he boldly challenges them all to come at him. 3 hours earlier, Relic had been in a meeting with Rockdale, who offered him a reward for beating Kim to a pulp. Rockdale also assured him that he could use weapons freely as he would personally take care of the aftermath. Although hesitant at first, Relic ultimately accepted the offer. As he left the room, he reminded himself that a first-year student was still a first year even if he had ranked first in his class. This was due to the school system. Second-year students had to enter the Constellations room to form a contract with one of the celestial beings, and if successful, they were recognized as second graders. These second graders could wield special powers, and as one of them, Relic was confident he could easily overpower Kim. However, returning to the present, that confidence quickly fades. Watching him effortlessly pummel his classmates, Relic grows uneasy. Determined not to back down, he and the others launch an attack, wielding their weapons against him. Yet despite their numbers, Kim counters every strike with ease, overwhelming them completely. Relic is left in disbelief. By all logic, second graders should have far more experience than a first grader, yet his classmates were utterly helpless against our boy. He begins to realize that despite Kim holding back in his attacks, those getting hit are still taking significant damage. With the others already taken down, the young lad challenges the remaining students who are now trembling in fear to come at him. Hearing this, Relic's frustration boils over. Enraged, he draws his sword and lunges forward. However, before he can even strike, Kim merely presses the sheath of his still holstered sword against Relic's stomach, sending him collapsing to the ground in pain. As Relic lies unconscious, he wakes him with a sharp slap demanding to know why he attacked. Relic insists it was just part of the ragging, but sees through the lie and presses him further, knowing there is more to it. Yet even under pressure, Relic remains silent, which unexpectedly earns Kim's respect. Turning away, our boy announces that he is leaving. But before he can go, Relic issues a warning that once word of this incident spreads, he could face expulsion. Unfazed, Kim fires back, questioning what the entire school would think if they found out a group of second graders had been so thoroughly defeated by a first grader. With that, he delivers a final stern warning before walking away. Meanwhile, Rockdale still waits for Relic's call to confirm the job is done. However, when the call finally comes, he is stunned to hear Relic declaring that he is backing out entirely. Relic also warns Rockdale to stay away from anything related to Kim, leaving him utterly confused. As he is about to end the call in frustration, Relic casually suggests reporting Kim to the administration, which immediately piques Rockdale's interest. Eager to exploit the situation, he asks if any of the students sustained injuries that could be used as leverage for the report. To further persuade Relic, he even offers him the payment he initially requested. However, Relic outright rejects the offer, stating that they lost in an honorable fight, and he has no intention of stooping any lower. With that, he hangs up, leaving Rockdale fuming. In a fit of rage, Rockdale smashes his phone and turns to his assistant, demanding to know if she has contacted Deser. She confirms, explaining that since he lives far away, it will take him some time to arrive. Meanwhile, in Mexico's Aripia Academy, Deser Ventric sits atop a pile of defeated opponents, casually answering a call. Rockdale's assistant informs him about a lucrative opportunity that he wants him to take care of someone named Kim in exchange for a hefty reward. The offer excites Deser as he has been struggling financially ever since being chased out. Now with this new opportunity, his fortune is about to change. The next day, in Valhalla's training room, Kim is in the mood for training when he suddenly hears Bark's voice, catching him by surprise. The Tower Master speaks from within the sword, making him momentarily think he has emerged, but Bark quickly denies it. As the young boy begins stretching, he questions Bark about the sword. The weapon, originally an artifact, had been kept as a valuable possession in Valhalla, yet Kim had managed to leave the room with it after their conversation. The Tower Master reassures him that he replaced it with a replica, so there is no need for concern. When he inquires further, Bart reveals that he has had the ability to create replicas ever since he gained consciousness. As Kim continues his warm-up, Oren arrives, fully prepared for the training session he had promised her. However, she is left confused when Kim reveals that they will begin with stamina training, instructing her to start stretching immediately. She complies, while Kim, in his mind, understands that increasing her stamina will ultimately improve her mana control as well. The current training system for students is flawed as they focus on mana before building stamina. Oren, for instance, possesses immense mana reserves but has the endurance of an ordinary sword-wielding student. Determined to build Aren's foundation properly, Kim has her start with real stamina exercises, including push-ups, squats, and bicep curls. As she pushes through the exercises, exhaustion sets in. But to her shock, there is still a 20-kilometer run left. Later in class, Kim, observing Aren's progress, is happy, noting her improvement in training. The class session is then conducted by Lily, the instructor and subject supervisor for dimensional monsters. Having previously instructed the students to self-study, she announces a written test to assess their knowledge of various dimensional creatures. As the test begins, the students focus intently, writing their answers, while Kim simply stares at the paper. Time passes and once the allotted period is up, Lily collects the tests, informing the class that their performance will be used to determine their placement for the next session. She then dismisses them, announcing that the next class will be held in the virtual combat simulation room. As she leaves, Bacher questions whether Kim seriously expects to pass the test after barely writing anything. Caught off guard, he wonders if the Tower Master can hear his thoughts, but Bacher clarifies that he can only pick up on thoughts related to him. Kim remains unfazed, revealing that he wrote only what he knew about the topic. Meanwhile, in the first-year teacher's lounge, Lily is enraged as she checks Kim's paper. Frustrated, she crumples it in her hands, calling his answers complete nonsense. The instructor, present there, notices her shifting expressions and she looks visibly annoyed. Curious, he inquires about the matter. Lily explains that the recent test focused on how to effectively eliminate a monster. In her opinion, most students performed well. Just as the instructor takes a sip of tea, relieved by her words, he nearly chokes upon hearing her suddenly scream Kim's name in frustration. According to Lily, his approach to the test is completely unacceptable and she refuses to overlook it. Determined to correct him, she declares that in the next class, she will personally ensure he understands that monsters cannot be dealt with so recklessly. 1 week later, in Lily's next class, held in the virtual combat simulation room, she announces that most students performed admirably. After a brief pause, she calls Kim forward. Holding up his test paper, she furiously reveals that he scored a 0. Pointing to the first question regarding how to deal with rock goblins, she highlights Kim's response, shankered in the stomach. Her frustration only grows as she flips through the test, revealing that all of his answers are blunt, overly simplistic, and solely focused on directly killing the monsters without any consideration for strategy or context. According to Lily, rock goblins possess B-rank defense, meaning an ordinary sword would be ineffective against them. However, he still wrote that he would use a sword, claiming that it would be over in a single strike. Frustrated and determined to teach him a lesson, Lily gives Kim the chance to explain himself by placing him in a simulation against a rock goblin. She declares that if he manages to defeat the goblin using the method he described, she will reconsider his score. Accepting the challenge, Kim calmly approaches the goblin while Lily watches nervously, uncertain of what he will do. Suddenly, Goblin lunges at him, but he swiftly drives his sword into its stomach, killing it instantly. He executes exactly what he wrote, shank the goblin in its stomach. The entire class, including Soyan, is left in shock, unable to believe he took down the goblin without using any magic. Embarrassed, the teacher demands an explanation, knowing that in order to kill a rock goblin with a sword alone, one would need to be at least an ranked contractor. With a confident smile, Kim simply states that he has proven himself. For his next test answer, he is placed in front of a group of jungle goblins, each known for their severe anger management issues, just like my boss. The goblins will grow enraged and will use their howling skill to summon reinforcements. Although Kim can see 3 goblins in front of him, there are 5 more lurking in the darkness, ready to ambush him the moment he makes a mistake. Lily remains confident that even with his sword, this battle will not be easy for him. However, in an instant, he swiftly eliminates all 3 visible goblins, stabbing them directly in their faces. Lily is left utterly shocked, unable to comprehend what she just witnessed. Back in the gym, Kim and Aren are drenched in sweat as they push themselves on the treadmill. Eventually, she collapses from exhaustion. Noticing this, our boy questions her struggles with the exercise, to which she reveals that she never pushes herself too hard during training. According to her, she can simply rely on magic by borrowing strength from the Constellation members. Kim had already expected this answer as most students depend entirely on the Constellations to carry them, a dangerous habit. If they were ever caught in a dungeon with a magic restricting spell or ran out of mana mid-fight, they would be completely helpless. Considering this, Kim asks if she finds these stamina exercises beneficial. She confirms, explaining that she is only enduring them because he promised to teach her swordsmanship in return. Kim finds her response strange, but since they need to head to the academy soon, he decides to call off the session. Aren, noticing him adding more weight to his bench press, is shocked, but at his insistence, she leaves. As Kim prepares for his next set, Bach points out that Aaron never once complained about keeping up with his training and questions his reason for helping her. Kim reveals that it is simply because she persisted. However, Bach is surprised that Aaron, just by watching him wield his sword in class, was able to grasp its strength. As he contemplates this, he notices Siyuk bench pressing beside him, finishing off his set. When our boy inquires, Siyuk reveals that he has always trained hard there before casually leaving. Watching him go, Kim realizes that Seyhayak's martial bones allow him to push himself to such extremes. He finds Seyhayak smarter than those who rely solely on magic for training. However, he remains puzzled about what constellations truly do. Bach, despite being a constellation himself, admits that he has no knowledge of it. Having spent 300 years in isolation, he has never fully understood their role. However, Bach claims that if Kim finishes the next quest set in his system tab, they might learn more about constellations. Curious, our hero checks the notification and sees that he needs to go to Valhalla's Eye of the Great Forest, Madagaya House, and bring the Heaven Sword with him. Kim remembers hearing about that place in class, but since he has lessons to attend, he decides to be stealthy for the time being. Bach inquires about his growing reputation due to beating down bullies, but he asserts that if he hadn't acted, he would have been the one with a cracked head. Knowing that he won't be able to leave anytime soon without clearing the quest, Kim realizes that completing it may finally unveil the secrets of reincarnation. In London, at the house of Ventric Mansion, the clan's vice-house owner, Adelia, questions her men about recent events. He reports that a labyrinth has been taken care of and requests permission to recruit a survivor from the ruined Roberts clan along with another rank contractor. She approves but orders that their abilities be tested first before sending them her way. As Adelia is about to dismiss him, he reveals that Rockdale has called Deser to South Korea. The mention of his name instantly enrages Adelia. This is because Deser is known as the problem child of the family, having committed numerous terrible acts while using their family name. From a young age, he displayed violent tendencies, even going so far as to kill fellow students over mere arguments. By the time he turned 20, he was completely cut off from the family. Adelia acknowledges that Deser is a menace, but remains puzzled as to why Rockdale wants to meet him. For now, she orders her men to keep an eye on him and to inform Rockdale that if he is caught engaging in anything suspicious, he too will be removed from the family. With that, the man takes his leave while Adelia remains behind, seething at her brother for treating their family's power so carelessly. As thoughts of power consume her, she recalls a door with the words "All for One" inscribed on it and claims that it belongs to her alone. Lost in contemplation, she turns her gaze to a beak-masked portrait behind her and, addressing it as her guardian constellation, seeks reassurance in her belief. In the Valhalla classroom, the instructor discusses the topic of evildoers who exploit constellation power for malicious purposes. Among these individuals, the most notorious group is One God. As the lesson continues, Kim finds himself lost in thought, thinking about his own body and its potential. He considers the possibility that he too possesses the talent to harness mana while also a strong and powerful physique. It feels pretty strange to him. When he first tried Kai circulation in this body, he could barely finish it due to severe mana issues. The physique was so weak that even basic shoveling left him drenched in sweat. He wonders if something might have happened to this body in the past, but quickly dismisses the thought. There's no point stressing over it now. It's his body after all. While he's lost in thought, Soyeon quietly passes a note to him from her desk. It simply reads, "Hey." The gesture makes our boy nervous. In the next class, the instructor announces that students are allowed to leave the premises for the week. This is exactly what Kim has been waiting for. Without hesitation, he submits an application for leave, casually writing, "going for a walk" as the reason. As he heads to submit the form, chatting with Bach along the way, he hears Soyeon calling out to him from behind. He turns around and seeing her hesitation, immediately confronts her for not responding to the note he'd written back. She looks down in silence, but Kim presses her, saying he needs to hurry and submit the application. She begins to stutter, clearly trying to say something, which only makes Kim more annoyed. In his frustration, he snaps and calls her a freak. The insult stings, and while it also makes her furious, she still struggles to speak. Eventually, she manages to stammer out a question. She wants to ask him how he managed to kill that rock goblin back in the simulation, but her pride makes it hard to say the words out loud. As Soyeon gathers the courage to speak, Miss Lily suddenly swoops in and asks the question herself, shocking Kim by her sudden appearance. He's a bit surprised too. Just a few days ago, she couldn't stand him, especially after he bluntly refuted all of her questions in class. And now, out of nowhere, she's butting into his conversation. But Lily seems more impressed than anything. She admits that she only knew one method of killing monsters, but his approach showed her there are other, more creative ways. Fascinated, she immediately offers Kim the position of her assistant. The young lad, however, straight up rejects her, revealing that he's busy submitting his leave application. She presses him again, but our boy stands his ground and refuses once more with full Chad energy. As Lily continues to gaze at him with admiration, Soyeon starts to step in. But hearing their exchange, she hesitates and decides maybe it's not the right time to speak after all. The next day, Kim heads off to the infamous market. The night before heading to the market, Kim sat in his room scrolling through his phone. Bak, curious, asked what he was looking for. Our boy explained that he was trying to find the location of the place he planned to visit the next day. He needed somewhere to sell the treasure he had found in the vault. As he searched, he quickly stumbled upon the market he had in mind. It was a unique marketplace that allowed people from all over the world to trade freely after paying an entry fee. It was often referred to as a black market, as even criminals and shady individuals were allowed to conduct business there. Under normal circumstances, creating a market like this would have been impossible, but this one operated under the protection of a guardian constellation known as the Hidden Ruler. Because of that backing, even high-ranking individuals used the market openly, and the government tended to turn a blind eye. Kim easily found a guide online explaining how to gain access. The process was simple. Make a reservation in the comment section, and you'd receive a nearby entry location. Reading this, he scrolled down to the comments and found a link. But just as he was about to click it, a message notification from Aaron popped up. She apologized, saying she wouldn't be able to attend training the next day because she had to go out. Kim didn't mind. It worked out for him too, since he would be heading out as well. They exchanged goodbyes, though not before Aaron annoyed him with a barrage of spammy emojis. Rolling his eyes and ignoring the spam, Kim finally clicked the link in the comment, which gave him the exact location he needed. Now back in the present, the hero is on his way to the location provided, an old cafe marked as his destination. He quickly spots the building and enters, following the instructions. According to the guide, he has to turn a corner once inside. Following the path, Kim reaches a door, and as he steps through, he finds himself in another hidden world, the market. Inside, there are apartments, shops, and an unusual purple sky hanging overhead. The strange color of the sky gives him a weird feeling. It's his first time there, yet something about the setting feels oddly familiar, especially the sky. That deep unnatural purple reminds him of a night sky he saw 300 years ago. As Kim processes the surreal atmosphere, a man greets him, asking if it's his first time in the market. Our boy quickly notices the man's leather jacket just as the guide described. This must be the entrance fee collector. According to the rules, he must pay 2,000,001. He confirms that he's new to the place, and the man asks if he already knows how the market works. Kim hands over the money and says he knows a bit. With that payment, he's nearly broke, but he remains hopeful that he can earn something inside. Kim then asks where he can sell his jewels. The man recommends putting them up for auction, but our boy is looking for a quick sale. In response, the man suggests heading to the 3rd district where the merchants are more likely to buy such items directly. He also mentions someone named Morris, a trustworthy individual if Kim is serious about selling his goods. Before parting ways, the leather-jacketed man hands him a mask and explains that everyone in the market wears one. Because of the nature of the trades done here, discretion is essential. Kim nods and puts on the mask. Eventually, he reaches the 3rd district and approaches a trader who catches his eye. Without wasting time, the young lad surprises the man by asking if he is Morris. The man, slightly shocked, confirms it. Kim then states that he has some jewels to sell. Morris agrees to take a look, so he pulls out the bag for inspection. Morris picks out a ring from the bag, but as soon as he sees it, his expression changes. He's visibly stunned, realizing that this isn't just any ring. It's an artifact from the era of destruction. The trader looks at the other jewels in the bag completely shocked and is left in disbelief that they are also from the same era. Just then, Kim jolts him out of his daze by asking how much he can offer for them. The trader starts thinking, but his mind can't seem to comprehend how a guy in his 20s got his hands on such rare artifacts. He ends up asking him directly, and Kim immediately reminds him that he's not supposed to ask that kind of question in this market. Morris quickly realizes his mistake and apologizes, knowing he almost damaged his reputation as a merchant by crossing a line he shouldn't have. But to Kim's surprise, Morris refuses to process the artifacts. He claims it's because they are from the era of destruction and says he doesn't have the capital to buy them. Our lad is a little taken aback, but Morris suggests he take the items to the auction hall instead. He'll probably get a better price there. Kim brings up the issue of time, and Morris explains it'll take about 2 to 3 weeks for the items to sell. The auction hall itself might not open right away due to prior reservations, and he will have to be there in person to list the items. Disappointed, Kim asks how much the artifacts might go for at auction. Morris pulls out his phone, opens the calculator, and shows him the estimated figure. Kim is stunned. The number is loaded with zeros, so many that it genuinely shakes him. At that moment, he realizes these items might be far more expensive than he initially thought. Maybe that's why he instinctively saved them for later. A bit desperate now, he asked how much money Morris might personally be missing out on. According to Morris, he wouldn't even have a fourth of the item's cost even if he sold everything he owned. However, Kim offers to sell it to him at that price, which completely shocks Morris. Artifacts from the era of destruction are already traded at high prices because of their age, but there's another reason they are so valuable. After that era ended, constellations began to appear, and many of them reacted strongly to these artifacts. There were cases where even powerless individuals managed to form contracts with S-ranked constellations thanks to these very items. While inspecting the ring, Morris notices it holds lingering mana from that chaotic era. All the known signs are present, proof that this is the real thing. The fact that he's getting 8 such artifacts for such a small amount leaves him stunned. He pays Kim and begins placing the rings into a bag, calling it a day. But just as he finishes, he's startled to see a figure standing in front of him. It's another tall person wearing a mask, towering over him in complete silence. Meanwhile, Kim is already out of the market, breathing a sigh of relief that he made it out safely. He returns to the same old cafe he started from, but this time, the big news is that his money problem is officially solved. One glance at his bank balance is enough to make him smile. Even if he ends up spending all of it, he knows he still has more items in the vault to sell later. As he processes all of this, a sudden call from an unknown number catches him off guard. He picks up only to feel instantly annoyed. It's instructor Lily inviting him to lunch. Kim, curious about how she even got his number, listens as she casually reveals she used her instructor privileges. She presses again for lunch then abruptly hangs up, leaving Kim confused. After a moment, he shrugs and figures he might as well go. Nothing else is on his plate right now. And if he can leech a free meal out of it, why not? Back in the market, Morris stands frozen, clearly terrified by the masked figure in front of him. He asks why the man is there, but the figure simply calls Morris by name and questions whether their relationship is really that bad. It's then that Morris realizes who is dealing with, the owner of the market, known only as Black Cat. The realization makes Morris uneasy. It's rare for the market owner to personally approach a merchant, and he can't figure out why someone like Black Cat would bother with him. Black Cat, slamming his hands on the table, reveals the real reason. For the first time ever, Morris has submitted an anonymous application for the auction. This revelation instantly angers Morris. So much for anonymity. Clearly, it's no longer anonymous if Black Cat knows about it. But the market owner quickly clears things up, explaining that he isn't the true owner of the market. His constellation is. And since he serves that constellation directly, he can access any information the master deems necessary. With that explanation, Black Cat demands to see the items Morris intends to auction. Though still irritated, Morris agrees. However, it feels strange to him. Even if the artifact is from the era of destruction, it's unusual for Black Cat to personally show this much interest. Morris pulls out the bag, and as Black Cat examines the contents, his expression shifts. The rings catch his attention immediately. He finds them far more intriguing than expected and mutters that these pieces will fetch an enormous price. Morris is confused by the reaction. But before he can process it, a notification window from the Constellation system begins bombarding Black Cat. It reports that a constellation from the opposing side now appears visibly startled. That one detail makes Black Cat freeze because it means the constellation desperately wants the ring. Inside the cozy restaurant within Valhalla, Kim and Lily sit across from each other at a table filled with various dishes. Lily twirls pasta around her fork, tastes it, and smiles, commenting on how delicious it is. Our boy, however, remains silent, staring off to the side, not having touched his food. Lily notices his distance and asks why he isn't eating. He finally responds, wondering aloud why a place like this exists in Valhalla in the first place. Lily explains, pointing out that aside from the school cafeteria, there are special restaurants designated for faculty as well. Kim, uninterested, simply glances at her and asks about the real reason she invited him there. As he finally begins to eat, Lily reveals her true motive. She wants him to become her assistant. Our lad quickly declines, but Lily urges him to at least consider it before giving such a cold response. She lists the advantages, a scholarship, the chance to co-write a thesis with her, and the prestige that could come from becoming known in the field of monster research. Despite all these promises, access to the outside world more frequently, future opportunities, and recognition, Kim remains unmoved. To him, none of it seems necessary. He is focused on something else, finding the Eye of the Great Forest, an artifact linked to his academic performance evaluation. His priorities lie elsewhere. Even when Lily hints at sharing sensitive information, like details about Choyaran and his possible expulsion, Kim remains indifferent. He stands up stating that he has heard nothing of value and is ready to leave. Lily, growing frustrated, insists that since she has shared information, he should do the same in return. Kim disagrees, stating he hasn't asked for it. Then almost as an afterthought, he questions her teaching methods. Why someone who can be so childish in personal matters is so strict in the classroom? Lily responds seriously, explaining that her strictness is tied to responsibility. In monster hunting, students' lives depend on proper training, and any leniency can lead to fatal mistakes. Kim seems to understand this, acknowledging her dedication with a small smile before heading for the exit. As he leaves, Lily asks him to repay her for the information, but he, hands in his pockets, walks away, stating that he doesn't owe her anything. At the grand estate of the Choi Jin family in Sihon, the patriarch, Choi Jiansuk, known as both the guildmaster of the True History Guild and the head of the Choi Jin clan, sits at a table with two younger members of the family. Opposite him are his eldest son, Choi Jin, the guild's attack leader, and his illegitimate daughter, Choi Arin. The reason for the gathering is that with the upcoming selection for the family's heir, Jeon Sok needs to assess their intentions. He presents them with the Blue Moon Sword, a sacred relic that symbolizes the family's recognition of its rightful heir. The condition is simple yet harsh. Those who fail the selection are removed from the family altogether. Both Jing Jen and Oren agree to participate despite the weight of what is at stake. After the meeting, Jingaron, radiating smug confidence, confronts Arin. He mocks her for being an illegitimate child and accuses her of blindly chasing a role she can never claim. His words are laced with cruelty, warning her that she isn't worthy of the position because she doesn't have Constellation protection while he holds a formal contract. The girl remains silent, internalizing the pain, but her clenched fists show she isn't backing down. Once Jinjin leaves, she is reminded of a fading memory of her mother's exhausted face and a promise that Arin should be the head of the family and live freely without constraints. That memory seems to strengthen her resolve. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Kim sits quietly in class while the instructor explains information about the upcoming midterms. Bach expresses concern over his lack of preparation, surprised that he doesn't even know the exams are close. Our boy admits he hasn't been paying attention in class, which is a mistake that is now catching up to him. The instructor reminds the class that in Valhalla, the midterm exams hold significant weight, especially for those who hope to survive and thrive in the institute. The entire class listens attentively as their instructor outlines the importance of the upcoming midterm and final exams. He warns them that the student with the lowest score will be expelled. With this stern reminder, he encourages everyone to give their best effort. Kim, sitting quietly, takes in the information, but knows in his mind that the written test is far more crucial than the practical one. As his thoughts wander, he realizes he isn't even sure how he has ended up at this point in his training, especially when he has initially aimed to reach the Great Forest. Kim then notices Bash, who stands with his hands clasped in front of him. He asks if the Tower Master has ever attended all the classes, to which he confirms, though he seems uncertain about his next move. The young lad casually mentions Bach will write the test for him, prompting a mix of surprise and concern from the Tower Master. He expresses discomfort with Kim's plan, finding it unfair, while our boy insists that the test will be written with help from him. As class ends, the instructor wishes the students good luck, and the students begin to gather their things. Kim is preparing to leave when Oren approaches him. She asks if they will train today, and he, a little surprised, inquires why she is asking. When she expresses a desire to improve her swordsmanship, Kim realizes it is time to address her lack of training. He remarks that although their previous sessions aren't focused on swordplay, he can show her how to wield a sword properly. The two then move to the training hall where Oren stands ready before Kim, who now holds a sword. He points at her while holding his weapon in the other hand, asking how long it has been since she last practiced with her weapon. She reveals that she hasn't practiced it since she started strength training with him. Asking her a few more questions, he asked her to take out her sword. Oren, having drawn her sword in front of Kim, follows his instructions to focus on gripping the hilt tightly with her ring and pinky fingers. Surprised by the change in her grip, she notices an immediate shift in the sword's aura, feeling a sense of stability and control she hasn't experienced before. Arlad observes her closely and tells her to attack him with everything she has. Taking her stance, Oren prepares for the move, feeling a surge of energy like lightning coursing through her body. She swiftly lunges, but he easily blocks her attack, praising her increased speed. Kim then advises her to be mindful of the magic she puts into her legs. And after a brief pause, Oren readies herself again. With determination, she moves faster this time, swinging at him, who neatly evades her strike. He smiles and suggests she focus on turning her body more when she stops. As they continue, her sword hand begins to shake, but she pushes through, concentrating on his feedback. He encourages her to attack again, and they cross swords once more, creating sparks as they collide. Despite her increasing strength, Kim continues to block her attacks effortlessly, maintaining his calm and confident demeanor. As the sparring session wears on, their swords clash again and again, with Oren growing more fatigued but also stronger. Eventually, the session ends and Kim notices it has been an hour. Oren, exhausted and shaking, collapses onto the floor, struggling to catch her breath. Our boy, unfazed, sets his weapon down and moves towards the booth while she lies there, still trying to recover from the intense training session. Aren reflects on how much her swordsmanship has improved since the entrance ceremony. She knows she has become far better, though she still can't match Kim. As she wipes the sweat from her brow, she gathers the courage to ask him if he will spar with her next time. The young boy, considering the request, ponders for a moment. He enjoys teaching her and recognizes her talent, which has only grown since their training began. He remembers sensing her skill during the entrance ceremony, though it feels different now as she is using a breathing technique. Despite that, Kim smiles, knowing their training has been beneficial for him as well. In another time like 300 years ago, she would be worthy of becoming his disciple. When the girl asks about the possibility of sparring, Kim jokingly refuses, but Aren, with a straight face, accepts it, signaling her understanding. She has realized that following his guidance will make her even stronger. Our boy is taken aback by her response, but eventually wraps up their session, and Aren says her goodbye, leaving with the knowledge that they might not see each other again. 2 weeks later, at Valhalla Stadium, where a crowd of students has gathered, Soyeon, holding her sword, mentions that it is her first time back since the entrance ceremony. Se-hyeok, also among the crowd, notes how many freshmen have gathered. Aren stands confidently in the crowd, while Kim, hands in his pockets, appears somewhat curious about the event. Bach explains that their teacher informed them about the gathering 2 weeks earlier. The atmosphere shifts as a loud voice commands attention, signaling that the announcement about the midterm exams in Valhalla will soon begin. The students stand attentively as the announcement about the mid-stage practical assessment is made. This time, the assessment involves a dungeon attack. As Lee explains, the floor suddenly shakes, catching everyone by surprise. He then reveals that everyone will team up to enter the artificial dungeons, and multiple dungeons appear around them. The students are free to form their own teams, with the recommendation being 8 people per team, though they can adjust the number as needed. Kim listens quietly while Lee continues outlining the rules. Their scores will be based on their contributions during the dungeon attack. A timer appears set to 5 hours, and Lee sternly warns that failing to finish within the time limit will result in disqualification. Soyeon, surprised by the difficulty level being set at rank F, takes it all in. As the exam starts, the students begin to scramble to form teams. Some shout out to others trying to recruit members. Soyeon, assessing her options, knows her current team needs someone with more damage potential. She hesitates, then decides that with 6 people, they can easily handle the task, and she can also show her abilities without anyone outshining her. She feels confident that the group can work together, as the main goal is to demonstrate their abilities. Lee observes the chaos with interest. He realizes that the more privileged students, like Soyeon, already understand the true nature of the exam. For the others, it is more complicated, and Lee knows that groups of 8 and even 20s are made. However, he also anticipates that mismatched teams will lead to internal conflicts, which is common in these kinds of assessments. As the dungeon attack assessment begins, Lee informs the instructor that in about 30 minutes, everyone will be inside the dungeon. He advises him to get ready and start counting their points. Kim stands on the field, observing as the students scatter, forming groups and entering the dungeon. He wonders if the students who enter right away have already begun earning points. Aren stays behind as well while keeping an eye on the other students. Kim approaches her, noticing she hasn't entered yet. He asks what she plans to do as nearly everyone else has already gone in. The girl replies that she will do as he has instructed during their training. Our boy, slightly confused, realizes she is likely trying to follow his guidance from their previous sessions. He tells her that he is going into the dungeon alone, suggesting she do the same. The girl, undeterred, watches Kim walk towards the dungeon. A few students seeing her standing alone approach and ask if she is Choi Aren. They invite her to join their group, offering that she would complete their team of 8. However, she declines, stating she will go into the dungeon alone. When the student tries to stop her, warning that she will be disqualified, Aren reassures him, mentioning that he has said it won't be difficult. Saying that, she goes in and slams the door shut, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, the stadium is empty now, and the observation room is filled with teachers and staff watching the students' progress on screens. As the students encounter various monsters in the dungeon, the scores begin to appear. Yoon Kyung-yoon earns 2 points. Bae, a girl holding her backpack in fear, earns 3, and Yoon looking confident scores 1. Lee observes everything closely as the instructor quietly acknowledges that everything is going as expected. The calculations are precise, reflecting the harshness of the exam, but the results are accurate. Lee, once known as the Clear Master in his soldier days, observes the unfolding scenario with a critical eye. Lee also got a dungeon clearing rate of 99%. The instructor notes that Lee's vast experience makes him the best judge of dungeon attacks, explaining his ability to assign points with precision. Lee's sharp eyes track the students' movements, especially those from noble families. He is particularly impressed with Soyeon, who has taken charge of her group with remarkable strategy. She commands her team to block the front line and take out attackers from the sides, guiding them efficiently. Soyeon's quick thinking and leadership skills are evident when she kills a goblin, earning valuable points for her team. As Lee watches through the system screen, he marvels at her skill in clearing the dungeon. He knows Soyeon is on track to rise to the top given her exceptional leadership. However, his attention soon shifts to Kim. He recalls our boy's first battle where he easily defeated Soyeon. Curious about his progress, Lee searches his name in the system but is stunned when no results appear. The search engine, designed to find any student's information, returns nothing. After some investigation, Lee discovers that Kim has already cleared the dungeon in 23 minutes and 32 seconds, solo, without any team. This revelation shocks Lee as it is an extraordinary feat for a 17-year-old student. Lee watches the footage of Kim clearing the dungeon, captivated by his skill. Kim stands calmly with his sword, facing the goblins that gaze at him. Without hesitation, he charges at them, cutting through the creatures effortlessly. With a grin, he slashes and punches his way through, even taking on larger goblins with ease. As the battle intensifies, Kim's movements become even more impressive, dodging heavy attacks and swiftly defeating his enemies. He cuts through an orc with a single slash, leaving Lee in awe. The final challenge is a massive armored golem specifically designed for the midterm exam. Kim faces the golem confidently, and with a well-aimed stab, he destroys it effortlessly while his sword glows with a bright red light. Lee can't believe what he witnesses. Kim handles the entire dungeon with ease, and it is clear that he will take first place in the midterm exam. As the students who struggle through the dungeon slowly emerge, Kim stands still, hands in his pockets, exuding confidence. After the midterms, the instructor reviews the results and confirms that Kim has secured the top spot, followed by Aaron, Soyeon, and others. The instructor, deep in thought, walks over to Lee with the results in hand. The unexpected outcome has left them both stunned. The instructor observes Kim taking first place, while Lee, with his hands folded, expresses his surprise. He hasn't expected the young student to dominate, especially given how effortlessly Kim clears the dungeons without injury. Lee comments that in the future, he might enter the industry in Korea and reclaim the title of the strongest contractor. The instructor, standing still, extends his hand and asks if that title is reserved for the strongest contractor in the world. Lee, thinking carefully, reflects that he hasn't seen a genius in a long time. The instructor, quietly listening, glances at the tablet. Lee continues, revealing the surprise of the second exam, Aaron, a student who has taken second place. Despite expectations, she manages to clear the dungeons alone, albeit with difficulty. Lee explains that Aaron has always been a quiet and hardworking student, but her ability to clear dungeons on her own is unexpected. He notes that if the exam had focused on teamwork, Soyeon would have scored higher. But Kim and she have excelled because the evaluation centers on individual contributions. Lee, though impressed, cautions against recommending their methods as these are not something most students can replicate. The instructor, absorbing this, realizes that he has seen Aaron before when he led the Choijin Guild. He is puzzled by how she has managed to take on the dungeons alone, but quickly dismisses any connection to Kim. In need of a break, the instructor closes his eyes, unable to make sense of it. The following day, many students gather before the blackboard, eagerly awaiting the results. The results are posted on the board with Kim and Aaron's names prominently displayed. Rockdale, who is 8th, is visibly upset, turns to Yuria and asks if Deser is in Korea. When Yuria confirms, the troubled child instructs her to contact him immediately. They quickly leave and are soon transported to Seoul where they enter a large building. The butler greets them and someone raises their hand to address Rockdale, calling him brother. It is Deser seated at a table in a white suit wearing rings. He sits down across from him and Yuria stands by his side as they begin their meal. Deser eats greedily while he remains silent watching. After dessert, Deser begins speaking, asking what the person did to the problem child as he wants him to handle it. Deser questions who Kim is and Rockdale dismisses him as a brainless freshman. Rockdale further explains that the guy has disappointed him due to his humble background and he wants Deser to deal with him. Deser, narrowing his eyes, asks if he has permission to kill Kim. Rockdale, with a smile, tells him that the decision is up to Deser. Deser stands up, commenting that this situation is different from the past and that preparations are necessary. He then points to Yuria, revealing that a past conflict with the palace family caused by her has resulted in a significant fight. Yuria, visibly shaken, looks down. Deser mentions that the rumors from the palace family have spread too far, making it difficult to kill anyone from Valhalla. Rockdale, still calm, assures him that preparations will be made for the task. Deser smiles, satisfied, and requests a good reward for handling it. 1 week later, Kim is walking down a corridor holding a statement. He is speaking with Bach, who casually asks if the statement is for another leave. He confirms it is, though he hasn't been out much lately. Bach remarks that he has heard that passing the exam earns an additional exit permit, which Kim acknowledges. Our boy explains that he can't let this opportunity slip away, so he needs to find his notes. Bach, looking ahead, asks where he is going. The scene shifts to a wooded area in Suwon where Kim, wearing a hood, walks with his phone in hand, confirming he is at the right place. As he scans the area, someone calls out to him, and Kim looks up to see Desera standing in front of him with a malicious smile. It is evening with a full moon hanging above a tall building in the 7th area of the market. Meanwhile, the black cat stands by a window, lost in thought. After a moment of hesitation, a system message appears in front of him asking about the arrival of the ring. He calmly replies that it is on its way and will go through the usual procedures. However, as the message continues, it becomes wild and repetitive as if the other side is desperate. As the message loops endlessly, the black cat begins to ponder. Recalling his past research on artifacts from the Age of Destruction, he has never encountered such a reaction before. His attention is drawn to a glowing object on the table. As he approaches, he notices blue particles emanating from it. It is the ring, and upon seeing it, the black cat feels relief, knowing he can now hand it to his superior to silence them. He picks up the ring box, and the ring inside radiates mana. Holding it in his hands, he thinks about its significance before calling out to Constellation. However, he is surprised when the system message continues to repeat, manic, as if the ring's arrival is urgent. Back in the woods, Kim stands before Desera, who asks him if he is sure he wants to know who he is. Our boy, after a brief pause, guesses that he wants something from him. Desera confirms this, remarking why else would he come to find him on that remote mountaintop. Kim, seemingly unfazed, makes a guess about his intentions, saying he wants to get rid of him. Desera, acknowledging his sharp instincts, smiles. The young hero, throwing his bag and removing his hood, explains he has seen through his plans a few days ago. Desera's expression changes as he stretches out his hands in frustration, calling Kim a fool. He then clenches his fists and mutters that someone ranked number 1 in Valhalla shouldn't be so foolish. With that, he swings hard at him, but our lad easily dodges the attack by tilting his body. After he dodges the powerful punch, the force of the blow leaves a deep crack in a nearby tree. Desera, still smiling, looks at Kim, acknowledging that if he hadn't dodged, he would have been finished. The boy, grinning, casually explains that the punch is simply too slow. He then analyzes the situation, recognizing that his opponent's strength is comparable to Seihyak's, possibly even stronger, but still too dangerous for him to confront directly with his fragile body. Kim quickly decides on a simple strategy. He turns and begins to run. Desera, initially confused by his sudden retreat, smiles and acknowledges that it is a smart move for someone in his position, as staying would have resulted in defeat. He prepares to stop Kim, but unexpectedly, our boy halts, turns, and waves his hand. He mocks Desera for not using his brain and, to his surprise, quickly closes the distance between them. Before the opponent can react, Kim lands a powerful punch right to his face, knocking him several meters away. As Desera lies on the ground, Kim stands over him with a smile, raising his leg to deliver a finishing blow. Desera, with a grunt of pain, manages to roll away, narrowly avoiding the kick. Kim, still calm, remarks on Desera's luck, repeating the words Desera has once said to him. Angrily, Desera rises to his feet, adjusting his bruised face, and questions his strength. Kim responds with a smile, hinting that Desera should be aware of his rank in Valhalla. Desera, with a bruised face, thinks back to his past. He recalls his childhood in the Ventric family home, where he has been raised with the sole purpose of increasing his family status. At a young age, he has displayed a natural talent for elixirs, drinking various concoctions that significantly enhance his strength. By the age of 16, he was already stronger than most adults. His parents, seeing his potential, sought to use him for their own gain, but Desera resented being controlled by them. He began to smile maliciously, realizing that he had no desire to live under their influence forever. Desera's parents were shocked when he turned on them, beating them mercilessly. Standing over them with a clenched fist and a malicious grin, he made it clear that he didn't care about his family's recognition anymore. His overwhelming strength had allowed him to sever his ties with them without a second thought. As he reflects on his past, Desera recalls how his life continues to be a thorn in the side of those around him. He was cast out by a woman who sees herself as the head of the family, but he doesn't care. In a world where money solves most of his problems, he grew bolder after breaking free from his family's control. He remembers his meeting with Rockdale, where he offered money but finds that his interest in Kim is far greater. Desera walked through the streets intrigued by our boy's rise to the top of the Valhalla entrance exam and his reputation as a madman who kicks out all the guild guides. He was curious about the possibility of having fun with Kim, but when he finally confronted him, he was left confused and beaten. The young hero stands before Desera with his classic hands in his pockets, unbothered by the opponent's questions about what substances he uses to become so strong. Kim laughs, dismissing the idea that he relies on anything like elixirs. He mocks Deser for thinking so little of him, realizing that Deser's strength comes from the elixirs he uses as a child. Deser is shocked that Kim achieved such power without any external help. Our lad confidently explains that his strength comes from his own training, not any magical substances. The hero, grinning, suggests comparing Deser's strength to that of Sayuk, an idea that enrages Deser. In his anger, he draws his sword, though he knows he doesn't have permission to use it. Still, he can't help himself and summons a dark purple blade filled with malevolent magic. Kim studies it closely, recognizing the power behind it. Deser, growing more confident, declares his strength is increasing rapidly. But before he can strike, our boy is already on him. Without warning, he kicks him in the face, sending him flying. Kim, still calm, mocks him for his tendency to talk so much before attacking. Deser crashes into a nearby tree, and Kim quickly closes the distance, unleashing a powerful blow that shatters the tree trunk and knocks Deser unconscious. Kim grabs him by the hair, lifting his head to speak to him with a smirk. He mocks Deser, pointing out that someone who drinks the elixir can't die easily. Our boy makes it clear that he will spare him if he only harms him. But since Deser wants to kill him, he can't let him go. As Kim prepares to strike again, he reveals that he wants to ask a question. But before he can, he loads up his punch and shoots it towards Deser once more. Meanwhile, poor Deser can only shout at him to stop. At Valhalla dormitory, Rockdale sits in his office thinking that Deser should have taken care of Kim by now given his temper. He assumes Deser has killed Kim and is relieved that it isn't happening on academy grounds. His phone vibrates and when he answers it, he hears nothing but silence. He tries again, and this time he hears Deser's pained moans, realizing something has gone terribly wrong. Rockdale is shocked, especially when Kim speaks, taunting him and mentioning that if Deser dies, he will burn incense for him. Kim's presence and the situation are now undeniable. Rockdale, clearly disturbed, hangs up the phone, which surprises Kim. It annoys him that he hangs up without answering, but then he notices the poor, beaten Deser and wonders what he should do with him. At the dormitory, Rockdale sits in deep thought as Uriah enters with tea, but he dismisses her, overwhelmed by the situation. She presses him again, but this time, Rockdale yells at her in rage, telling her to get lost. He can't believe Kim is behind everything and now the situation has spiraled out of control. He knows it is only a matter of time before the news reaches the Ventric family, making things worse. Rockdale's frustration grows as he realizes the scale of the mess, though he tries to console himself by thinking that his status as an orphan might limit his reach. But even so, he knows he can't afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Kim walks calmly through the woods, thinking about his next move. Bark asks if he is serious about leaving Deser lying next to the tree, but our boy tells him that he will report it when the time comes and isn't going to do anything about it for now. Bark casually suggests just killing him, but he replies that in the past, he would have. But things have changed. He is no longer Kim Hyuno, but a high school student named Kim Joo-hyuk. The Tower Master seems to understand and then brings up his concerns about the magic Deser used earlier. He mentions that the magic feels familiar, and if more is released, it can be confirmed with certainty. The boy listens, but he is irritated when Barge speaks about being able to identify people by their magic, something our boy can't do. He dismisses it, clearly angry. Brushing it off, he speculates that it might be the hidden side of the blade Deser mentioned, and Bacher confirms it. Kim walks over to the unconscious Deser, asking who sent him, but quickly remembers that he has dislocated his jaw earlier. He casually sets it back into place, asking again who sent him. Deser remains silent, but Kim insists, grabbing his hand with a vicious expression. He twists Deser's fingers, causing him intense pain, and warns him to speak up, or he will break all his fingers. After some time, Deser reveals that it is Rockdale Ventric behind him. Argyle wonders if this is the person who caused him trouble before and questions Deser about his origins. Deser, smiling through the pain, reveals he is a Deser of the first kind and works as a mercenary. Kim recognizes the term but dismisses it as meaningless, calling Deser a pathetic hooligan. Deser, still holding his injured fingers, responds that the first species worship the hidden side of the blade, and he is bound by a contract with the constellation that governs it. Deser smiles and claims that if he had been better prepared, the outcome of his fight with Kim would have been completely different, and he would have defeated him. Our boy, fixing his hair with a smirk, dismisses him as a fool and points out that if Deser had kept quiet and revealed who he is involved with, he might have been spared. Kim then forcefully breaks Deser's jaw, causing a scream of pain to echo through the air. Later, Kim sits in the city, flipping through the searches on his phone. He reads about the first species, a group of evil individuals who worship the hidden side of the blade, and reflects on how everyone he contacts sees them as just another evil faction. Annoyed and frustrated, Kim wonders how to deal with Rockdale, who is still causing him problems. Determined, he begins typing a message, deciding to use modern methods to deal with the issue. He uploads recordings of Deser's confessions to the internet, including one where Deser confesses his connection to the first species. Meanwhile, Lily receives a call from Kim. She asks if he is willing to start working with her and become her assistant, but he declines, instead asking if she knows any news reporters. The next day, the news reports an assassination attempt on Valhalla students by the Ventrich family. It details how a first-year Valhalla student who was on a walk was attacked by a member of an evil group but managed to fight back and defeat the attacker. The student also provided evidence, recorded on a dictaphone, and handed it over to the organization, clearing up confusion surrounding the incident. The article includes photos of the Valhalla Academy and Deser in custody. It becomes clear that the villain who attacks the student is from the Ventrich family, but the student's bravery and the evidence provided shed light on the whole situation. The first-year student, having been involved in the attack, handed the villain over to Valhalla. The freshman also records the villain's guilty plea after extracting all the information from him. The recordings include the villain's confession, revealing that Rockdale Ventrich, the son of the Ventrich family and a Valhalla student, instigates the entire attack on the freshman. This causes the Ventrich family to struggle in crafting an official statement. Meanwhile, many people in the comments speculate that the student who defeats the attacker is Kim. Others share that the information has already spread, and some even mock the Ventrich family for their sloppy work, suggesting it is ridiculous to think they have a chance against Kim. Our boy, sitting with his feet up on the table, reads the comments with a smile. Bark notes that for someone who has lived 300 years ago, he adapted well to current technologies and modern warfare. The young boy explains that by staying updated with the news, he is able to adjust to the present and become who he is now. Barch remarks that this helps elevate Kim's status, to which Kim comments that he only tries to frame Rockdale, but the media rushes to publish it and ruins the Ventrich family's reputation. Soon, an announcement about the Ventrich family's official position is made. Adelia, the head of the family, enters and begins speaking, offering a formal apology to the students of Valhalla Academy. She states that the attack is carried out by Deser, who has been exiled from the Ventrich family. She clarifies that Deser's confession, claiming Rockdale gave the order, is a lie to avoid his predicament. The Ventrich family, therefore, denies any involvement in the incident. Despite Deser's exile, the family feels it is their duty to make amends for his actions. Adelia, the head of the Ventrich family, announces that she will personally visit the victim to apologize for the incident. She also states that while Rockdale Ventrich, currently attending Valhalla Academy, may not be directly involved in the crime, the family will still bring him home for an intensive internal investigation. Additionally, an investigation into the family itself will be conducted to eliminate any doubts about their involvement. After her statement, Adelia leaves without answering any questions from the reporters, leaving them curious about what kind of apology she will offer the victim. Meanwhile, Rockdale, still shaken, watches Adelia's announcement on his phone. His father calls shortly after, ordering him to return to England immediately. Rockdale, terrified, acknowledges the order, his body trembling as he processes everything unfolding around him. The next day, the video of Deser's statement, which claims the Ventrich family is entirely right and he is the sole culprit, gained over 2 million views. Kim, walking down the street, comes across the video and is confused by the developments. He feels frustration toward the Ventrich family and acknowledges their continued foolishness. Despite the apology being promised, Kim finds the situation awkward. At Valhalla Academy, Kim meets with Lily in a cafe where she jokingly suggests their meeting might be a date. Our boy, unimpressed, declines her offer to become her assistant, but thanks her for introducing him to a reporter who proves to be an important connection. Lily stands up with a smile after Kim offers to share some useful information on how to fight monsters. In return, he asks for a favor. He wants her help to leave the academy for the weekend. Lily, sipping a hot drink as the sunset lights up Valhalla Academy outside, casually remarks that it is an easy request. She even jokes that if Kim becomes her assistant, she'll let him leave every day. Kim declines the offer, but thanks her for the help. Meanwhile, far from the academy, a prisoner transport vessel named Ul-8 makes its way across the North Pacific Ocean. Locked behind bars aboard the ship is Deser, fuming over how he is being treated like cargo. He is on his way to the infamous prison tower, a brutal facility built by an S-class constellation known as the Haven of Deprivation. This tower has the power to strip contractors of their abilities, leaving them as ordinary, suffering inmates. Despite the conditions, Deser manages a bitter smile. He reminds himself that if he stays silent and ensures Rockdale can remain part of the Ventrich family, his sentence will be reduced to just 5 years. Failure to do so, however, will result in far worse consequences. Just as he is coming to terms with that, he hears a voice mocking his appearance. Before he can react, a shadowy figure emerges slashing his throat with a dagger. Deser collapses in a pool of blood while the dark silhouette with glowing red eyes silently watches his body fall. The mysterious attacker condemns him as unworthy for first species and leaves without another word. Back at the Ventrik family mansion, Adelia sits face to face with Rockdale and his father, Eden Ventrik. Both men bow to her. The lady, stern and composed, questions him about his actions. The boy, visibly nervous, apologizes and bows deeply, but she is not satisfied. She presses him for more, wanting to understand if he believes these shallow gestures are enough to fix the situation. The guy remains silent, eyes on the floor, as Adelia demands he tell her everything that has led him down this path. Rockdale agrees with the plan, and Adelia asks if he is truly meant to take responsibility for Kim. The guy lowers his gaze and responds vaguely, which only ignites Adelia's anger. The atmosphere shifts as if something dark and powerful stirs within her. She accuses Rockdale of acting not out of duty, but pride, and that it is this pride that has brought disgrace upon the Ventrik family. Approaching the bowed boy, she declares that his actions have caused their family's complete humiliation. Overwhelmed, he drops to his knees and promises to do everything in his power to restore their name. But Adelia, unswayed, announces that the only true way to reclaim the family's honor is to excommunicate him from the church. When their father questions whether that is too severe, Adelia coldly asks if he wants to share the same fate. He falls silent. Though part of her wants Rockdale dead on the spot, Adelia knows that doing so would confirm his involvement in Kim's attempted murder. Instead, she decides to delay judgment. She tells him to return to Valhalla and remain silent until she meets Kim and reconsiders his punishment. The boy thanks her while still on his knees. Later, as Rockdale and his father leave the Ventrik estate, his father warns him to remain quiet and avoid further trouble. Rockdale, tense and bitter, admits that his fate is likely sealed. Sooner or later, he will be excommunicated. But with the media watching him closely, his hands are tied for now. Still, he vows to act when the time is right and finish what he has started. As they walk, he criticizes his father for not protecting him, while the older man quietly reminds him that the matter should have stayed hidden. A few weeks later, in Valhalla Academy's interview room, instructor sits casually reflecting on the events, mentioning that the head of the Ventrik family, Adelia, is arriving soon, supposedly to offer a personal apology to Kim. Our boy, seated across from him, appears disinterested and skeptical, unconvinced by the gesture. He believes Adelia's visit is less about genuine remorse and more about protecting the family's image, especially in light of Rockdale's actions. Instructor expresses frustration over the entire ordeal. He and instructor Lee-san are both upset, especially since the sequence of events has made things clear. A Valhalla student is attacked, and the assailant confesses to acting on Rockdale's orders. Despite this, the Ventrik family seems more focused on damage control than accountability. Instructor criticizes the academy for hesitating to expel Rockdale, hinting that their decision is swayed by the Ventrik family's substantial financial donations. He points out the troubling influence of money on justice within the academy system. Kim listens quietly, appearing calm but visibly irritated by the situation. He ultimately agrees to meet Adelia, though his demeanor suggests he isn't expecting much from the conversation. Instructor is surprised by his neutral reaction, but our boy simply brushes it off as his usual self. Soon, a knock at the door signals Adelia's arrival. Instructor greets her politely before excusing himself from the room, leaving Kim and the lady alone. She approaches with formal composure, introduces herself as the head of the Ventrik family, and takes a seat across from Kim. Kim, sitting across from her, also introduces himself with a calm but unreadable demeanor. Adelia begins by formally acknowledging the attack carried out by Deser, expressing a deep apology. She even stands and bows before him, a rare gesture for someone of her status. Kim, however, remains unmoved. He brushes it off, stating that it doesn't matter to him anymore. Adelia tries to bring up Rockdale's involvement, but Kim once again downplays the situation, dismissing it as a one-time event of no real consequence. He mentions that he's already been told Rockdale has nothing to do with the attack. And since that is the public stance, he has no further interest in discussing it. Adelia is taken aback by his indifference, but she presses on, explaining that despite their official statement, the public and media refuse to believe them. She seems frustrated yet determined to smooth things over. Kim, still unfazed, questions what they hope to achieve through this conversation. He finds it all pointless, though he entertains her words long enough to mentally note the desperation behind them. Adelia, choosing to maintain a smile, shifts her tone. She suggests that this meeting could be a turning point, a chance to clear up the misunderstandings. She even implies that Kim could assist in restoring the family's image. But when she finally asks for his help, Kim refuses without hesitation. Still composed, Adelia offers him something more, full support until his graduation. She goes further, promising a recommendation to the powerful guild that sponsors the Ventrik family, something that could significantly shape his future as a hunter. She frames it as an opportunity to accelerate his career. Kim stands slowly looking directly at her with a knowing smile. He sees through her intentions, realizing that all this, her presence, her offers, her diplomacy is nothing more than a calculated move to silence him. His words and demeanor make it clear. He understands her desperation. Adelia, though quietly fuming, holds her composure, suppressing the frustration that has begun to boil just beneath the surface. Adelia sits in silence as Kim voices his frustration, standing before her with a sharp gaze. He is angry that she has approached him as if nothing has happened, as if the past can simply be brushed aside. He questions why he should go along with her act, stating clearly that he doesn't care for rewards. All he wants is to see the Rockdale family face the shame they deserve. That strikes a nerve. Her calm cracks as she glares at him, calling him a scum and demanding to know who he thinks he is to speak to her like that. Her eyes light with a dangerous glow, and her body surges with energy. Kim watches it all with a smile, unfazed, even as Adelia's power begins to fill the room. She claimed she has come to the academy only to make things easier for him, but now she has met with what she sees as arrogance. In a moment of fury, she says she should just kill him. Still smiling, Kim listens, not intimidated in the least. She tries to offer him one more chance, but he makes it clear he has no interest. When she asks what he means, he reminds her of her own words, that the Ventric family has nothing to do with the attack, and now she is willing to invest heavily in him just to maintain that lie. Yet here she is threatening to kill him. The contradiction makes her fall silent. Kim mocks her weakness, saying if she is going to act, she should do it. But even if she tries, she can't defeat him. Adelia's rage simmers beneath the surface. Then suddenly, she turns and walks to the door. She tells him that he will regret this. Our boy, still seated, simply smiles again. He sees through it all, her words, her threats, and calls them empty. Meanwhile, Bach, who has been silently observing, hesitates. He hasn't planned to get involved, but he isn't sure if staying out is the right move either. Kim turns to him with cold clarity, stating that the kind of people he despises most are those who demand to be worshipped while controlling others. It is why he can't stand people like Adelia or even Bach, perhaps. The Tower Master, stunned, asks what he means, but Kim has already turned his thoughts elsewhere. Standing from the couch, Kim muses aloud about heading to the gym earlier than usual given there are no classes. And with that, the confrontation fades as everything shifts toward Valhalla Stadium. Kim is walking through the campus in his sports uniform, casually checking his phone when he notices Aaron. He looks up in surprise, spotting her standing with another person, a man who is none other than Jing Jen, the eldest son of the Choi family. Jing Jen, with a confident smile, addresses Aaron, questioning whether she still believes she can win. He belittles her training efforts, claiming that no matter how hard she works in Valhalla, it will be pointless. He extends a hand, suggesting that if she truly values her place in the family, she should avoid the selection test coming up that weekend to spare herself humiliation. Aaron stands silently absorbing his words. When she finally speaks, she makes it clear that she isn't backing down from her goals. Jing Jen, not pleased with her defiance, offers one last chance, but is met with refusal. His face twists in frustration as he asks her if she truly doesn't understand this situation. Jing Jen's irritation grows, and just as he is about to respond, Kim steps forward, pointing an accusing finger at him and boldly declaring that Jing Jen is indeed a fool. The girl, taken by surprise, turns to him who has appeared out of nowhere. Our boy questions why Jing Jen would try to stop someone who has worked so hard. The guy, confused and angered, demands to know who he is, quickly dismissing him as someone who doesn't even know him. He insults the young boy, but he isn't fazed. He retorts that he doesn't care about Jing Jen or anyone else's status, urging him to leave the academy if he thinks he is so important. Kim then asks Aaron if she agrees with him, and to his surprise, she nods. Jing Jen, now even more displeased, tells her they will meet at the test before turning to leave. The girl, grateful for his interference, thanks him. Kim, ever nonchalant, assures her there is no problem and suggests they head to practice. Aaron, still caught off guard by the exchange, reflects on his earlier question. She wants to answer differently but refrains. When Kim asks how she would have responded, she jokingly points upwards, claiming she would have told him everything she thought about him once they were done talking. Kim, intrigued but amused by her words, thinks to himself that Aaron is more unpredictable than he has imagined. The two then make their way to the gym where Kim proposes they train together. Aaron agrees. And though she mentions they'll also train over the weekend, Kim explains he will be on a business trip, so he won't be able to join. Despite that, they both agree to push their limits during their training session. A few days later, Kim is seen walking through the mountains as he moves forward with a shovel, his attention focused on his phone. Bash asks if he has returned to find notes again, to which our boy confirms. Pushing through bushes, he listens to Bash, who mentions the many relics he has already found in the vault. Our boy acknowledges this but explains he is searching for any remaining notes. He believes there could still be something extraordinary hidden among them. When the Tower Master asks what he is looking for, Kim smiles and says that finding it could help him overcome the shortcomings he had when he was Kim Hyuno. He adds that perhaps if he had found it 300 years ago, things might have turned out differently. Meanwhile, reporters gather at the Choi Jin family mansion, preparing for the selection test. The atmosphere is tense as Choi Jeon-suk addresses Arin and Jingyan, explaining that passing this test will officially recognize them as successors to the family. The task is clear. Find a hidden blade in the mountains. The person who succeeds in bringing it back will win the test. However, Jeon-suk sternly warns that killing others is forbidden. With that, the test begins. Arin rushes forward drawing her weapon while Jing Jen, calm and collected, walks down the stairs observing her. He believes Arin's decision to rush is the right move for this speed-based test. He thinks that once she finds the blade, he will easily take it from her and win the selection test with ease. Later, Jing Jen, now on the move, receives a phone call. The unknown voice on the other end inquires about the blade. Jing Jen explains that he will need to pass a qualifying test along the way, which will take more time than originally planned. The voice on the phone mentions that this is the second time Jing Yuan has brought up this test and reminds him that he is already late. Jing Jen apologizes and assures the man that once he obtains the blade, he will keep his promise. The voice agrees, stating that a promise made to Constellation will be kept and encourages Jing Jen to stay focused on his goal. Back in the present, Jing Jen stands confidently, aware that this is his last chance. As he gazes forward, he knows it is time to find Arin and the blade. In the jungle, Arin is crouched down on the ground. She can feel the trace of blade magic emanating from beneath her, realizing she needs to focus even more to locate it. After a moment, she extends her hand, sensing that it will take about 15 minutes to find the sword. However, she suddenly senses something nearby, turning in surprise as she considers whether it is the magic blade's mark. As she prepares to draw her sword, she notices Jing Jen standing nearby and his eyes on her. He smiles and asks if she has used her magic footprints to track the blade and who has taught her that technique. Arin, holding her sword tightly, recalls how Kim taught her the method. She remembers a past training session where she asked him about magic. He had casually assumed she knew the basics of magic, mentioning that she had mastered thunder and understood fundamental magic control. During their training, Kim had instructed her to practice magic control, especially over short distances. Arin hadn't understood how to do it and had asked for guidance. Our boy, sensing her confusion, noted that she should already have learned it from her family, but she didn't respond. He then casually explained that it didn't matter since she was only familiar with borrowing constellation power and drawing magic energy. The girl confirmed his assessment, and Kim, not very skilled in this area himself, explained that she needed to relax her body and use her fingertips to distribute magic gently. Arin closed her eyes and concentrated, attempting to gather and control her mana. Kim advised her to slowly spread it throughout her body and try to feel the magic in the air. As she focused, she suddenly sensed a fiery red aura near Kim, which surprised her. She opened her eyes, gasping for breath as she struggled to process what she had felt. Kim, watching her, asked if she had sensed anything. Arin nodded, explaining that she could now see the magic surrounding him. Kim explained that this was one way to sense magic, even the faintest traces of energy that flowed from the body. With more practice, she could sense even the smallest remnants of magic in the air or on the ground. Arin, now holding a wooden sword, nodded, understanding that frequent practice would help her sense magical traces more easily. Kim told her that if she could see the magic of objects, she would eventually be able to identify the form of magical traces, such as those left by weapons. With continued training, she would be able to clearly see these traces and learn to detect them on her own. Arin smiled, saying she understood everything. Back in the present, Arin's focus shifts to Jingyan, who is approaching her with a cold, angry look. Jingyan asks about Kim, but claims that he recognizes him as the same person he has seen with her outside the Valhalla training hall. Despite Kim's seemingly simple appearance, Jing Jen has already noticed his talent, a fact that doesn't escape his attention despite her unassuming demeanor. Arin, anger flashing in her eyes, shoots back at Jing Jen, insisting that he is far stronger than someone like him. She asks why he has come there in the first place. Jing Jen closes his eyes, a smile tugging at his lips, and pulls out his weapon, his purple mana sparking as he swings at the girl, declaring that this is the reason for his arrival. However, he is caught off guard as he feels resistance when his sword meets hers, unable to understand why she is pushing him back. Surprised, he shifts his sword but never expects her strength. Arin, unfazed, slowly advances toward him while her weapon glowing with blue mana. Jing Jen can't comprehend how she has grown so powerful so quickly. Meanwhile, Kim, deep in concentration, spreads his magic across the ground, searching for a hidden location. He recalls hiding several places around Valhalla, but there is only one true hiding place. Suddenly, an energy circle appears near the ground, and Kim smiles, realizing he's found it. He turns to the left where he sees a burst of bright energy erupting from the forest, leaving him startled. Back with Orin, the battle rages on. She swings her sword, releasing bursts of bright lightning. Jing Jen blocks her strikes, but his sword trembles in his grip. He smirks and taunts her, making light of her strength. Undeterred, she continues to radiate streams of mana from her sword, telling him to give up the dual blade. Jing Jen, with a mocking grin, dismisses her, charging at her with his sword. As he launches toward her, Orin gathers energy in a weapon preparing for his strike. When Jing Jen kicks off the ground and charges, she anticipates his move, swiftly swinging her sword at him. Jing Jen's sword flies from his hands as he falls, shocked by the force of Orin's attack. Breathless, he struggles to regain his balance as the girl stands over him. She observes his fallen form, a bit surprised at herself for landing a successful hit. She then bends down, picking up the double blade that has fallen beside him, feeling a surge of triumph. Just as she begins to stand, a voice behind her stops her in her tracks, and she freezes. Jing Jen stands before Orin, his sword resting in his hands, emitting a dangerous purple energy. He grins at her, asking if she really believes she can defeat him so easily. Orin, still struggling to process what has just happened, stares at him in confusion and disbelief. Jing Jen, with a smug smile, points his sword in her direction, asking what she thinks has happened. As she swings her sword, she misses and it goes over Jing Jen's head. Surprised, she watches as he bends down and skillfully dodges her attack, sweeping his sword in a devastating blow that leaves a bright purple trail. Orin is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. She lies there, dazed, while Jing Jen stands tall, watching her intently. He taunts her, asking if she's going to get up, then adds that it would be best for everyone if she just stays down and gives up. Orin, trembling and coughing, looks down at her stomach where a wound is now bleeding. She clutches at it, struggling with the pain. Jing Jen stands by and repeats that if she tries to get up, she will die. With great effort, Orin manages to lift her hand, and through her pain, she asks him if his contract is with an evil constellation. Jing Jen, with a wicked grin, reveals that as the leader of the Jinta's guild, he has signed a contract with a top-ranked constellation to maintain his status. He then explains that he is currently on the side of the Devotees, a dangerous and notorious group. Orin's mind races as she recalls that the Devotees are one of the 3 most dangerous evil factions in the world. She asks Jing Jen why he has chosen to ally with them, unsure of his motivations. Is the power they offer really worth more than a normal life? Jing Jen explains that the power and strength they offer, along with the freedom from emotional attachments, are tempting. He adds that the deviation, a term he uses, has its own allure. Orin, still reeling from the shock, listens intently. Jing Jen squats down beside her and shares his own story, revealing that he was only 12 years old when he joined the Jinta's guild. He has been expected to become an exemplary son in his family, though it has never been his personal choice. Despite that, he has no regrets even as a teenager. Jing Jen then speaks of a turning point in his life when he met a devotee. The man had reached out to him, encouraging him to join the devotees, promising that it will fulfill desires he has long held. Jing Jen explains that the man probably understands his temperament and knows he has a deep aversion to people. But he says, joining the devotees hasn't been as simple as it seems. It has come with a condition that Jing Yuan has to fulfill. Jing Jen reveals that the only way to pass the family selection exam is to obtain a relic, a dual blade that has to be found. He tells Orin that if she gives up earlier, they won't need to go through the second elimination test, and she will simply hand over the blade to him. Surprised, Orin learns that the second qualifying exam involves something from her past, something she's forgotten. Jing Jen reminds her that 10 years ago, her older sister Choi Arjuan took part in the first selection test. Orin is shocked to hear about her sister's involvement and the connection to the test. Jing Jen explains that during that test, he was unable to control his desires. He viciously reveals that he killed Orin's sister on the mountain while searching for the dual blade. He adds that he suffered a terrible injury and failed the test, blaming his failure on the loss of her sister. Had it not been for that, he claims, he could have joined the devotees much earlier. Jing Jen then speaks about her father who has somehow found a secret about Orin's missing sister in hospital. He reveals that her mother also fainted after seeing her daughter's face in her, and it is clear that the pain was too much for her mother to bear. Just as Jing Jen prepares to strike the girl, intent on finishing what he has started, a sudden interruption occurs. Kim appears, holding down Jing Jen's sword, stopping it just before it reaches Orin's neck. Jing Jen, taken aback, tells Kim to stay out of it as this is a family matter. But our boy, clearly displeased, mocks the idea of such a crazy family. With a wave of his hand, he sends Jing Jen flying into a tree. The impact shatters it, leaving Jing Jen stunned. Orin looks up at our hero who stands protectively over her, his sword still in its scabbard. Kim turns his attention to her, noticing the blood on her stomach. He asks her why she is still there, explaining that he has come to search for hiding places, one of which is nearby. Realizing her injury, he instructs her to step back so he can gather some magic to heal her wound. Orin, holding her stomach, smiles weakly as she lowers her head. Jing Jen, recovering from the earlier defeat, wonders why Kim has suddenly appeared and interfered, mentioning that they have met in Valhalla. Jing Jen also points out that this is a matter concerning their family and that he will need to die for interfering. He charges at the young boy, but he easily dodges his attack. Jing Jen is taken aback, struggling to understand how he manages to avoid his strike. Kim, calm and collected, remarks that Jing Jen shouldn't underestimate his ability to dodge. He then swiftly strikes him, sending him flying backward, coughing up blood. With Jing Jen down, our boy steps forward and places his sword in front of his face, ready to strike again. The ground cracks beneath Jing Jen as the impact from his blow sends shock waves through the area. Jing Jen faints and Kim stands over him, watching silently. Turning his focus back to Arin, Kim asks if she is all right and whether she can walk. Arin, still shaken, replies that she isn't sure but needs time to try. Before Kim can respond further, he feels a dark evil energy approaching from behind. He turns to see Jing Jen's body releasing a dark aura, signaling the activation of sword magic. Jing Jen stands up holding his sword and mocks Kim, calling him a fool for thinking he can defeat the guild leader. Jing Jen launches himself at Kim, but he effortlessly blocks his attacks and dodges his magic with ease. Jing Jen, frustrated and bewildered, can't comprehend how his strikes are having no effect. As the battle continues, Jing Jen realizes he has no choice but to use a powerful dangerous tool. He pulls a crystal from his pocket, its brightness signaling its importance. With a wicked smile, he bites into the crystal, stating that it will allow him to form a preliminary contract with a constellation, hoping this will tip the scales in his favor. After Jingion consumes the crystal, he begins laughing manically, his dark energy intensifying as a powerful aura radiates from him. As he spreads his arms, the energy surges, causing an earthquake that throws reporters off balance. Panic spreads through the crowd as they look up and see a dark purple pillar of energy rising into the sky. Among the onlookers, Jonsok recognizes the magic, realizing its density is visible even to ordinary people. Jonsok, noticing the spectacle, understands that such an event in the middle of the selection test is far from normal. He decides he has to investigate further. Jing Jen, standing before Kim, grins and explains that the surge of energy is a result of the temporary contract he has formed with the Constellation. His dark energy has summoned a dragon, a manifestation of his newfound power. He claims that with this dragon, Kim will undoubtedly perish. The dragon, with sharp teeth and an imposing presence, looks ahead as its eye that penetrates nature activates, surveying the area. However, when the dragon locks eyes with Kim's intense red aura, it recoils in terror, deactivating its ability. Jing Jen, confused, cannot understand why the dragon is reacting this way. The Constellation's voice informs him that the dragon has rejected the sacred relic summoning and terminated the contract. The dragon, now terrified, is preparing to flee. Jing Jen, still unable to comprehend, watches as the dragon's power fades and the contract dissolves. Kim, unfazed, calmly leans his sword against his body. With a smile, he raises his sword and strikes Jing Jen, sending him flying back. Jing Jen, knocked unconscious by the force of the blow, collapses to the ground. Meanwhile, the leader of the devotees, Han, silently watches the events unfold, shocked by the turn of events. The system screen displays a message indicating that the dragon, now rejecting the contract, wishes to disappear from the mortal world, further adding to the chaos Jing Jen causes. Han, still shaken by the events, kneels down with his head to the floor, apologizing and seeking forgiveness. The dragon's voice echoes, warning him not to distribute artificial relics in the future. Han trembles, acknowledging the message. As he rises, he struggles to understand why the Constellation is so enraged. All these repeat in his mind, and he realizes that the trouble stems from the actions of the individual he places within the Choi family. Still confused, he stands and asks the Constellation what goes wrong. With a serious expression, Han radiates his aura, determined to find out what is happening. Later that night, Kim returns to his dorm at Valhalla. He removes his hood, unpacks his briefcase, and begins searching through it. A smile spreads across his face as he pulls out the God Arts book. When asked about the God Arts, Kim explains that this is the true reason he seeks hiding places. The breathing technique can elevate one's magic power to a high level far beyond what he previously knows. He reflects on the breathing technique he uses before, something he bought at the market, a technique that is ineffective and poorly executed. Despite its flaws, he used it until the end of his previous life. Kim reminisces about a battle with the Tower Master where his poor breathing technique left him depleted of magic power. Now with his new body, he feels ready to start fresh. He touches the notes with determination, planning to learn the God Art and improve his magic. He decides to pause his physical training, focusing on mastering the art first. As our boy reviews the situation earlier, Basa thinks about the injured girl and the chaotic events surrounding Jing Jen. Kim reveals that he heard someone approaching and decided to leave, telling the Tower Master that it will handle it itself. He can't help but remember the moment when he struck Jing Jen with a powerful strike, knocking him unconscious. He stood holding his sword, staring at Jing Jen's body, confused and nervous. Ba questions whether the young boy actually killed him, which only deepens Kim's anxiety. He recalled being involved in a previous incident in Valhalla and knows that another accusation will lead to serious consequences. Upon examining Jing Jen's body, he noticed faint traces of magic, convincing himself that Jing Jen must survive whatever happens. Bacher accepts this conclusion. Kim then remembers approaching the injured Arin. As he was about to speak to her, he noticed someone else approaching from another direction. Realizing that Arin's family might already be on their way, possibly alerted by the presence of a sword mage, he grew tense. It was already difficult enough to hide, and now it was riskier with more eyes coming. Kim warned Arin that her family was on the way and holding his bag, told her he had something to do and would leave. Before leaving, he pointed to Jing Jen's unconscious body and instructed the girl to tell her family that she was the one who knocked him out. He left quietly wearing his hood and claimed that Jing Jen puts in a lot of effort, hence why he was unconscious. Arin smiled and said she understands, hinting at the problems within the academy as her family closes in. Later, Kim lies in his bed reflecting on the events. He reads through his notes, thinking about how he will return the remaining storage stones once he masters the god arts. He admits to himself that during his last attempt, he wasn't able to transfer all the magical power due to his limited magical abilities. Exhausted, he decides to rest. Meanwhile, at the Choi-jin family estate, Jeon-suk sits at a table surrounded by others. Discussions are ongoing about the recent press coverage of the family's selection test. An article is already published featuring a photo of Jing Yun. Some articles speculate that the Choi-jin family might be involved with the devotees. Jeon-suk, clearly frustrated, holds his head and admits that the situation spirals into a complete mess. He can't believe that someone from the Choi-jin family might be a villain. Jeon-suk addresses the room, explaining that the association issues an official statement regarding the incident, and he already receives it. He reflects on how, in previous cases, like with the Ventric family, silence is the chosen response. But this time, he knows that remaining quiet won't be enough. The situation escalates far beyond that. He turns his attention to the man in the suit, acknowledging Choi Jeon-suk's handing to the police before inquiring about Choi Arin's condition. He is informed that she is taken to the family hospital. Although her injuries are significant, there is no major internal damage, and she is expected to recover fully without the need for serious operations. Jeon-suk exhales and accepts the update, clearly worn down by the chaos. Another man in the room brings up Arin's media coverage, noting that she is now being recognized as a student genius from Valhalla Academy who manages to defeat a member of the devotees, drawing comparisons to Kim Joo-hyuk. The public perception shifts rapidly, and even though it is tragic, her actions are being viewed as heroic. Jeon-suk admits that going against her own brother stirs controversy, but the current narrative is working in her favor. The selection round ends and Arin is now being positioned as the future head of the family. The articles, while dramatic, will likely help her secure that title. Still, Jeon-suk remains suspicious. The girl defeating Jing Jen single-handedly seems unlikely. He recalls standing over Arin's wounded body beside her unconscious brother, Jing Yuan. She claimed she only acted because her brother attacked her with dark magic. While Jeon-suk sensed powerful magic in the surrounding mountains, her ability to overpower Jing Yuan remained a mystery. At that moment, other men helped Arin to her feet, and she simply stated that she used techniques taught by Kim. Jun Seok later comes across an article about Kim, detailing how he openly flips off guild officers, growing his reputation. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, Kim returns to his desk. As he settles in, he suddenly notices someone sitting quietly across from him, Choi Arin. Her presence stuns him. He believes she's still recovering in the hospital, but here she is, perfectly calm as if nothing has happened. As he stares in surprise, she eventually turns to meet his gaze, aware of his attention. When Choi Arin realizes someone is watching her, she smiles warmly and gives a gentle wave. The students behind Kim are quick to notice, buzzing with excitement and asking one another if she really just acknowledged them. One jokes that it must have been a dream, something far more likely for him than the others. Kim, meanwhile, finds himself drifting back to a moment at home, seated at his desk with a book in one hand and a glowing white flame in the other. The silence is broken by his phone buzzing non-stop. It's Arin messaging him, letting him know she won't be able to train for a while due to a doctor's strict orders. Given her recent condition and the severity of her bleeding, our boy isn't surprised. He replies that he'll be doing his own thing for a few days and wants to rest, but Arin continues bombarding him with emojis, pushing him to frustration. His irritation is interrupted by Bacher, who tells him there's something important he should know. The Tower Master brings up the recent encounter involving black magic. Kim, curious, asks what he remembers about the magic, but Bacher admits that it isn't just forgotten. It feels as though something is actively blocking his memory. Still floating and contemplative, the Tower Master theorizes that the memory block might lift if a certain second condition on a mysterious scoreboard is fulfilled. However, he can't be sure, it's only a theory. Kim glances over at the board. The condition hints at something related to a dagger, but the meaning remains cryptic. What catches his attention more is the mention of the Eye of the Great Forest, supposedly just a reserve training test used to assess knowledge, but he can't shake the feeling that there's more to it than that. Leaning back in his chair, Kim thinks about the upcoming exams. Students with low scores are being expelled from the academy, and the entire process feels like a frustrating waste of time. He scratches his head, annoyed, and wonders if he's just supposed to sit around and wait for the tests. Snapping out of his memories, he finds himself back in the present moment, still at his desk leaning back, and finally decides that it's time to look into this so-called Eye of the Great Forest. Something tells him it's more than just a training site. Suddenly, instructor enters the classroom and instructs the students to take their seats. Once everyone has settled, he announces that he has something important to share before starting the lesson. With a steady gaze over the classroom, he asks what the students know about the upcoming inter-school competition, to which everyone confirms. Kim, however, remains detached, still leaning back in his chair, lost in thought. In his mind, he silently questions Bach, suspecting what the instructor is getting at. Bach confirms that the instructor has mentioned the competition before right after the midterms. The instructor, still composed, explains that their academy needs participants and selections will be based on the results of the final exams. Then, unexpectedly, he calls on Kim to accompany him to the staff room. Slightly caught off guard, Kim lowers one arm and questions what this is all about. Later, the two sit across from each other in the staff room. The instructor, looking slightly uneasy, mentions that the meeting place can't be changed. Kim, feeling slightly irritated, notes that the instructor doesn't need to summon him so frequently. The instructor admits he's somewhat right, but quickly gets to the point. He wants our boy to participate in the upcoming competition. Kim refuses outright, surprising the instructor who hasn't even explained the details yet. Trying to ease the conversation, the instructor describes the scope of the inter-school event. It's a global competition between the three largest hunter academies, Korea's Valhalla, where they are currently based, China's White Lotus, which resembles a traditional Chinese palace, and America's Heroes, a towering structure surrounded by purple lights. Each academy selects several promising first-year students to represent them. The competition involves various intense challenges like sparring, maze escapes, and other survival-based tasks. Those with the highest scores in the practice exam are chosen. Despite the stakes, Kim responds with a yawn, clearly unimpressed. The instructor, now visibly concerned, reminds him of the rewards. Participants from the winning academy receive not only scholarships, but enough wealth to last a lifetime. Still, he shows no interest. That changes the moment the instructor mentions the Eye of the Great Forest. The words strike a nerve. Kim's eyes light up with sudden interest. The instructor confirms that the final task of the competition takes place within the Eye, a location that doubles as the final exam site. Successfully completing the task earns students automatic credit for the exam. The instructor also warns that if Kim doesn't accept the offer, he'll have to take the final exam like everyone else. That changes everything. A grin slowly spreads across Kim's face, and with a flash of excitement in his eyes, he finally agrees to participate in the inter-school competition. Meanwhile, far from the academy, the scene shifts to the United Kingdom where Adelia Ventrick, the head of the family, questions her subordinates about the progress of a mysterious operation. They bow respectfully, reporting that everything is proceeding well, though preparations will require another month. Adelia's expression remains unreadable as she orders them to continue. Then she asks about the Rockdale's people. One of her followers reports that there is nothing unusual in their behavior. However, she reminds him sharply that any inappropriate actions must be reported immediately. The man assures her he understands, then adds, almost as an afterthought, that although it doesn't directly concern them, they've heard disturbing rumors. Adelia inquires further. He reports that someone in the market district is building an actual structure out of paper money. The lady questions the absurdity of such an idea, and the man cautiously adds that they believe the black cat is behind it. Instantly, shimmering particles surround Adelia, signaling her growing displeasure. The action is strange, uncharacteristic even for the black cat, and she begins to wonder what is planning. Suddenly, a glowing yellow frame appears in front of her, an order from the mask demanding more details. The sight of it makes her uneasy. This is a command from Mr. Constellation himself. Elsewhere, in Market District No. 7, the full moon hangs high over the bustling city. Even at night, construction cranes move materials. The black cat stands by a window, watching the strange sight of a building being erected from flying paper bills. He knows he's acting on orders from the Constellation and will obey no matter how strange the request. Nearby, a girl with a wild look says the building is a gift, though her tone suggests something more unhinged. The Black Cat questions the true purpose behind constructing a building from money. A notification appears before him. The two-faced ruler has declared it a gift. This makes him uneasy. Who is this gift really for? As the thought circles his mind, another message from the two-faced ruler arrives, asking if he has located the man who sold the ring. The Black Cat admits he hasn't found him yet, only recalling vague details about the man's appearance and voice. Despite his best efforts, the trail is still cold. Then a barrage of messages comes flooding up, notifications asking him to hurry up. The Black Cat grows visibly unsettled, but he promises to get it done. In the quiet of Valhalla Academy's teacher's room, the instructor sits at his desk, deep in thought as he stares at his laptop. As he is lost in his own mind, Lee casually walks past him with a cup of coffee in hand. Curious, he glances over at the instructor's screen, noticing the list of students selected for the upcoming inter-school competition. 5 students from Valhalla have been chosen, all from the instructor's class, except for Jing Jen. Lee is surprised, especially by Kim's inclusion, knowing the boy isn't particularly enthusiastic about school activities. The instructor explains that while he has initially refused, the mention of the Eye of the Great Forest has completely shifted his stance. That single phrase has caught Kim's interest, enough to get him on board. Lee finds that curious. Most people wouldn't even know what that is. He begins to wonder if our boy himself truly understands what the Eye of the Great Forest really entails. It gives him the unsettling feeling that Kim might be using the academy for his own personal motives. Still, Lee suggests organizing a training session for the selected students. The instructor agrees and says he will clear the students' schedules for it. A few days later, all 5 chosen students are seated in a small auditorium. Everyone including Kim is present, waiting. Soon, Lee enters, quickly taking stock of the group. He reminds them of the purpose for their gathering, the inter-school competition, and lays out the training plan. There will be 3 core tasks to complete. First, a student duel acting as an entry test. Second, a team battle against students from other schools where quick strategic thinking will be key. And third, something more mysterious and dangerous related to the Eye of the Great Forest. The moment that final task is mentioned, Kim visibly tenses, clearly more invested now. Lee explains that the Eye of the Great Forest is an ominous, heavily guarded maze hidden deep in a dense woodland. Its twisting entrance is blocked by sentinels, and even airborne attempts to bypass them result in capture. The only way into the Eye of the Great Forest is through its main entrance. Lee explains that each team will have to enter through the gate, but the specific details will only be revealed on the day of the competition. Opening the book he has been holding throughout the briefing, he moves on to explain the format and structure of the team battle. Although the students have previously worked together during the dungeon raid, Lee believes more clarity is needed. Meanwhile, Kim, unfazed, rocks his chair lazily and wonders why they can't simply break through the barrier. He figures it likely isn't that simple. Closing his book, Lee then outlines how their training sessions will be organized. When he asks if there are any questions, only the young boy raises his hand, prompting glances from Soyeon and Suk. Kim asks if training alone is permitted. Lee responds that it doesn't matter. If he wants to train alone, he can. To his surprise, Choyarin also requests to train alone. Lee, visibly caught off guard by her decision, allows it and checks if anyone else wants to do the same. No one else responds. With that, the meeting ends. The students begin to leave, though Kim and Aaron remain seated. Kim, deep in thought, reflects on his need to master a technique before the competition. With the help of mana, he is confident in improving his form, but he knows he has to dedicate every remaining moment to training. Interrupting his thoughts, Aaron calls out to him. He looks at her, mildly surprised. She asks if she should attend the general training session, to which he responds with a question of his own. Why is she asking him? Isn't she planning to train alone? She looks down and hesitates. He reminds her of her earlier claim that she can't train too hard. Aaron's mind flashes back to a moment with the instructor who has expressed concern about her condition after reading something about her. Still, he has asked if she wants to participate in the competition. Sitting on a couch, she has asked him directly whether Kim would be there. The instructor, surprised by the question, answers that he has heard our hero would indeed participate. That is enough for Choyarin. She says she will too. The instructor protests, worried about her still recovering condition, but she smiles confidently and assures him she will be fine. In the end, the instructor can only accept her decision. Coming back to the present, Aaron is deep in thought. She feels she is already halfway to becoming the head of her family. And with Kim now in her life, she has a new goal, to grow stronger alongside him and help him achieve his own dreams just as he has helped her. Watching him sit there with his hands in his pockets, confused by her sudden attention, Aaron smiles to herself. Her thoughts light up with purpose, though Kim remains bewildered by her expression. Still, despite his confusion, Kim reminds her not to push herself too hard and suggests she focus on mana control during class, minimizing any physical strain. Aaron accepts his advice, understanding her current limits. As he prepares to leave, he tells her that once his own matters are handled, he will lend her a hand. She remains seated in the room as he steps out. Somewhere at an abandoned building late at night, a young boy, blooded and missing teeth, sits tied up on the rooftop, shirtless and pleading for mercy. Two figures stand before him, Somolol and Samsalisa, bandits who have clearly tortured him. As the boy begs, Ol coldly throws a knife into his chest, killing him instantly. Lisa, annoyed at the drawn-out process, checks her phone after it buzzes. It is a new assignment. The screen shows a photo of Kim marked as the next target. She recognizes him as Valhalla's new apprentice. Ol, still holding the bloody knife, asks why they are targeting a student. Lisa guesses that their client has paid well. They discuss their mission casually as they walk away from the body. Lisa revealing that the assassination is scheduled to happen during the upcoming inter-school competition in about a month. Ol questions why they can't kill Kim sooner, but Lisa explains that the academy's current security and protective barriers make it nearly impossible. The competition, however, will provide a better opportunity, especially since it will take place outside school grounds in a location known as the Eye of the Great Forest. According to their client, the third day of the event will lead the students into a mysterious maze nestled deep in that forest, making it the perfect place for an ambush. Ol questions what it means that there will be no instructors present in the forest during the upcoming competition. Lisa, looking ahead, explains that aside from a few guards at the maze's entrance and a single floating observer drone, there will be no one inside. The instructors will be monitoring everything remotely from an observation room. Confidently, Ol mentions that Alia, another member, will enter the maze first and they will follow her. As they exit the abandoned building, Lisa makes it clear, completing this task is a top priority. Ol nods, already aware of the deadline. 1 month later, the first day of the inter-school competition arrives. The sun shines brightly over a vast field as the crowd fills the stands, buzzing with excitement. Among the audience sits Rockdale in tension along with his assistant. A flashback reveals Rockdale in his home days earlier, seated on the couch and speaking on the phone. He tells his father, Eden Ventrick, that he has received the money and used it to hire a group to assassinate Kim. Eden is horrified. He begs his son to reconsider, but Rockdale, unmoved, reminds him that his father's decisions hold no sway over him anymore. He is going to handle it his way. The mention of the assassins, the infamous trio of cold-blooded killers, makes Eden even more fearful. Still, Rockdale dismisses his father's concern, determined to see his plan through. Back in the present, Rockdale sits silently in the audience, remembering the arrangement. He knows he shouldn't be there, yet he stays, waiting for Kim's name to be called. Moments later, he stands up and tells Yuria it is time to go. She follows. At the podium, a white-haired man with a mustache steps forward and speaks into the microphone. He introduces himself as Shim Deokwan, chairman of the Valhalla board. He welcomes everyone and begins introducing the competing schools. First comes China's White Lotus, a team of 5, including a girl carrying a katana. Then the USA's group of proud belt-clutching heroes stands confidently before the crowd. Finally, Shim calls out the last team, Valhalla, representing Korea, led by none other than Kim. The competition will span 3 days, Shim explains, and today's task will begin with individual sparring. All 3 competing groups now stand before the stage as the representatives are instructed to return to their waiting rooms to await the match fixtures. The only figure who remains nearby is Lee, arms crossed and silently observing them. His gaze lingers for a moment before he is approached by Jack Rover, the main instructor of the USA Heroes group. Jack greets him warmly, joking that it has been a while since they last met. Lee responds with a jab about Jack's usual third-place finish, which Jack clearly doesn't appreciate, reminding him that Valhalla isn't always at the top either. Lee concedes the point with a quiet nod. Jack, with renewed optimism, declares that this year will be different. The heroes will take the championship. When Lee asks what makes him so confident, Jack reveals his pride. The best contractor of their generation, the one known as Destroyer, has a son, Logan Jr., who is now studying at their school. Jack proudly points him out among the students. Logan Jr. resembles his father down to his intense gaze and presence. Lee, curious, admits he is looking forward to seeing what the boy can do. Jack adds that Logan Jr. has already signed a contract with the same powerful constellation his father once had. Though the boy doesn't yet match his father's raw power, Jack believes he is already leagues ahead of most adult contractors. Jack mentions that another promising student, Kim, has also proven himself by capturing a villain recently, something similar to what another student, Choi Aaron, has done. Jack acknowledges the talent among Valhalla's new students but believes Logan Jr. has the edge. Their conversation is cut short by a loud announcement. The matchups for the first round have been finalized. Lee looks at the message and tells Jack that he'll soon understand his reaction. The first match is Kim versus Logan Jr. As both students step forward, our boy with his hands in his pockets, Logan Jr. Standing tall, the match rules are explained. A simple rule governs the fight. Land a strike on the opponent's vital point to win. Thanks to the system's safety measures, lethal blows will be blocked and replaced by a shock of electricity, ensuring intense but non-fatal combat. It is time for the first real showdown. Shim reminds the participants that the protection system will remain active until the next team match and that the countdown will begin shortly. As the countdown reaches 0, the battle begins. Our boy stands relaxed, sizing up his opponent. He wonders about the need for the defense system, but Bach suggests him to focus on monitoring his fitness for the upcoming tasks. Logan, though slightly nervous, braces himself. The moment the signal is given, Kim lunges with a lightning-fast punch aimed directly at Logan's face. However, Logan effortlessly blocks it, revealing a yellow aura similar to his father's. Logan is surprised but smirks, asking Kim if he truly thinks he's strong. Logan, more humble than expected, seems to enjoy the challenge as he swings back at him. Their fists clash, sparking brightly as our boy parries his punch. With a swift twist of his trapped arm, the young lad readies a counterattack and taunts Logan about his defensive skills. Logan spins in reaction, stunned by the force of Kim's movements. In an instant, he drives his fist into his opponent's stomach, knocking him off balance and sending him flying across the arena. Logan struggles to regain his footing, clutching his stomach in pain, acknowledging the power of the blow. The teachers watch in shock, with Jack particularly surprised by Kim's overwhelming strength, noting that he has never seen him fight this fiercely even after reviewing the competition footage. However, Jack knows that Logan hasn't yet unleashed destruction. Logan, determined not to be defeated, rises to his feet, his yellow aura flaring as he taps into his magic. He unleashes a powerful strike aimed at Kim, but our boy dodges, narrowly avoiding a blow that singes his hair. In retaliation, the young lad delivers a powerful kick to Logan's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground, leaving deep footprints behind. Logan, winded and battered, struggles to remain standing, his body aching from the relentless blows. Though on the brink of collapse, Logan recalls that he still has one last option left. Determined, he prepares for his final move. Logan's ability shakes the ground as cracks spread beneath him, causing large chunks of the floor to rise into the air. He moves swiftly between the flying rocks, preparing his destruction magic. Kim, however, immediately notices Logan's position and turns to face him. The opponent, startled, can't understand how Kim has found him among the debris, but decides to press on, hitting the floor again to gain an advantage. As Logan prepares to strike, a rock unexpectedly hits him in the face, confusing him. All the surrounding debris falls, and Logan rubs his face in pain. Our boy taunts him, pointing out that Logan's own magic is betraying him by revealing his position. With that, Kim swings his fist, landing a crushing blow to Logan's face. Logan is sent flying into a wall, crashing hard with a powerful wind gust following the strike. Sitting on the ground, Logan's head lowers in defeat as he stands over him. Shim declares Kim the winner of the round, much to the shock of Jack, who is stunned by the sheer power the young boy has displayed. Lee, observing the fight, muses that Kim is a true monster. The battles continue, with Kim effortlessly defeating his opponent with a single uppercut and dominating another match with a direct blow that sends his opponent, Lee Bella, flying. Finally, the last individual match arrives. Our boy versus Choyorin. The girl holding her katana faces him confidently, noting that both finalists are from Valhalla Academy, ensuring their academy's victory. Our boy, however, doesn't care much for the outcome, recognizing that the match is more about ranking than anything else. As they stand in the arena, Aaron mentions that the winner will earn a scholarship, though she doesn't need it and considers giving up. Kim, unconcerned with who wins, encourages her to give her best since the match is a show for the audience. He points at her, urging her to demonstrate her progress. He stretches his shoulder, encouraging her to give her all, promising he'll take her injuries into account. Motivated, Oren prepares her stance, summoning lightning bolts around her katana. Kim with a smile begins swinging his fists, his surroundings glowing purple. But then shock spreads through the spectators. Shim, Jack, Lee, and others are all stunned as Kim lands a single punch, sending her face first to the ground. Her katana lies useless beside her. Shim declares the result, announcing Kim as the winner of the inter-school individual combat competition. Kim, still surprised by the outcome, stands over Oren. Even he can't believe the ease of his victory. He questions whether he has been too ruthless, having promised to consider her injuries, but he also notes that she had tried to land a strike, which is an accident that leaves her knocked out cold. Later, in a small auditorium, Lee gathers the students together. He notes that thanks to the protection system, they are all unscathed, though they should still visit the infirmary. Lee mentions there will be another stage the next day, but Kim, with fire in his eyes, thinks the wait is a waste of time, eager to move forward. As the class ends, Kim catches up with Lee asking if he can start the last assignment test to the Eye of the Great Forest earlier. The head instructor opens a book of rules and explains that only one test is allowed per day with an exception for quick finishes. If a student completes a test early and the next one is ready, they can proceed. Our boy, grinning, says the decision is up to Lee, who agrees that if he finishes early, he can start the next test right away. The young boy nods, acknowledging Lee's instructions before turning to walk away with a smile on his face. As he walks down the corridor, Bach asks if he plans to complete the Eye of the Great Forest trials the next day. Kim, aware of the test, confirms he is prepared. Bart seems to misunderstand, suggesting he might be trying to draw attention from other students, which irritates Kim. He quickly dismisses the comment, stating he only wants to finish the ordeal as soon as possible. The next day at Valhalla Inner Sanctuary, Shim greets the audience and introduces the rules for the team competition. 5 representatives from each academy fight in a mountainous area with viewers watching through holographic screens captured by drones. Soyeon, waiting for Kim's arrival, is annoyed when he shows up late. Our boy with a grin explains he has overslept. She scolds him for not arriving 30 minutes early, but he brushes it off, claiming he was distracted. However, to a shock, the young boy reveals that he wants to go alone. Soyeon, worried about the team test, warns that since he has defeated the other players, they will all likely target him. She asks the group if they agree, but they stay silent. Aaron then apologizes for interrupting and asks if she can go with him, but he tells her to stay behind. Soyeon, confused by Aaron's calmness, presses our boy for an explanation, but he ignores her, focusing on preparing for the test. As the countdown begins, Kim stretches and mentions he has another test in the afternoon. Soyeon, still confused, tries to ask him what he means, but he walks ahead confidently, preparing himself for the Eye of the Great Forest. Shim then announces the start of the battle. As the White Lotus group searches for our boy, he reveals himself to them. The White Lotus team notices him and quickly draws their weapons, recognizing him from the battle at Valhalla. The red-haired girl instructs everyone to prepare, but Kim, with a confident smile, swings his sword, impressed by the girl's quick reaction. A system message soon flashes on the holographic screen announcing the elimination of the White Lotus. Logan, stunned, realizes only 10 minutes have passed since the battle begins and is shocked by Kim's swift progress. However, one of Logan's teammates, focusing intently, senses the presence of his opponents and heads toward them. Logan, now on alert, orders his team to prepare for defense. Luke begins forming a magic shield while a girl works on creating a magic circle, and Ibella readies her own shield, glowing with green light. Despite the power of their defense, the girl questions if it is really necessary to be this cautious for just one opponent. Logan, however, insists that Kim's strength warrants the protection. As the group prepares, Logan senses something is wrong. Looking up, he realizes the young boy has positioned himself above them. Before Logan can react, he strikes him in the face with the sword, knocking him to the ground. The other girls turn in shock, only for Kim to swiftly stab one of them in the stomach, declaring her too slow. Another girl gathers energy to attack. A yellow bolt of energy misses Kim, who dodges it effortlessly. With a swift strike, he sends her flying backward. Kim swiftly defeats the remaining members of the hero's team with his sword strikes, knocking them unconscious with a powerful impact. As he stands over his fallen opponents, a system message declares the heroes eliminated. With a satisfied smile, Kim knows it is time to move on to the Eye of the Great Forest. Meanwhile, in Valhalla's observation room, Shim is puzzled by how quickly Kim completes the team battle, taking only 23 minutes in total, 20 minutes of travel, and just 3 minutes of actual combat. Shim expresses concern that this will disrupt their schedule, but Lee, analyzing the rules, suggests they can start the next trial immediately if it ends before noon. Shim agrees to consult with others about the schedule, but Lee can't shake the thought of Kim's impressive performance, which is both intimidating and unexpected. Later, Lee and Jack discuss the situation as they walk down the hall. Jack remarks that the White Lotus team is fine with starting the next challenge and admits that he is finally convinced by Kim's strength. Lee, smiling, acknowledges this and they move on, planning to speak with the White Lotus team afterward. In the resting room, Soyeon silently cleans her sword deep in thought. She observes Kim resting and can't help but think of him as a madman. Soyeon never anticipates him finishing the battle alone. And as she recalls her struggles with Aaron, she wonders if giving up her pride might help her become a better fighter. Meanwhile, the students are informed that the Eye of the Great Forest test will be held one day earlier, at 1 p.m. Kim, smiling as he sits with Aaron, reflects on how things unfold exactly as he predicts. He then tells the group that for the upcoming trial, he will act alone, urging everyone else to focus on surviving on their own. Soyeon stands quietly, absorbing Kim's words. Our boy informs the group that if they encounter any issues, they can call on him for help. As Soyeon reflects on his plan to go into the maze alone, she realizes that the team has won the previous 2 challenges, but they can't afford to fall behind. She thinks about the maze ahead, though it is a survival test. It doesn't seem to hold many immediate threats as it is mostly filled with thick vegetation and low-level monsters. Kim notices Soyeon's contemplation and playfully asks if she has something to say, calling her nickname. Soyeon, frustrated, questions why he keeps coming up with nicknames for her. Kim simply remarks that her reaction confirms his words. Arin, sitting quietly nearby, thinks that it is a cute nickname. The scene then shifts to the eye of the great forest where students and guards gather before the maze entrance. Shim, holding a microphone, announces the final challenge, survival in the labyrinth. The audience, watching through holographic screens, is informed about the maze's unique characteristics. Shim explains that the forest is a maze-like environment with constant rain and thick vegetation, but the real challenge comes from the need to adapt to the harsh conditions. The monsters in the maze are low-level, making survival and environmental adaptability the primary evaluation criteria. The students will be measured on how closely they can maintain their condition, which will be assessed after 5 hours. Kim yawns, seemingly uninterested in the details as the other students listen intently. Shim emphasizes that fighting between teams is prohibited and announces that the test has begun. As the maze doors open, the teams enter, ready for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse back at Valhalla, Ul and Lisa observe a masked figure entering. It is Samsal, the head of the assassins, who goes by Alia. She informs them that it is time to leave and reveals that magic, supported by 2 others, is blocking the entrance to the maze. Alia declares that they will deal with the situation first. A burst of bright purple light erupts, scattering them into pieces. Lee watches in shock as all the screens malfunction before him, signaling a complete failure of the surveillance. Shim, visibly concerned, asks what is happening, noting that the simultaneous failure of the cameras seems suspicious. He turns to the guard who tries to contact the gate security but receives no response. Lee suggests that the students might be facing trouble inside the maze and recommends that they go in themselves. Shim agrees and they head into the maze. Upon arrival, they are stunned by the sight before them. The area around the gate has collapsed and stones lie scattered over the bodies of guards, leaving everyone confused and unsure of what has occurred. Meanwhile, inside the maze, the students are struggling with the rain. Members of Heroes, shivering and pale, are feeling the effects of hypothermia. Logan, concerned, tells them that they need to avoid getting worse and suggests they build a hut for shelter. The group splits up to gather materials and Logan begins preparing the ground for the structure. However, as he looks ahead, he is startled to see a dark purple sphere in the distance. It is the assassin group, confused by the rain and the strange events unfolding. Ul, unfazed by the weather, reminds them to focus on their mission, killing Kim. He turns his gaze dangerously toward Logan and speaks about eliminating him, only to quickly realize that Logan isn't their target. Ollie follows up, explaining that they have been teleported to a location imbued with moderately strong magic, the only way to trace the source. Logan, sensing the danger, notes the presence of black magic in the air and begins to suspect that these people are the real villains. Lisa reveals that they can't leave any witnesses and assigns the task to Ul. As the confrontation escalates, Logan begins gathering energy for an attack, forming a bright magical sphere in his hand. He demands to know what they are doing there. Without warning, Ul appears behind him, swiftly stabbing him with a knife. Logan, in shock, looks back to see that Ul has somehow gotten behind him. To his horror, there are now 2 identical Ul, one in front of him and one behind, both holding knives. Ul reveals that this is a duplication technique, and with a malicious grin, he stabs Logan again. Logan, weakened, coughs, falls to the ground. Lisa, observing the scene, casually remarks that Logan has been killed and his slow death is by design. Suddenly, a shout rings out as a girl calls Logan's name. Lisa instructs Ul to eliminate any witnesses. Ul, grinning maniacally, charges toward the girl. She is paralyzed with shock, realizing what is about to happen. Meanwhile, Kim is deep in thought, running through the forest and pondering the task ahead. The system message appears informing him that he needs to find the Madagayarona's house in the eye of the great forest. As our boy runs, he spots a Heroes group girl who, upon seeing the bodies of her fallen comrades, screams in horror. Lisa, observing the scene, orders Ul to deal with her. It isn't long before the young lad, realizing Ul and Lisa's intentions, approaches the girl. Ul, now frustrated, recognizes him as the target they have been waiting for. Kim, however, is focused on the injured students lying around, many of whom are covered in cuts and blood. He tells the girl to help them while he deals with their attackers. Observing the situation, Kim realizes that the students have been deliberately left to bleed out slowly rather than being killed outright. Our boy with grim determination decides to act swiftly and eliminate the threat. Ul standing before him taunts him, clearly underestimating his resolve. Ul explains that Kim is trapped in the maze, having entered through the only entrance, and they have disabled the surveillance drones to prevent anyone from seeing or helping them. Even if the teachers notice, it will take them at least an hour to reach the entrance, which has been blocked by rocks that have also injured the guards. Kim, unfazed, says the hour won't make a difference. The rain continues to fall relentlessly as Ul mocks his confidence. As Ol swings his knife at him, our boy stands with his hands in his pockets, seemingly unconcerned. When Ol's strike misses, Kim suddenly vanishes from his position, leaving him confused. Looking up the slope, Ol sees Kim, who calls the situation foolish. He quickly subdues him with a strike, sending him flying. Lisa and Alia watch in surprise, but our boy doesn't stop there. He moves swiftly, attacking the girls and knocking them unconscious. Kim then turns to the blonde girl and instructs her to use all her magic to heal the wounded. He also tells her to head west to Valhalla if she can't handle the task. The girl, though shocked, sits down and begins to focus on healing the injured. Meanwhile, Ol groans as he begins to stir. Kim, standing over him, calls him weak and questions the motives behind the attack. Before Kim can deliver the final blow, he asks Ol about who sent him, but the baldy, with a serious expression, refuses to answer. Our boy presses further, noting that people usually reveal their masters when cornered. The assassin, now clearly annoyed, realizes he has been momentarily confused by his sudden dodging. At that moment, a doppelganger of assassin appears, radiating a dark blue aura, and attacks him with a knife. Our boy, however, easily dodges the strike, leaving Ol stunned. He can't understand how Kim is able to avoid the attack from a doppelganger that should have been undetectable. The Chad stands before the assassin holding his weapon, mocking him for acting like a rat who only attacks from behind. Kim retaliates with a punch that causes Ol to clutch his nose, calling him bald. Kim, standing tall, asks Ol one final time about his clients. The baldy, unfazed, dismisses him, calling him a brat and insisting he won't reveal anything. Realizing he isn't going to get useful information, Kim, grinning maniacally, declares he'll beat him to death if he keeps resisting. A powerful strike follows, sending Ol flying and causing immense destruction around them. As the battle ends, Lee and the others rush inside the maze, reaching their destination where students are assisting the injured. Jack runs to the battered Logan, who despite his struggles to move, insists that his condition isn't the biggest concern. Logan explains that they are attacked by unknown assailants, describing one man and two women among them. Lee, taking in the situation, speculates that they could be from the Samsol Alliance and asks where the attackers are now. Logan points toward the rubble where the bodies of Ol and Lisa lie unconscious. Logan recounts how Kim easily defeated everyone, describing how the forest around them is completely destroyed. As he speaks, he is treated and supported by a girl who remains silent. Logan, reflecting on the battle, admits that Kim is far stronger than he anticipates. He thinks he would be the strongest, but the young lad's overwhelming power shatters his arrogance. Jack, however, reassures him, saying that Kim is just an anomaly, suggesting that he isn't someone to compare to the rest. Lee turns to Logan, reminding him that he mentions there are 3 attackers and asks where the third one is. The girl replies that Kim is dealing with her, and just as she speaks, the girl's body falls in front of them. The teachers turn to see the body, confirming that she is with them. Our boy, having dropped her, explains that he is trying to uncover who is behind the attack and their purpose in targeting the maze. Lee observes that the young boy seems fine, and Kim reassures him that he is indeed okay. Lee smiles and suggests they discuss everything in more detail when they return to the academy. Kim agrees, mentioning that the teachers will take care of the injured students and get them to the hospital, while the Valhalla students should find White Lotus and report the situation. As the rain continues over the maze, the teacher announces that the competition is over. Later that evening, Kim lies down in his dorm, exhausted from the day's events. He reflects on how difficult it has been, closing his eyes and acknowledging how much mana he has used. A system message appears in front of him, informing him about a task related to the Eye of the Great Forest Mandagialona's house and the need for a sword. Kim pulls a blue sphere from his pocket, pleased that he completes the task and remembers how he defeated the assassin group. Alia, still shaken with fear, complained about the headache. Kim approached her asking about her abilities. At first, she didn't understand his question, but our boy then speculated that she might be from the Samsol squad, mentioning that there were 2 fighters and 1 supporter. Kim seemed to deduce that Alia was the supporter, a guess that surprised her. He pressed her again about her abilities, but she refused to answer, her space-manipulating powers starting to form around her. Kim stepped forward and stopped her powers, leaving Alia stunned. She couldn't understand how he managed to halt her ability. Kim, realizing her power was to create and move through space, confirmed his assumption. He told her that if she helped him, nothing bad would happen to her, smiling maniacally as he made the offer. Afterward, Kim lies back on his bed, reflecting on the situation. Kim reflects on how it is thanks to Alia's abilities that he manages to obtain this sphere. He remembers how he promises her that if she helps him, he won't reveal her identity or turn her in. However, he breaks that promise by knocking her out, something he explains to himself by the fact that she never answers his question about who hires them. He feels that if she had been honest, he would have let her go without further harm. Lying on his bed, Kim considers the implications of learning that one of the Samsal Alliance is behind the attack. He thinks about Rockdale being behind it and wonders if his family is starting to interfere with his plans. He considers whether he should destroy them all to ensure his actions move forward smoothly. Glancing at the sphere again, he feels a sense of accomplishment for obtaining it, and it makes things easier for him moving forward. A system message pops up confirming the completion of his task related to the sphere, but the text is censored. Another message appears instructing him to meet in a dream with lost memories, though the details are also censored. Kim is puzzled, unsure of what the message means, but he decides to sleep on it, figuring it might make more sense after some rest. Bacher suggests that if Kim finds his lost memories, maybe his own memories will return as well since he receives a similar notification. Our boy, intrigued but unsure, decides to give it a try. He places the sphere next to him and lies down, reflecting on his lost memories. He hasn't realized they are lost, but it doesn't seem to matter. Perhaps he can do something about it later. As he closes his eyes, he recalls a moment from his previous life in a tower, wounded and trapped as it collapses around him. Just as a rock is about to strike him, time suddenly freezes. Kim sees a faceless dark figure before him who speaks cryptically about taking care of his name and the names he protects in this world. The figure then disappears and time resumes its course, leaving him to wonder about the meaning of the encounter. Kim abruptly wakes up, confused and unsure of what just happened. As he sits on the edge of the bed, he tries to process the dream he's just experienced, but it only leaves him more puzzled. His head throbs as he wonders if the memories he has lost are now returning. Bach, who has been watching him, is similarly confused and mentions something about being a tiger, though Kim is completely lost on the remark. Bach, deep in thought, seems convinced that he has been a tiger, though Kim sitting nearby dismisses the idea and teases the tower master about his confusion. Bach, now agitated, denies being cute, and continues to fly around, still unsure of his own memories. Meanwhile, Kim seems to be contemplating his own situation, troubled by his inability to remember his name. Just as he ponders this, a sudden notification appears startling him. The message is cryptic at first, but it eventually forms the words Office of the Grand Palace of Valhalla alla Frediani's secret room. Another message follows, urging him to face the truth. Kim, feeling unsettled, decides he needs to learn more about the Great Palace of Valhalla and resolves to ask Lily about it after the day's training session. Meanwhile, in the gym at Valhalla, Siyuk is lifting weights, sweating from the effort, but maintaining a calm composure. His concentration is interrupted when Soyeon enters, sporting a sports uniform and holding a water bottle. She asks why Siyuk is training, but Siyuk calmly replies that it is he who should be asking that question. Soyeon, flustered, admits she is there for similar reasons, her pride and jealousy over Kim. Siyuk, still focused on his workout, casually dismisses the idea, stating that her presence has nothing to do with Kim. Soyeon, embarrassed, blushes, but then looks down in frustration. Sehyuk, noticing her reaction, points out that her jealousy likely stems from losing to Arin in their earlier fight. Soyeon, now visibly upset, silently agrees with his assessment as she recalls the fight between her and Arin. Soyeon launched the first attack, swinging her katana with speed and precision. Her movements left pink footprints in the air as she relentlessly attacked Arin, but she managed to block each strike. Determined, Soyeon infused her katana with mana and unleashed a powerful horizontal slash that sent a wave of pink energy toward the girl. She responded by swinging her sword to cut through the magical wave, creating a massive blue trail and leaving 2 large impact marks behind her. She successfully sliced through Soyeon's attack, leaving her frustrated. In retaliation, Soyeon gripped her katana with both hands and decided to use her sword to cut through Arin's magic. 3 streams of mana appeared flying toward her, who charged it with magic and cut through all 3 streams with a single strike. Soyeon, shocked by this, couldn't understand how one cut could stop her powerful magic. Before she could react, the girl closed the distance between them and landed a grazing strike across Soyeon's vitals, knocking her backward. With Arin standing victorious, the announcer declared her the winner of the fight. Later, Soyeon stands in the hall reflecting on how much she has grown since their last encounter. She recognizes that Arin's rapid development is thanks to Kim's guidance. While Soyeon has focused solely on magic and swordsmanship, the girl has also incorporated strength training, something her family has never taught her. Soyeon believes this is key to Arin's quick improvement. Siyuk, quietly observing while lifting weights, agrees that it might be better for Soyeon to approach Kim for help if she wants similar progress. Feeling a sense of urgency, Soyeon decides to take his advice and confront Kim. She walks up to him while he is wiping sweat from his face and tries to muster the courage to ask for training. However, before she can finish, Lee interrupts, asking if our boy is busy. Surprised, Soyeon listens as Lee mentions that there is someone waiting to see him. He adds that this will be the only chance to meet with them for a long time. Soyeon, still embarrassed and conflicted, has no choice but to wait as the situation shifts. Kim, intrigued by the situation, follows Lee down the hallway, leaving her behind, who stands confused and embarrassed. As she stands there, feeling like she wants to disappear, our boy calls out to her, nicknaming her Pipsqueak once more. Soyeon's eyes light up at the sound of his voice, and she quickly turns toward him. Kim, walking away, tells her that if she wants to train with them, she should ask Orin about the daily routine. If Soyeon follows it well, maybe he will consider teaching her. Orin, approaching Soyeon after her training, offers to explain everything to her. Meanwhile, Kim and Lee walk down the hallway as the sun begins to set. Kim, curious, asks who is waiting to see him. Lee, hinting that he already has an idea, leads him to a small hall. Inside, he finds Rockdale barely alive, his skin sunken and dry from dehydration. Rockdale falls to his knees pleading for help. His assistant, Yuria, stands silently behind him. Kim, surprised, turns to Lee asking what has happened. Lee, not hiding his irritation, tells him not to pretend he doesn't know, revealing that Rockdale has tried to kill him twice. Lee, with a rhetorical question, ponders how the media has gotten wind of the situation, quickly answering his own question by pointing out that wherever one looks, discussions about Valhalla and student attacks are spreading. Our boy staring blankly realizes this is to be expected. He turns his attention to Rockdale, who is still kneeling on the floor. Kim coldly notes that unless the head of the Ventric family comes to him again to make a fool of himself, there is nothing to be done. Lee, with a calm expression, explains that the Ventric family has recently made an official statement, disowning Rockdale. Not only has the boy been banished, but his entire family has been renounced, including his father. The young man absorbing this information looks down at him who is trembling in fear. Lee points out that unlike the last time, the Ventric family hasn't done anything to try and shut up the media. Kim, unfazed, remarks that now that the problem child is an outcast, there is little that can be done to save him. Rockdale, growing more desperate, claims that the situation is not over and shouts that something can still be done. He screams that his testimony has made everything worse and begs for a solution, pleading for everything to disappear. Kim simply scratches his ear, uninterested in his pleas. The guy, now frantic, gets up from his knees and walks toward him. He clasps his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, crying and apologizing, promising never to interfere in his life again. But our boy, observing the pathetic display, tells him that his apologies mean nothing. Rockdale, undeterred, asks if Kim perhaps wants money, offering it as a bribe. Lee, clearly irritated, looks on as Kim rejects the offer. In a shocking turn, the guy grabs Yuria by the hand, pointing at her and offering her to Kim. He claims she is an English heir to the palace family and praises how his status will rise if he takes her. Kim, disgusted, scoffs at the idea, asking if Rockdale truly sees people as mere objects. Rockdale, with a twisted grin, claims the woman belongs to him, revealing a spell around her neck that marks her as his property. The red words surrounding the spell are a magical seal, and Rockdale, holding Yuria by the scruff of her neck, seems to offer her like a commodity. Lee immediately recognizes the spell wrapped around the girl's neck. It is a powerful seal, nearly impossible to break, and one that forces the bearer into absolute obedience. The very sight of it makes his blood boil. Rockdale, grinning cruelly, seems to take pleasure in her fear. Lee can't comprehend how anyone could justify using such a spell on a human being. Kim, with a chilling calm, comments that scoundrels like this were once common in ancient times, people who branded others like livestock, buying and selling them as property. Without hesitation, he approaches the girl, focuses his mana, and grabs the seal near her neck. With a forceful motion, he begins to rip the spell away from her. The magic crumbles under his grip, and though the girl appears disoriented and on the verge of fainting, she clutches her neck in relief as the curse finally fades. Rockdale stands in shock, completely unprepared for what has just happened. Kim then casually asks Lee if he might be allowed to punch his face. The guy is frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with fear. Lee finally speaks, stating that as an instructor, it is his duty to prevent violence between Valhalla students. But given that Rockdale has lost his family name and possibly poses a threat, this time he will turn a blind eye. Covered in sweat and tears, Rockdale stands helpless as Kim walks up, places a hand on his shoulder, and reminds him of what has just been said. Before Rockdale can fully process the moment, he delivers a brutal punch that sends him flying. The guy crashes to the ground, dazed and broken as Yuria silently watches, and Lee turns his back on the scene. By the time the sun begins to set, Kim is already gone, walking with his eyes closed while Bach floats beside him. The Tower Master remarks that Rockdale has never come closer to death, nor has he ever seen our boy so enraged. Kim replies coldly that had this happened 300 years ago, he wouldn't have hesitated to crush Rockdale's skull. The seal placed on the girl, branding her like cattle, has struck a deep nerve. He sees in her a reflection of his own past, which only intensifies his fury. As he walks lost in thought, someone calls out his name. It is Yuria, breathless and exhausted from chasing after him. Struggling to catch her breath, she finally stands still and bows, expressing her gratitude. She has been too stunned earlier to even speak. Kim, however, tells her to simply accept the gesture and live freely from now on. Overcome with emotion, Yuria breaks down in tears, trembling as she cries and wipes her face while Kim walks on. The following day after class, Kim and Lily are seen at a cafe on the Valhalla campus. Lily, indulging in pudding, casually mentions that the Grand Palace of Valhalla is located in China. She further explains that the palace functions as a maze controlled by the White Lotus Association. Kim, intrigued by the connection, recalls that this is the same organization that took part in the previous competition. The thought that he might have to deal with them again doesn't sit well with him, especially since accessing such mazes without permission is illegal in modern times. For a moment, he entertains the idea of simply destroying the maze but dismisses it, not wanting to get involved with the academy. Curious about possible legal ways to enter, Kim asks Lily, who hints that becoming a student there might be one of the only viable options. She tries to say more but abruptly stops herself, covering her mouth. Moments later, she accuses Kim of being selfish for wanting information without offering anything in return and demands he share 3 things about himself first. When he tries to walk away, she quickly gives in and promises to reveal the information without a deal. Lily then whispers something important. An international world competition will be held at the Grand Palace in the 2nd semester. Kim is surprised that the instructors haven't mentioned this. Lily, smug, says she has a source and explains that this is more than a regional event. Unlike inter-school competitions between countries like Korea, China, and the US, this one involves institutions from all over the world. The sheer scale of it annoys Kim. Waiting until the next semester feels unbearable. When he asks if there is a way to gain early access, Lily, with a mischievous tone, suggests he help her with a small task first, just for the day. In return, she might offer more help later. This leads them to North London, specifically Tottenham, where they stand before a massive building known as the World Monster Research Society. Despite the pleasant weather, Kim is visibly annoyed. The journey has been long, and he isn't pleased to discover this is their destination. Lily laughs off Kim's irritation, reminding him they are only visiting the World Monster Research Society for the weekend, though she casually adds she secured permission to extend their stay until Monday. Kim notes somewhat playfully that she is definitely pushing her authority as a teacher. She just smiles sweetly, brushing off the remark. Soon after, Kim finds himself standing in front of a simulated giant boar, sword in hand, under the observation of several staff members recording the test. The boar charges and he instinctively strikes it in the head, causing it to vanish. It's all part of a computerized simulation. Frustrated, he remembers Lily had told him this task was nothing major. He was only supposed to help her with some paperwork. In exchange for the information he sought, he now has to slay multiple monsters in these tests. An hour later, Kim collapses onto a couch, exhausted. The 3 monsters Lily had promised turned out to be more than 10. She claims innocence, insisting she didn't expect that either. Kim, still recovering, admits the whole experience feels unpleasant, especially the way the other people in the building stare at Lily when they arrive. He remembers how they act strangely, like they are threatened or offended by her presence. When he asks if she knows them, Lily remains quiet for a moment before reluctantly sharing that she does, at least to some extent. These people, she explains, still adhere to outdated monster hunting traditions and reject anything that challenges their long-held beliefs. Her research has disrupted their worldview, and they haven't taken it well. Kim questions why in an age of progress, they still cling to such outdated validation methods and insist on traditional weaponry like swords. Lily explains that these practices are upheld as sacred traditions within the association. Change is terrifying to them, and their unwillingness to adapt has frozen their thinking. She goes on to describe how the Monster Hunting Society's current structure is held up by nepotism and resistance to progress. Even if her work is superior, it means little without official recognition. Their need for the perfect monster hunting strategy is less about effectiveness and more about maintaining power. As they exchange glances, Lily adds ominously that the people in charge will stop at nothing to find a strategy. Kim, having done his part, reminds her that it's now her turn to hold up her end of the deal. Lily smiles, seemingly pleased with how things have turned out, and reveals that the real reason they came here is to meet someone important, Chairman White Lotus. While sipping from her mug, Lily remarks that the chairman, who often frequents the association, likely hasn't overlooked Kim either. Feeling the weight of the situation, Kim stands up, saying that maybe it's time for them to meet her before things get complicated. But just then, a knock comes at the door, followed by a voice asking to speak with him. A woman enters, graceful, composed, and holding a fan. She introduces herself as Seol-yeon, the in charge of the White Lotus Association. Kim, slightly thrown off, introduces himself and responds politely and asks what she needs. To his surprise, she asks if he can take care of a person for them. Lily, clearly confused, stands in silence before excusing herself, sensing the conversation has shifted into something far more serious. Once Lily exits, the chairwoman, now formally introduced as the head of the White Lotus Association and a member of the influential Sile family, begins explaining her purpose. She speaks of a prodigy from her clan, someone who has risen in power following the era of destruction. This individual, a young girl, has surpassed seasoned contractors by age 13 and even defeated her own family's Sialine Guild members. Her destructive power is immense, so much so that even the head of the family has been unable to contain her. She has since secluded herself within the Sile family's private training hall, claiming there is nothing more to learn from the outside world. When Kim asks if she wants him to take care of her, she confirms. Though initially reluctant, Kim questions why someone with such raw power would need his help. After all, the chairwoman herself clearly possesses formidable strength. Her aura is impossible to mask even with concealment magic. She acknowledges this with a smile, impressed by his sharp perception. Finally, she explains her reasoning. The girl in question, despite her terrifying strength, fights using only physical techniques. And just like Kim, she is 17. It isn't just about strength. It's about matching energy, experience, and age. The chairwoman needs someone like him to defeat the girl. He places his hands behind his neck, indicating he understands, but asks why she assumes he would agree to work with her. Sion calmly replies that the White Lotus chairwoman would never request help without offering something in return. She begins to discuss payment, but Kim cuts her off, stating that he doesn't want money. Instead, he has a specific place he wishes to visit, and her help in getting there is all he needs. Seol Yun taps her fan, curious about the destination. They are already standing outside the White Lotus Association building in China. Kim admits he hadn't expected to arrive this way by private jet. Seolheim smiles and claims it is because Kim has claimed he is low on time. She then clarifies the terms, asking if Kim truly wants to enter the Great Palace of Valhalla, to which our boy confirms. As they enter, they pass through a courtyard where others react with hushed surprise. Inside, Kim looks around with curiosity and finally asks Seolian why she wants him involved with a girl she seems to have no personal ties with. She admits that while she has no direct connection to the girl, many have challenged her in the past, students and teachers alike. She hopes Kim can finally break the girl's arrogance, which has become a problem. If he succeeds, she believes the Seol family will recognize her efforts and she can lead the White Lotus to greater heights. Standing before a portal, Seol Yun explains it will lead him to the Seol family's secret training room where Kim will find the girl. Kim steps into it, confirming he is positioned correctly. Just before he vanishes, he asks the girl's name. Seol Yun replies that it is Yang Lang. As he emerges from the portal, he finds her sitting on the floor, scowling and demanding to know if the Seol family has sent him to retrieve her. Kim approaches her with a calm smile, seemingly unbothered by her hostile demeanor. He acknowledges her arrogance, then launches a sudden attack, testing her strength with a punch. To his surprise, she effortlessly catches his fist. Without hesitation, she retaliates by channeling mana into her hand and striking him in the stomach, sending a burst of energy behind him. Her glare is sharp and accusing. Frustrated that he has underestimated her so easily, Kim remains silent before lifting his gaze with a composed smile. In an instant, the fight escalates. He grabs her arm and tries to strike her face, but she narrowly dodges, though the effort shows. He follows up with a blow to her arm that leaves her visibly hurt. She steps back, shaken, and demands to know who he is. Kim simply gestures for her to come at him again, casually revealing that he is just a 17-year-old student who has misjudged her. Seeing no other option, she retreats to reassess and counter. But Kim doesn't give her the chance. He closes the distance in an instant, and this time, his punch lands squarely in her stomach. She flies back clutching the spot in pain. Yet in that moment, Kim recognizes something remarkable. The young lady has adjusted her footing at the last second, lessening the damage. He knows even his former disciples have failed to master such body control. It gives him hope and respect for her. As she steadies herself, her expression shifts from frustration to determination. She can't believe someone so young is holding his ground against her. With renewed energy, she smiles and takes up a fighting stance, ready to go again. Meanwhile, this entire fight plays out on a screen watched closely by Sion. Just as the match intensifies, a man appears behind her, apologizing for interrupting. He asks if the boy will be alright, clearly skeptical of his chances. Sion listens silently as the man muses about Kim's skill, though he doubts that anyone outside White Lotus can truly stand against their prodigy. When Seolian doesn't respond, he gently reminds her that even she had once lost to Yin Lang. Though she hadn't used magic at the time, relying only on raw strength, Sulian doesn't hesitate to acknowledge that the man watching the fight is right. She had once lost to Yanlang herself, and even if she had used her full magic power, she admits she still might not have won. As the man stands beside her, Sulian adds that back then, the gap in magic power between her and the young lady was almost negligible. It has been years since then, and Seol-Yun believes Yanlang hasn't grown weaker. If anything, she has likely improved. The guard, now clearly invested in the outcome, questions why Kim is risking his life in a battle he seemingly can't win, especially since he doesn't even come close to Salian's level. But Salian, ever composed, tilts her head and asks if he truly believes that. After all, our boy isn't just any student. He had dominated the inter-school competition, winning by a wide margin. She watches the screen intently, knowing that regardless of the outcome, her personal goals don't hinge on his victory. Back in the battle, Yanlang launches another aggressive attack. Drawing her claws, she lunges at Kim with deadly precision. He avoids her slashes, but her knee manages to connect with his face, briefly giving her a moment of satisfaction. That satisfaction turns to panic when she feels intense pain shoot through her knee. She leaps back, clutching it in agony, realizing she has slammed it directly into Kim's forehead. Frustration is starting to set in for Yanlang. Despite her repeated efforts, none of her attacks are working. She can't identify a single weakness. More troubling is the idea that Kim, a seemingly ordinary student, might actually be physically superior to her. He hasn't even used his magic yet. Yanlang, boiling with emotion, finally begins unleashing her full power. Her body lights up with a crimson aura as she decides to fight in earnest. Kim, smirking, responds in kind, his own blue aura flaring to life as his eyes glow with a powerful light. She charges at him at blinding speed, concentrating all her mana into a single devastating blow. Flames surge from her fist as it nears his face, just a centimeter away. And for a fleeting second, she thinks she has finally landed a clean hit. But Kim simply tilts his head at the last moment, dodging her strike entirely. Still bent over, he thanks her for the warm-up, but makes it clear the warm-up is over. With brutal force, he drives his glowing fist into her stomach, making an explosive impact. Yanlang's eyes turn pale with shock and pain while her breath seems to be stolen from her lungs. In that moment, all she can do is whisper the truth. He is a monster. Kim stands over Yanlang's defeated body, calm and composed, while those watching him, Seol-Yun and the guard, can barely hide their shock. He drags her by the scruff of the neck, battered and unconscious, and presents her before them, saying it is a fair fight. Seol-Yun can't believe he has actually won and quietly asks if he is injured. Kim casually says he is fine, though he can't say the same for Yanlang. As he tosses her aside, the young lady groans back to life, cradling her aching head. Her mood instantly sours upon seeing Seol-Yun, and anger flares. But Seol-Yun calmly reminds her of the conditions they agreed upon earlier. She then turns to our boy, intrigued by his interest in the Valhalla palace. With a slight smile, she tells him he can enter it now, asking if he is satisfied with this arrangement. Kim grins and eagerly accepts. As he leaves with Seol-Yun, Yanlang remains silent, watching them disappear from view. The guards fuss over her, offering medical help, but she ignores them. Instead, she asks the name of the one who defeated her. When told it is the young lad, she repeats it sweetly and breaks into a wide, almost love-struck smile. In her mind, he is now one of the strongest people in the world, and she is already dreaming of their next fight. Elsewhere, a hell demon questions her bold claim about his strength while Kim is already deep within the Valhalla palace maze. Surrounded by ancient armor and glowing portals, he recalls Seol-Yun's warning that this place, situated beneath the castle's foundations, was a never-ending labyrinth. Sulian had mentioned he wouldn't encounter living armor unless he pushed too far, but clearly he has. Not long after entering, Kim finds himself ambushed by a swarm of enchanted suits of armor. Armed only with metal swords, he dismantles them one after another with brutal precision. When the last one falls, our boy exhales deeply, standing atop a mountain of crushed armor. Despite this victory, he is confused about the maze. Room after room, over 20 of them yield nothing but emptiness. Kim recalls his mission and wonders if the office room mentioned in it is there. Just as he is getting frustrated, Bach nudges his attention to a large double door nearby. Inside, he discovers a room with an old painting of a bearded man hanging over a desk. For a moment, he believes he might have found a lift to his office, but something feels off. Kim glances down at the painting, noticing a signature in an unfamiliar language. Bach quickly deciphers it, revealing that the signature reads Aleph Drajoni. Flying through the void, the Tower Master crosses his arms, explaining to Kim that reading the signature is difficult to explain, but he likens it to a script transmitted to him through his neurons. Bach suggests it could be linked to his lost memories. Determined to find the secret room, Kim places his hand on the table and begins scanning the area. Realizing it would take too long to check each item, he smashes the table with a powerful strike, revealing a hidden trapdoor beneath it. Bach confirms it is likely what they are searching for. Kim opens the trapdoor leading to a basement. As he descends, he mutters that the darkness in there is annoying. Suddenly, the quest message appears confirming his task to find the secret room. In the basement, Kim encounters a girl sitting at a table, 2 candles flickering beside her. She introduces herself as a guide, eager to answer his questions. As Kim takes a seat, she explains that her name has been taken from her. This suddenly reminds our boy about the dream he saw where the being was talking about names. The girl reveals that names have power. They define a person's life, their talents, their choices, and their strength. Names, when combined with potential, can grant incredible power. The girl hints that a dark figure who takes names also steals the power they hold. Kim asks what happens to those whose names are taken, and the girl explains that they become constellations. Surprised, Kim presses further, and the girl suggests that he might be an exception, possibly due to reincarnation. Kim is taken aback by the guide's knowledge, which seems just as extensive as Bach's. The guide wearing a malicious smile teases him about still doubting her and clarifies that she isn't the one sending the notifications to him as he assumes. She explains that she too has learned everything through those messages. Curious and frustrated, he presses her for more information, asking who the dark figure trying to steal his name is. The guide reveals that the figure is called the Maze Lord, a being whose goal is to move the Tower of Destruction to his labyrinth and feed on the power of high-level names. Kim is puzzled about how such a figure can wield such power and control, leading the guide to suggest that the Maze Lord is a being whose actions align perfectly with his name. She also hints that the world our boy inhabits, Earth, is itself part of the maze. She explains that only by stealing names from those who have accumulated karma can one become a constellation. Hearing this, Kim wonders if it is possible that his disciples have all become constellations since they have made a name for themselves. Thinking about it, Kim speculates that they might be playing right into the hands of the Maze Lord without realizing it. However, according to the guide, the fact that the young boy is reincarnated is a variable even for the Maze Lord. The guide continues explaining that the Maze Lord is not omnipotent and that it is possible to outplay him. She reveals that the person who has orchestrated his rebirth and arranged their meeting through the notifications isn't the Maze Lord. Kim wonders who could be behind all of this, but the guide is uncertain, claiming that they might be someone connected to Kim. She then gives him a ring, explaining that it will play a crucial role in their retribution. However, the guide says there is no time to explain further. Kim, confused, begins to ask questions, to which she admits that despite sharing everything she knows, she is still being pursued by the master of the maze. However, she reassures him that now they have met the conditions, they can see each other again in a couple of days. With a snap of her fingers, a red aura envelops them, and in an instant, Kim finds himself outside the building in a cave. His anger boils as he thinks about the Maze Lord and the mastermind behind the Tower of Destruction who took his name and the interference with his life. As he walks away, examining the ring, Kim is determined that it must hold some kind of power, something that can strengthen him, though not directly. He envisions absorbing the magic power from 2 storage stones, hoping they will restore him to his former strength. As our boy continues walking, he reaches the cave's exit and steps outside. Meanwhile, on an island in the North Pacific, Han sits fuming over news about the high school student. The news reports that Kim has dismantled the Samsel group. The man, Han, leader of the Soul Fanatic group, also known as the Dragon King, has been closely monitoring him after learning about the constellations. But discovering that our boy has defeated Jing Jen, who has been contracted by a constellation, pushes him to the edge. In a fit of fury, he realizes that even with the resources he has sent to kill Kim, the boy has outsmarted him. Han sits back seething, feeling as though he has been thoroughly defeated by a single high school student. Han, still seething, is interrupted by a voice remarking on his puzzled expression. He turns ready to snap, but it is Geok, the leader of the privileged race. Han grumbles about the lack of a proper greeting, to which Geok replies that if he hadn't barged in, Han would have been even more furious. Geok then asks if the source of Han's frustration is Kim, to which Han admits it is. Geok, leaning back on the sofa, begins to explain how Kim has not only cost them a valuable chess piece, but has also disrupted their plans. Before Geok can finish, Han interrupts, asking if he is talking about Deser, and Geok confirms it. Geok casually explains that Deser has failed his mission and, despite being an informant for the Ventric family, has let everything slip to a high school student. Unable to let the leak go, Geok has sent Deser to the prison tower. As the conversation continues, Han brings up the Samsel group and asks if he can help him deal with the 3 individuals who are still tied up. Geok agrees, but as Han begins to contemplate Kim's involvement, Geok expresses concern about reaching out to him. He warns that he is a target of the First Cult, a dangerous group led by hooded figures with unsettling motives. Han, now more concerned, questions what kind of people they are dealing with. Geok, with a serious expression, confirms that although the cult doesn't adhere to any decent principles, they are unpredictable and far more dangerous than they appear. He also mentions that they are responsible for handling Logan's squad, which has caused Han some relief as he has heard about it as well. The 2 of them acknowledge that if they interfere with the cult's plans, they will likely become targets themselves. Han, still furious, realizes that the only option left is to wait. He laughs bitterly at the thought. Meanwhile, Kim finds himself surrounded by a crowd of hooded figures, all staring at him. He questions their motives, pointing out that they are either fearless or completely out of their minds as they stand at the campus. The leader of the group standing in front of him remains silent, intensifying the tension. The scene shifts to a past moment where the hooded figure named Deacon once speaks to Adelia, the head of the Ventric family. He expresses readiness for their task, but Adelia, a half-smile, implies they could have prepared sooner. Apologizing, he assures her that given the nature of Kim, thorough preparation has been made. He mentions having contractors who can create subspaces, and all team members have been carefully selected by the Ventric family to ensure no leaks to the press. Adelia, satisfied, then turns cold, asking if he has taken care of another matter. The man confirms that a special storage stone with an endless supply of magic for sanctuarization has been prepared. Adelia acknowledges this, but the conversation quickly turns to Deacon's role in leading the elimination team and overseeing the subspace project. As he asks if they are planning to summon a new constellation with sanctuarization, Adelia, appearing calm, confirms it. However, when Deacon questions the necessity of such a plan, the lady grows angry. She quickly calms down, explaining it is merely a precaution. As the conversation shifts, Adelia reveals that a long-silent constellation has recently responded. This news causes Deacon to worry, especially when a notification pops up, signaling that the Beaked Mass constellation is seeking more information. The lady, though uneasy, seems excited at the prospect of speaking with the constellation. Back in the present, Deacon and his team surround Kim. His worry grows as he ponders why a silent constellation would suddenly speak, but he quickly orders the contact group to prepare for a space distortion. The hooded figures crouch and place their hands on the ground, readying for the next phase of their plan. As the figures begin casting a distortion spell around Kim, a yellow shell materializes around him. Kim, unfazed, turns and asks about the subspace. He taunts the group, mocking their effort and questioning how long they've been preparing this. When he speculates that the plan is the idea of the Ventric family's leader, Deacon grows nervous, realizing that Kim has figured it out. Kim, with a smirk, explains that among his enemies, 2 use black magic and only 1 does not. He then mocks them further, suggesting that if it's not the Ventric family, who else could it be? Deacon, rattled, orders the bandits to remove their hoods, revealing an elimination squad armed and ready for combat. The bandits, radiating a yellow aura, stand prepared to fight with various weapons, including fists, spears, and swords. Kim, standing confidently, mocks them for gathering so many to deal with a mere high school student. Deacon, maintaining a serious expression, explains they are merely following their leader's orders. Without warning, Deacon commands the squad to attack. The bandits rush at Kim, but he swiftly fights back using his strength and agility. He knocks one bandit in the stomach and spins around to strike others, sending them flying with the force of purple flames. Deacon, enraged, lunges at him with a sword, but our boy easily dodges and mocks his technique. 2 more bandits attack with a spear and sword, but Kim nimbly evades their blows, kicking one in the face and putting his foot on another's body. Deacon, now enveloped in a sinister purple aura, is about to strike again, his sword aimed at Kim's head, ready for another deadly blow. As Deacon swings his sword, the young boy easily dodges, his saber missing by inches. Deacon, drenched in sweat and visibly terrified, can't comprehend the power he is up against. In a panic, he tries to throw a slash, but Kim crouches and avoids the attack once again. Annoyed by the prolonged fight, he taunts them, stating they are tiring him out. He raises his weapon and with a smirk, delivers a powerful blow with the back of the sword, creating an energy blast. Deacon, shaken, falls to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. His mind races, realizing he hasn't prepared enough for this fight. As Deacon collapses, our boy grins, standing tall with his weapon in hand. Behind him, someone appears staring directly at Kim. It is Adelia, the head of the Ventric family. She stands silently looking down at Deacon, reflecting on the overwhelming strength of the elimination team compared to even the most experienced contractors. Sensing something is wrong, she decides it is time to act. Adelia pulls out a glowing golden dagger and, with a chilling voice, mentions that Kim should feel honored to see the sacred relic of their family before his death. Kim, smirking, mocks her pride and questions if she even understands the concept. Without warning, Adelia lunges at him with the dagger. But just as the confrontation reaches its peak, something unexpected occurs. A storage crystal next to Deacon begins to shake, turning a brilliant gold. The people holding the crystals are stunned as all of them start transforming in an instant. Adelia turns to check on the storage stones, only for her sword to begin glowing with the same golden light. The brightness is overwhelming, and she instinctively fears what is happening. A notification appears simply saying, "Master." And as the golden light fills the air, everyone freezes. The members of the elimination squad, including the lady, are completely immobilized, both mentally and physically. Only Kim remains unaffected, standing calmly. Adelia realizes with a sinking feeling that it is the sanctuarization skill activated involuntarily. As she struggles to understand, she watches her entire group, helpless and frozen in place. She watches our boy with confusion, wondering why he is unaffected by the golden light that has frozen everyone else. As she gazes at him, Kim walks over and casually touches her glowing dagger. At that moment, the notification appears in front of him, displaying a single word, Master. Kim reads it, puzzled, not understanding who it could refer to. Suddenly, a figure materializes out of thin air. It is a little girl in a suit and face mask. She removes her mask to reveal a blonde girl who calls him Master. Our boy, initially in disbelief, is pleasantly surprised to see her. The girl, equally happy to see him, is revealed to be someone from his past. Flashing back to their earlier encounter, Kim remembered her sitting chained and bare-toothed. He jokingly told her to look at herself, to which she responded with a vicious glare, her eyes full of hostility. She snapped at him, telling him not to pretend to know her. Kim calmly responded that although he might not know everything about her, he did know a few things. He revealed that, like her, he had once been a prisoner, a captive of a man who sold people and had lived a life of slavery. Surprised, the girl listened as Kim shared his story of being abducted and shackled in his youth. He asked her if she wanted to be free, but her reaction was filled with disdain. She lashed out, grabbing the chain around her neck, screaming in frustration, insisting that freedom was impossible as long as the chain remained. After a moment, she calmed down and told Kim to leave her alone. She wasn't sure how he had found her, but warned him that the human trafficker would soon return. Kim smiled and closed his eyes, explaining that the chain could only be removed in two ways, through the death of the owner or by the owner's own decision. The young lad explained that the first method of breaking the chain didn't always work, and the girl, clearly surprised, listened as he shared that the previous owner had died. She then asked if it meant she would never find freedom again. Kim smiled and, in a confident tone, offered her a chance. He gripped her collar tightly using his blue magic to manipulate the magic components of the limiter. Slowly, he began to dissolve the chain. The girl watched in disbelief as the collar crumbled away while her hands were trembling. Tears welled up in her eyes as she touched the broken chain, realizing the torment that had held her captive for so long had finally ended. Kim stood up and asked what she planned to do now that she was free. The girl, still in shock, revealed that she didn't know. The human trafficker had stolen her home and family. Kim then proposed a new path, telling her he was setting off on a journey and that he would rid the world of those who thought themselves superior to others like the slave traders. He offered for her to join him. She hesitated for a moment, but then agreed. Kim extended his hand to her with a smile and told her to call him Master from now on. She nodded, and they began to walk together. As they were about to leave, the girl called out to him, asking for his name. Kim introduced himself, and the girl smiled sweetly, almost in tears, trying to reveal her name, but Kim couldn't remember it. Kim remembers the girl, recognizing her potential as she becomes a constellation but can't remember her name. He ponders the guide's words and accepts that he can only call her by her nickname. With a final glance at the girl, he acknowledges that their paths have crossed once more after a long time. Adelia is stunned as she watches Kim interact so casually with a constellation, referring to her by the nickname Morin. The girl approaches her and asks him what they should do before celebrating their reunion. Without warning, Morin takes the dagger from Adelia's hands, leaving her horrified as the constellation herself has touched the relic. Morin then lifts the dagger and does something that causes Adelia to lose control of her body, collapsing to the ground with lifeless eyes. Everyone around her falls as well while she still holds the dagger in her hand. Morin turns her attention to Kim, asking what should be done with them, perhaps considering killing him. Our boy, however, has a different idea. The next day, Instructor sits in shock staring at his laptop. His eyes are wide in disbelief as he sees the announcement of sponsorship from the Ventric family for Valhalla Academy. A massive sum of 5 billion is listed under personal sponsorship for Kim. Instructor, stunned by the amount, can barely comprehend it. Lee, walking over with coffee, points out how strange it is that such a large donation comes through now, noting that it is likely to cover up something. Instructor asks if it is connected to Rockdale's actions, but Lee dismisses the idea, calling it stupid. Lee explains that when Kim was attacked by Deser, a sponsorship was offered to silence him. But now after the Ventric family had disowned Rockdale, they drew the line. Despite the disownment, the Ventric family hadn't taken any real action to distance themselves from Rockdale. The Instructor, still processing the situation, questions why the Ventric family is sending such a large sponsorship to his side, especially when they aren't sure if he would even accept it. Instructor suspects that Kim will reject their offer, which leaves them in a complicated position. Lee takes a sip and mentions that they might learn the answers if they ask the young lad about it in person. Instructor, understanding the situation, nods in agreement. Soon after, they are transferred to the meeting room. Our boy, with a smile on his face, expresses his eagerness to accept the scholarship. Instructor is surprised by his response, but Kim assures him there is no point in rejecting the 5 million. He confirms that he is right. Kim then gets up and tries to take his leave as the discussion seems to be over. However, the instructor extends his hand and pauses briefly before adding that not only will he receive the sponsorship, but the academy itself will also benefit. According to the academy's rules, this means our boy can be moved to a premium class dorm. Kim smiles, stating that everything seems fine now and that he might apply for the opportunity later. After a brief exchange, Kim leaves, leaving the instructor behind deep in thought. The instructor, sitting silently on the sofa, struggles to understand why he has changed his mind. Previously, our boy refused when Adelia approached him, but now he agrees to accept the sponsorship. The instructor realizes that the academy has nothing to lose in this matter and will likely pay little attention to it. As Kim walks down the hall, lost in thought, he recalls the earlier conversation. He remembers Morin asking how to deal with these fools, even suggesting they should be killed. Kim dismissed the idea, believing it wasn't worth killing them. Instead, he had a plan. Adelia, trembling with anxiety, sat on her knees. Our boy leaned in and called to her, telling her that her constellation wouldn't care if something happened to her. Morin also added that she had originally created the Ventric family to serve him so he could do as he pleased with her. Kim understood her submission but remained focused on his own thoughts. Adelia, feeling remorseful, apologized to Constellation, explaining the family's long-standing tradition of the phrase all for one. Constellation, with a stern expression, made it clear that the phrase was meant for her master, and she criticized Adelia for not understanding that. Constellation put on a mask, and Adelia, realizing the truth, confirmed that Kim was the master all along. Despite Kim's changed appearance, Constellation recognized his magical power. Our boy, smiling at the trembling lady, told her to stop questioning him. He then asked her if she wasn't more concerned about herself. As he reflected on his frustration with the fools around him, Kim felt that killing them wouldn't be enough. Although they held power, Kim needed to use them to his advantage, though controlling them would be a challenge. With that thought, he looked ahead and called the lady, directly asking if she was managing her family properly. Adelia looked ahead, explaining that despite being only the vice-patriarch, it had been 4 years since she took over as the head of her family. During that time, she managed to restore their strength and turn them into one of the strongest families. Kim, however, dismissed this and told her to continue managing her family without further questions. Adelia, shocked by his response, struggled to understand his intentions. Our boy, smiling, told her simply to support him at family level and avoid questioning his motives. He then pointed towards the constellation, warning her that if anything went wrong, Adelia would know exactly what to expect. Constellation assured him that she would make sure nothing would happen if Kim had confidence in her. As Constellation began to slowly dissolve into particles, she said it was time for her to leave. Kim, curious, asked where she was going. She explained that maintaining the space for her constellation form required an immense amount of magic power, which she was running low on. The young boy, acknowledging the situation, understood why they had so many magic stones. Constellation, exhausted and using up all her magic, said she needed to rest immediately. Kim noted that even though she was a constellation, she had her limits. Constellation removed her mask and calmly explained that it was normal. She smiled kindly, stating that seeing her master's reincarnation was enough for her. Kim, puzzled, told her to rest. Before leaving, Constellation mentioned that besides her, another disciple had also become a constellation and that Kim would meet him soon. After she disappeared in a bright trail, Kim and Adelia watched silently. As our hero walks down the corridor, he mulls over Constellation's words. Another student has become a constellation. While he expects this, he can't fully comprehend how it is. He considers that perhaps all his students have ascended to this status. He reflects on his prior meetings with 2 constellations, Bacher and Morin. The meeting with the Tower Master was inevitable due to the notification window, but the encounter with Moran has been a complete accident. As he continues forward, he realizes that there are many constellations now, and it seems pointless to meet them all. Looking to the side, he notices that Bacher has been silent since their first meeting. Bacher explains that he has been deep in thought, which is why he hasn't responded sooner. He then reveals that his consciousness is knocked out when he enters the secret room. Kim, intrigued, asks if he is sure his consciousness turns off. The Tower Master confirms it, adding that he felt as though Kim had left the room right as soon as he entered. Despite the brief moment of unconsciousness, his memories return to him. Kim is taken aback by Bacher's statement. He then probes further, asking if the Tower Master remembers how weak he had been at the time. Bacher seems confused by the question, but then recalls learning the concept of a name, one he should have already known. He explains that the Maze Lord, the same person who appears when the rocks fall on him, is the one who gives him the name Bacher. Kim enters the class, sits down, processing this, and speculates that the person who has stolen his real name and given it to Bacher must be the Maze Lord Guide is talking about. The Tower Master confirms this, saying the Lord has granted him both the name and the power to control the Tower of Destruction. Kim, wondering how this power affects one's personality, looks to the side and reflects. Bacher says that while he hasn't been extremely violent when he is the owner of the tower, the influence gradually pushes him closer to his original nature. Kim then asks how the Lord can give and take names, but the Tower Master admits he doesn't know the answer. Kim ponders the situation and proposes a theory. Since the world itself seems to be a maze, it is likely that the Lord can give and take names at will. Bach is curious about his thoughts and presses him to explain what he means by calling the world a maze and why he hasn't shared such important information before. Outside the Valhalla Academy, our boy walks to class deep in thought. Bacher, catching up, asks if his theory about the world being a maze is true. Kim affirms it is, though he admits it is a sad reality. He reflects on the guide's words, recalling an opportunity for a counterattack. They have missed the chance to act and now have to wait. The following day, while Kim is in the canteen, he is suddenly transported to the room where he meets the guide. Seeing her there confuses him. He has no idea what has just happened. The girl, having never seen a tray before, asks about it, which really irritates Kim. He snaps in response, revealing that it is just a food tray. He repeats himself, frustrated that despite their meeting being scheduled for 2 days later, she has interrupted his lunch. Guide, observing our boy as he sits at the table, shifts her focus and asks if he has the ring with him. He pulls out the ring, confirming that it is with him, and examines it. Guide smiles and says it is time to use it. Kim, holding the ring, notes that it doesn't seem to affect his abilities in any way and questions how it can be useful against their opponent. The girl assures him that it is simple. He needs to put it on and enter the maze. Kim, still holding the ring, wonders if he really needs to enter the maze as he believes there are no natural mazes left. Guide confirms that there are no natural mazes at the moment, but the Maze Lord will soon create new ones. She explains that a dungeon break or disaster occurs when this happens, unleashing chaos in the surrounding areas as monsters emerge. He reflects on how in his previous life, the appearance of these monsters filled the world with danger, leaving no place untouched by their destruction. In his current life, however, things have calmed down, making life more manageable. Curious, Kim asks when and where the maze will appear. Guide smiles and tells him that it will happen in 3 months, likely in a country called Korea. She adds that she is still assessing the scale, but it is certain that it will happen there. Kim, realizing he lives in Korea, asks the possibility of preventing it on a national level. However, Guide clarifies that the information she has is limited, and she is keeping it a secret from the Maze Lord. Our hero then asks about the maze's details as it will appear in a big maze, which is the world. Guide explains that the Lord of the Maze is responsible for creating them, and Kim wonders if he is preparing once again to give and take names. Guide confirms it, suggesting that the Lord is preparing for the adaptation of people before the Tower of Destruction appears. The young boy understands that he will need to wear the ring and destroy the maze in Korea before it can fully materialize. As Kim reflects, Guide asks how he has destroyed mazes in the past. He recalls that when dealing with powerful bosses, he often ignores them and focuses on destroying the maze stones instead, causing the maze to collapse. Guide acknowledges this method but emphasizes that this time, things will be different. Our boy, puzzled, asks what she means, and she hints that their approach will need to change. Kim holds the ring before him as Guide points to it and explains that he will need to kill the maze's boss while wearing the ring. Kim, curious, asks if there is a specific reason for this. Guide smiles and assures him that there is indeed a reason. She explains that although their world is a maze created by the Maze Lord, creating dungeons like the Tower of Destruction is no simple task. The guide continues saying that everything in the maze is powered by the name bestowed by the Maze Lord, with the boss being a key component of the maze's creation. She explains that if Kim kills the boss while wearing the ring, it will absorb the name given by the Maze Lord. This act marks the beginning of their counterattack. Holding the ring, Kim asks how effective names can really be in their plan, wondering how stolen names can make a difference. Guide smiles at his insight, replying that the Maze Lord won't even notice the loss of one name. His current focus is to adapt people to the Tower of Destruction. The guide clarifies that the goal isn't just to steal one name, but also to clear the maze quickly by killing the boss. If the Maze Lord realizes what is happening, the maze will disappear before it can be fully adapted, prompting him to take drastic measures such as sending out many names and causing chaos in the world. This presents the perfect opportunity for them to absorb names on a massive scale. These absorbed names provide strength for their cause. Kim, reflecting on this, asks if the absorbed names will convert into power. Guide confirms, adding that using this power will not harm innocent people. She explains that when someone takes away the name from the Maze Lord, the person can either become a constellation or remain bound to the name, unable to be reborn. However, if Kim uses the power to absorb names, the restrictions placed on those whose names have been taken will be lifted. She assures him that only he will know about it, being the one in control at the moment the name is taken. Kim carefully listens to the girl's instructions before putting the ring on his finger. With a smile, he asks if they just need to wait for the dungeon to break through. The guide confirms that is all for now and assures him she will provide the exact location and date when the time comes. Kim then asks if simply killing the boss and destroying the maze will be enough to complete their task. The guide raises her hand as if to snap her fingers, explaining that while the monsters inside the maze will die once it is destroyed, the ones that have already escaped will remain. She suggests that he will need a team to track and deal with these monsters once they emerge. With that, she snaps her fingers and a bright light engulfs the scene. Suddenly, Kim finds himself back in the cafeteria, confused by the abrupt shift. He looks around and realizes it is evening, then curses, recalling that the guide has likely forgotten to give him a proper warning before sending him back. As Kim ponders Guide's mention of needing a team, he remembers how before his reincarnation, he always worked with his disciples. He knows handling this task alone will be far too time-consuming. The thought of training his students again crosses his mind. But before he can act, he notices a silhouette ahead of him. It is a Yanlang. Yanlang approaches Kim, explaining that after her defeat, she has taken the time to think about the reasons behind it. She admits that she has realized Kim is much stronger than her and that her loss had been inevitable. Kim looks at her, slightly indifferent, and asks if it has really taken her so long to come to that conclusion. Yanlang continues, pointing out that a person who impresses others with their talent without experiencing defeat is a rarity, especially among adults. Kim unfazed corrects her, saying she has misunderstood. He is someone who has worked hard and trained relentlessly, not simply relying on natural talent. Yanlang, however, seems to understand that better now. She reflects on their battle and admits that her lack of experience has been the primary reason for her defeat. Determined to improve, she clenches her fist and explains that she has grown stronger because of their fight. Yanlang then expresses her desire to continue fighting him, eager to prove herself. Kim, clearly not interested, tells her not to bore him with her odd logic. He says it is time for him to leave, but the young lady catches up with him and reminds him that she has traveled all the way from China to fight him. Our boy looks at Yanlang and firmly tells her that he is not interested in continuing their conversation. Instead, he suggests that she focus on learning family martial arts rather than pestering him. Yanlang, however, seems confused by his comment and asks what he means. Kim explains that she has no real understanding of family martial arts. The young lady replies that she has received formal training until she is 6 years old, after which she is mostly left to fend for herself. She then mentions that she has fought him during the lunar year, which piques Kim's curiosity. He asks her if that was before she had taken control of the contractors. Yanlang confirms that it is and reflects on her past. Recalling how she once enjoyed working in her own way, she shares that she has been forbidden from further training as a member of her family. So she has asked to bring in training partners to hone her skills. However, her family sends adult contractors to train with her, all of whom she easily defeats, mostly due to the small number of them. Our Chad listens quietly, realizing that the story Yanlang just shared is very different from what the head of the family has told him. He thinks about how she is clearly talented and enjoys fighting, but the head of the family has portrayed her as someone who fights recklessly. Yanlang then explains that although she is considered a headache to her family, it doesn't matter to her since she is stronger than anyone else who comes afterward. She clenches her fist, determined that things will be different from now on. She looks at him and says that she has found someone much stronger than him. Kim, however, doesn't understand why this is so important and asks what the point is. Yanlang smiles and says that by fighting him, she can become much stronger without relying on her family. Kim, still not interested, tells her he hasn't agreed to anything, but Yanlang doesn't give up. She begins pleading with him, asking to fight. Kim, observing her persistence, finds the situation increasingly strange. He thinks about it, realizing that if the young lady was considered an outcast, she would have been confined to the White Lotus Palace. Yet, he was instructed to get her out of there. Thinking it over, Kim wonders if it's better for Yanling to stay within the White Lotus Palace rather than roam freely, especially if she truly is as reckless as they say. Partly due to this concern and partly because of her relentless persistence, he eventually agrees, which excites her immensely. Without much delay, he tells her to follow him to the gym where their fight will begin. Inside the gym, the regular members are visibly surprised to see their master walk in with a newcomer. Aaron, quick to notice, rushes over to him and demands to know who the girl is. Kim casually refers to Yanlang as a crazy person he met at the White Lotus, someone who travels all the way just to challenge him. The response catches Aaron off guard. Our boy claims he's only humouring her this once, but Aaron is already seething with jealousy, realizing that the girl goes through so much just for a chance to train with him. As tensions rise and the two begin to argue, Soyeon, standing at a distance, finds it surprising that someone would travel all the way from China just for a match with Kim. Soon, they all head to the Valhalla stadium for the anticipated showdown. Kim, however, is irritated by the unexpected audience. He has only promised Yanlang a one-on-one fight, not a public spectacle. Meanwhile, she stretches her arm, confidence radiating from her. She feels stronger than ever and is eager to prove herself in the fight against him. Kim, seeing the confidence in her eyes, likes it and stretches out, ready for the fight. Guide's words echo in his mind about finding a team as soon as possible, and this might just be the opportunity to do that. With that in mind, our hero offers Yanlang a deal. If she loses, she must become his disciple. The offer shocks Yanlang. After all, her reason for fighting Kim is to defeat him. But Kim assures her that she can still achieve that goal even as his student. Hearing this, Yanlang's excitement grows. She gets into a fighting stance without hesitation. She charges at him instantly, landing a sharp elbow strike, but Kim manages to block it. Still, he's surprised by how much stronger she's become in just a few days. Even though he blocks her attack, he can feel the impact in his arm. Yanlang, growing more intense and almost manic, starts radiating flames, engulfing the entire room in heat. The other girls, feeling the sudden temperature rise, are stunned. Soyeon even calls her White Lotus's monster. Suk, sweating, realizes that her mana concentration is now even greater than Kim's. Gathering all her mana, Yanlang charges at our boy again. She knows that if she manages to land a clean hit, the fight will be over. Even if he blocks it, the impact alone would be massive. But she's caught off guard when she notices Kim taking the exact same posture as her, ready to receive the blow. That excites her even more. She pushes forward with all she's got. Their fists meet in a blazing clash. However, to her shock, despite pouring all her mana into the attack, she's the one being pushed back. She stares at Kim in disbelief, wondering if it is really the same guy from before. He feels even stronger now. As she processes this, the young boy leaps into the air, declaring that from now on, he'll counterattack after every block. He delivers a powerful strike, which she barely manages to block. Kim follows up with a swift kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Our boy smiles, thrilled, not just by the fight, but by the fact that he's gained one more disciple. A bit later, Yanlang regains consciousness after being knocked out by Kim's final attack. As she wakes, it immediately becomes clear to her that she has once again been defeated by him. Kim, observing her, casually notes that she's tougher than expected. He had assumed she wouldn't wake up until the next day. Yanlang, still disoriented, can't tell whether he's complimenting or insulting her. Kim then reminds her of their previous agreement. If she lost, she would become his disciple. Though she had hoped to challenge him again using only physical strength, she admits that the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Accepting the result, she agrees to become his disciple. With a light tone, she asks if this makes her his very first disciple. Kim, however, immediately denies it. Intrigued, Yanlang questions whether he has already taken on a middle school student as a disciple, but Kim simply denies it again, too embarrassed to admit that he has already had several disciples in the past. Suddenly, Aaron interjects, revealing that Kim is indeed telling the truth. She had already begun training with him before Yanlang arrived. She declares herself his first disciple and casually refers to the young lady as Meow. Annoyed, she demands to know who she is calling Meow, firmly reminding her that her name is Yanlang and that she doesn't want a nickname. Aaron shrugs off the protest, claiming there's nothing wrong with it since it's a cute nickname anyway. As the two girls yap, Kim watches them silently, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. The scene reminds him of the past when his former disciples used to argue just like this. Eventually, he steps in, stating that since Aaron began training with him first, Yanlang should treat her as a senior. He then instructs her to take responsibility and help her junior with training. Hearing this, Aaron beams with joy, delighted that Kim finally acknowledges her as his first disciple. With a smug grin, she jokingly tells her that she forgives her as her senior, which only fuels Yanlang's irritation further. The young lad then turns to Yanlang and tells her to rest for the day, especially since she's still recovering from her injuries. But the young lady, frustrated, points out that she has nowhere to rest. She came to Korea solely to fight him and only managed to find him because Seol told her to head straight to Valhalla. Hearing this, Kim feels a headache coming on from how simply she thinks. He informs her that there's a spare room available in the dormitory. If she wants, she can stay there. Aaron, overhearing the conversation, suddenly looks troubled and voices her dislike for Yanlang's cat-faced appearance. And just like that, the two girls begin arguing again. As Kim walks back to the dormitory, irritation builds within him. He wasn't able to train properly because of their constant yapping. Still, deep down, he knows both of them have the potential to become great disciples. Meanwhile, Soyeon still needs to focus on physical training, so it will be a while before she's ready to learn swordsmanship. Siyuk, on the other hand, continues to train independently. For now, only Arin and Yanlang are fit to accompany him in facing the impending calamity. While lost in thought, Kim suddenly receives a call from Adelia. She reports that the donation process has been completed along with all his other requests and asks if there's anything else he needs. Remembering the coming threat, our boy tells her to begin searching for contractors as a major disaster is expected to strike within the next 3 months. Startled, Adelia asks how he knows this, but Kim simply states that she doesn't need to know the source of the information. What matters is that based on what he has, the disaster will take place in South Korea. Adelia immediately understands and assures him that she will alert other contractors and even the Korean guilds quietly and without drawing attention. Kim reminds her once again to handle everything discreetly. Somewhat embarrassed, Adelia then brings up their constellation, asking if he could inform it that they are doing everything they can to make it happy. Curious, Kim asks if the constellation is still dormant. Adelia confirms, explaining that she's been trying to reach it, but there's still no response. This makes Kim wonder whether a single day is enough for a constellation to regain its powers. He assures her not to worry and says he'll let the constellation know she's doing an excellent job. The next day in Valhalla, Kim is seen training with Orin. The two jog together at a steady pace while Yanlang, already panting, struggles to keep up. She looks like she's on the verge of collapse. After the run, she falls to the floor completely exhausted and feeling like she might die. Kim chuckles, somewhat impressed. He had honestly thought she'd faint. Yanlang, catching her breath, insists that she's been taking the training seriously and hasn't been slacking off. Seeing her determination, Kim decides to push the training even harder, realizing her stamina is actually better than he expected. Just then, a woman appears and asks if Yanlang is with them. Kim, surprised by the resemblance, squints and wonders who she is because she looks strangely similar to Yanlang and Seol. The woman strides forward and angrily addresses the young lady, her daughter, and demands to know why she never informed her that she was coming to Korea. But Yanlang, her expression darkening, coldly calls the woman by name, Yeon. Kim, taken aback, turns to Yang and claims he thought her mother was Seol, the head of the White Lotus Institute. That's when the woman formally introduces herself as Yang, head of the Seol family, and clarifies that she is indeed Yanlang's biological mother. She adds that Seol, the head of the White Lotus Society, is actually her younger sister. Yang then glances at Yanlang, confused, and wonders aloud why her sister never mentioned that she had already left the White Lotus Palace or why she sent her to Korea in the first place. Muttering to herself, she says she'll ask Seol about it once they return. Turning back to Yanlang, she coldly states that it's time for her to return to the White Lotus Institute, but the young lady explodes in anger. She demands to know why she should go back, accusing her mother of never being there, not when she was bullied, not when she locked herself away in the palace. Her voice trembling, she tells Yang to stop pretending she was ever a decent mother and declares that she can live on her own now. Yang tries to explain that she had no choice but to abandon Yanlang, that she was simply following the orders of their constellation and that she should understand that. But she cuts her off, furious, saying her mother never told her any of this. She only found out through the gossiping servants at the palace. Yang dismisses that detail, saying it doesn't matter how she found out. What matters now is that she must return. It's the will of their constellation. She adds that this is also Yanlang's chance to reclaim her rightful status within the clan and earn the constellation's favor. With a stern glare, she warns Yang not to embarrass her in front of others again. Yanlang stands there, stunned and asks if that's the real reason her mother had always tried to push her out of the palace, just to use her as a tool to gain status. The woman confirms it without hesitation. Enraged, the young lady tells her mother to leave, that she's only interrupting their training. She reminds her that they are in Valhalla and warns her not to cause trouble here. Smirking arrogantly, Yang states that the only reason she didn't bring any guards with her is so she could act freely without anyone watching. With that, she releases a surge of mana into her palm and launches a sudden surprise attack at Yanlang, sending her flying backward. But Yanlang manages to block the strike with her arms, showing impressive control and strength. She quickly recovers and charges at her mother, shouting that she won't back down, reminding her that she's already defeated her once in battle. As the young lady closes the distance, she throws a powerful punch, but Yang effortlessly catches it. With a slight smirk, she remarks that Yanlang has gotten stronger and that it looks like she's been training, at least a little, back at the White Lotus. In the palace, she had resolved to train hard, pushing herself to the limit so she would never be underestimated again. In response, Yang coldly tells her that if that's the case, she should return home because her training is still insufficient. With that, she grabs Yanlang's arm, twisting it violently, lifting her slightly off the ground and throwing her off balance. Stunned, she wonders how her mother could have become so powerful so suddenly. But before she even hits the ground, she launches a powerful kick to break free from Yang's grip. Upon landing, she immediately charges forward to retaliate. Watching this unfold, Oren grows anxious and turns to Kim, asking if they should call in the instructors to stop the fight. But our Chad calmly replies that involving the teachers would only make things worse. And besides, he doesn't like the attitude of that woman. Oren agrees, pitying Yang Lang, whose mother only seems to remember her when she needs something. As the battle intensifies, Yang continues trying to convince her to come with her peacefully, saying it would spare her the pain. But Yang Lang shows no intention of yielding. Instead, she unleashes a powerful kick to Yang's stomach. However, the leg she uses suddenly becomes encased in ice. Seeing her daughter's surprised reaction, Yang smirks and explains that this must be the first time Yang Lang has encountered her technique. It's a power granted by their constellation known as the King of the Depths of the Snow. If she agrees to join the Seal clan, she could gain this same power through a contract with the constellation itself. Yang Lang finally understands the truth behind Yang's sudden strength. It turns out her mother has borrowed power from their constellation. Yang goes on to explain that it's natural for all clans to revere their respective constellations as these celestial beings bestow incredible power. With a deadly serious tone, she asked the young lady one final time, will she return willingly to the Seal clan? Despite the threats, Yinlong remains defiant and refuses. Enraged, Yan charges forward, appearing right in front of her in an instant. She decides she'll simply crush her daughter's arm. Maybe then she'll change her mind. But before she can carry out the attack, Kim intervenes, stopping her. Furious, Kim demands to know if she truly plans to break her own daughter's arm. Yon replies coldly that it's none of his business how she chooses to discipline her child. This is a family matter. Her harsh words remind Kim of himself from a previous life when he said something eerily similar just before disaster struck their lives. Meanwhile, Yon silently wonders how Kim was able to block her earlier attack. Not only did he avoid being frozen by her technique, he even managed to injure her despite the power she used, power granted by their revered constellation. Our hero quickly orders Aren to assist Yang Lang and get her away from the battlefield. But Yang Lang interrupts him, firmly saying she also wants to fight. After all, this is a family matter. Our boy responds calmly, stating that he understands, but given her condition where she can barely feel her own legs, he won't just stand by and watch someone rip his disciple's arm off. As her master, he has a responsibility. Hearing this, Yang Lang is left with no choice but to listen, inwardly impressed by Kim's firm resolve and values. Yang, however, scoffs and questions how a mere student like Kim could claim to be Yang Lang's master. She asks if he's really letting her presence influence him, wondering if he started acting like her master just because she's trying to take Yang Lang away. Our boy explains that it's simply because they happen to share the same interest in something. Yang smirks and replies that, in that case, she'd like to see just how skilled this so-called master really is. With that, she dashes forward to attack Kim. Meanwhile, our boy calculates his next move. He knows he can't take her attack head-on. Blocking it would consume a large amount of mana. For now, all he can do is dodge and wait for the right moment. As he continues to evade, ice starts forming all over the surroundings. He realizes that Yan has the ability to freeze a target without even touching it. Simply being near her is dangerous. Even mid-battle, Kim tells her sarcastically to make sure she pays for all the equipment she's damaging. She snaps back that he shouldn't worry. If he can defeat her, she'll cover the costs. Without warning, she releases a powerful strike aimed at his face. But not wanting more things to be destroyed, Kim swiftly kicks her arm to deflect the attack. He immediately repositions himself to prepare for a counterattack. His movements cause Yan to tense up in alarm. With precise force, Kim lands a solid punch to her abdomen, sending her flying. Aren and Yang Lang watch in shock, realizing that the difference in strength is staggering. Even though Yang has a constellation's power, our boy still manages to overpower her. Stunned, Yang finally understands why Yang Lang agreed to make him her master. Still, she insists that no matter what, she will bring the girl back to the Seal clan. That's the command their constellation gave her. Even if she fails now, she warns that other clan members will soon come to retrieve Yang Lang. In an emotional outburst, Yang Lang yells, demanding to know if they ever even consider how she feels in all of this. But Yang responds coldly that what matters most is the will of the constellation. It's their only true law, and following it is the reason their clan exists. Yang Lang is visibly shaken after hearing what was said. Once again, she's being forced to hurt someone from her own clan. Overwhelmed by frustration, she collapses to the ground, pleading for them to just leave her alone. Even Kim is growing furious at her mother's heartless statements. He steps forward and asks Yang what he needs to do in order to meet their constellation directly. His question catches Yang completely off guard. She's stunned, not expecting him to say something so bold. But Kim has already come to a conclusion. This constellation won't stop unless it's taught a proper lesson. With disbelief on her face, Yang asks if he truly intends to confront their constellation directly. She explains that summoning a constellation requires an enormous amount of mana for sanctuarization, and no sane person would waste that many storage stones just to bring about their own ruin. But Kim calmly replies that there's another way. He just needs to directly touch their sacred artifact and cross into the mental realm. This statement leaves Yang deeply impressed. For someone his age, his knowledge about artifacts is astounding. However, she warns him that entering the mental realm would allow the constellation to use its full power, saying that she inquires if he truly understands what he's getting himself into. Kim, unfazed, says he's fully aware of the risks. Seeing how determined he is, Yang finally gives in. She tells him to wait as she alone can't make that decision. Within a week, she promises to send him an official invitation from the Seal clan. In the meantime, she assures him that no one from their side will go to Valhalla to cause trouble. Before leaving, Yeon asks Kim what he plans to do if he loses to their constellation. The opportunity they are offering him is no small thing. She warns it would be a huge waste if he fails to deliver. But Kim responds with confidence that if he loses, they can do whatever they want with him. But if he wins, they must never interfere with Yang Lang again. He'll take full responsibility for her from that point on. Yang Lang is left speechless by his bold declaration, while Yang scoffs at his overconfidence, finding him a bit too full of himself. Still, she turns to leave, needing to make the proper arrangements with the clan. Later, back at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim brings Yang Lang to the room she'll be staying in while she's there. The girl is mesmerized. The room doesn't look like a dorm at all, but more like a luxury apartment. She asks Kim if she's really allowed to stay here. Kim confirms it. The instructor had actually asked him to move into this room himself, but he declined. He's more comfortable where he already is. Inside the dormitory, moved by Kim's kindness, Yang Lang asks him why he's doing all this for her. After all, when Yang stormed into Valhalla, he could have easily turned a blind eye. Kim calmly explains that, first of all, she is his disciple, and second, he despises people who are arrogant and controlling, like her own mother. She always looked down on others and expected him to obey her every whim. Those are exactly the kind of traits he truly hates. He then asks Yang Lang if he's gone too far with what he's done. But the girl, taken aback, tells him that she's simply not used to receiving attention from others and that she only wants to express her gratitude. Kim smiles at her response and jokingly says her gratitude will probably vanish once they start their real training. Before leaving the room, he tells her he wants to know more about their constellation. Unfortunately, Yang Lang admits she doesn't really know. All she knows is that it uses ice-type abilities. She rarely stays at the Seal clan, so she doesn't have much information. However, she's heard that their constellation doesn't involve itself in the clan's internal affairs, which is why very few people know anything about it. This confuses Kim. He asks if it was the constellation that gave the order to Yeon to retrieve her from Valhalla. Yang Lang is equally puzzled. She's never had any connection with the constellation. In fact, she's the only one in their clan who never received its blessing. With so many questions left unanswered, Kim decides he'll just ask the constellation directly when they meet. He quickly bids her good night, telling her to rest up and regain her strength. After all, she'll be his guide on their journey to the Seal clan. Back in his room, he contacts Adelia. He tells her he needs a favor. He's just fought the head of the Seal clan. The lady is stunned. She immediately asks how that even happened. Kim explains they clashed because the woman's daughter is currently in Valhalla. He also assures her not to worry, claiming that he'll take care of the damages and equipment destroyed during the fight. Adelia assures him that she'll handle it. The equipment is easy enough to replace. She then asks if there's anything else he needs. Our boy asks if she knows anything about the constellation of the Seal clan, but Adelia admits she doesn't know much. Unlike their own constellation, which often interacts with them, the Seal clan's deity is never seen or felt. Kim quickly understands and asks if there's been any sign of Morin, their own constellation. But Adelia reveals that they still haven't heard a single word from it. Hearing this, he begins to realize just how rare and difficult it is to actually meet a constellation. As the youngster is about to end the call, Adelia hesitantly asks if he brought up the constellation to report her good work. However, our boy jokes, saying she's getting a little too comfortable, and tells her to cut it off. She immediately apologizes and the call ends. As their call ends, he wonders aloud about why so many people seem to know absolutely nothing about the Seal clan's constellation. Suddenly, Bach speaks up, saying that he isn't like the Kim he remembers, hinting that something isn't quite adding up. According to Bach, Kim's style has always been to fight first regardless of who the opponent is. Our boy agrees but explains that he needs to prepare carefully because right now, his body is his greatest weakness. It would be foolish to rush into battle without knowing the abilities of the constellation he's about to face, especially since their fight will take place in the mental realm where his opponent holds a significant advantage. Suddenly, Kim starts wondering why Bach is so weak in the mental realm. By all logic, he should be able to use his full strength there just like the other constellations. But his train of thought is interrupted when Bach suddenly offers him advice. If their battle takes place in the mental realm, he says, then physical strength is irrelevant. Power in that domain depends on one's spiritual and mental endurance, not raw physical might. Kim snaps back irritated and argues that it's all the same to him. Strength is strength. But Bach counters that while that might be true for ordinary people, things are different when it comes to him. He should always keep that in mind. Bach's words calm him down. Our boy nods, saying he now understands what he means. That leaves him with only one option, to beat the living hell out of that constellation. 1 week later, at the Seol clan, Yeon greets Kim with a teasing remark. She says she thought he ran away, but our boy replies confidently, saying he's far more responsible than she gives him credit for. Without wasting time, he asks her if he can finally hold their sacred relic. Yeon smirks and tells him to follow her. A few moments later, they enter a strange chamber where snow was gently falling from above. She walks to the far side of the room, retrieves a box, and opens it to reveal their sacred relic. With a smug grin, she tells Kim she might just turn him into her servant if he loses. Kim simply replies that she can do whatever she wants. Just hand over the gloves so they can begin. The moment the gloves are passed to him, he takes hold of them. Instantly, he finds himself standing before a man sitting with an air of authority. The man looks him over and sternly asks who he is. Kim responds that he'll answer only if the man introduces himself first. Realizing that this is the person threatening their clan, the man narrows his gaze. Kim grins and taunts him, suggesting they should start by introducing themselves first. But the man coldly replies that names will only be exchanged if he manages to survive his attack. Without warning, he launches a series of ranged ice attacks at Kim, yet not a single one hits him. The constellation is impressed. Our boy skillfully dodged the incoming attack, something a normal jump wouldn't be able to achieve. It's clear he's using mana to enhance his speed. Wanting to introduce himself, the constellation suddenly realizes he can't remember his name, not since he arrived in the mental realm. So he tells him to simply call him the King of the Deep Snow. However, those who worship him call him Nanshin, while the one who was afraid of him was called Seol. Combining both titles, he's known as the God of Seol. Our boy responds with a straight face and introduces himself as Kim Ju-hyuk. As the constellation prepares to attack, he tells Kim that he will remember that name. At that moment, massive ice pillars shoot up from the ground, blocking every possible escape route. The constellation quickly follows up with another attack, throwing a punch into the air, unleashing a flurry of sharp ice spikes flying straight toward him. With no other option, our boy pulls out his favorite sword. In a flash, he slashes through the incoming ice, deflecting the deadly shards back toward the constellation. The constellation, however, effortlessly stops them. With arrogance in his voice, the constellation declares that Kim stands no chance because in this mental realm, he controls the snow and ice. But he doesn't care about his grand speeches. Without hesitation, he charges in and unleashes a powerful strike. The constellation blocks it but is caught off guard by the intensity. He admits that Kim's combat tactics are impressive but says he's still too weak to be a real threat. As the young fighter begins gathering mana in his hand, he challenges the constellation to see if his next attack is just as insufficient. He follows up with a powerful punch, landing it squarely on the constellation and sending him flying across the field. As the constellation rises, something clicks in his memory. The mana, the sword Kim wields, it feels familiar. He knows only one person with that kind of presence, Musin. Kim confirms it without hesitation, claiming that his disciples gave him that name of their own will. The revelation sends the constellation's thoughts spiraling. He may not remember his full identity, but he remembers that battle. It happened 300 years ago. Back then, he was overwhelmed by a massive horde of monsters. Though he managed to slay many, the battalion was too great to defeat alone. Resigned to his fate, he was ready to die taking down as many as he could until someone appeared. The Musin arrived, wielding a black sword and radiating a fearsome aura that paralyzed the monsters. It was a moment burned into his memory, the strength, the presence, the sheer power. And now that same mana, that same overwhelming force stands before him again, just in a different body. Snapped back to the present, the constellation, still frozen in awe, is jolted by Kim's voice asking if he still plans to fight. The constellation smiles. He admits he once dreamed of fighting Musin, and now that the opportunity has finally come, he won't waste it. He promises to fight Kim with everything he has. While the fight continues in the mental realm, Yang Lang patiently awaits the return of our boy. However, she feels uneasy. The scornful glances cast her way by other clan members make her feel out of place. If not for Kim, she wouldn't even consider returning to the clan. Her heart holds no desire to stay. Lost in thought, she is suddenly approached by her siblings, Sol Yurine and Sol Pei. Upon seeing them, she assumes they've come to start another argument. But Pei explains that they heard she had finally left the White Lotus Palace and they simply wanted to see her. Besides, even if they had wanted to fight, they know they stand no chance against her. This explanation surprises Yanlong. If they merely wanted to see her, she wonders, why not just stare at her from behind the door like the rest of the fools? But Irin reveals the real reason they've come to apologize. Ever since their last confrontation, Yanlong had locked herself away in the White Lotus Palace and they never had the chance to say sorry. They regret their harsh words and the way they treated her back then. The young lady, still on guard, accuses them of only speaking kindly now out of fear. But Irin admits their apology might seem sudden and explains that their mother had strictly forbidden them from speaking to her. More than that, she had ordered Yanlang's removal from future training sessions. This revelation shocks Yanlang. All this time, she thought their mistreatment stemmed from jealousy. Pei then confesses that she was jealous of Yanlang's immense talent, but also proud to be in the same clan as someone so gifted. Irin adds that their mother had secretly instructed them not to include her in future practices, believing she would be a threat to their path in becoming the next clan head. Despite any support Pei and Irin might receive, the elders would still favor her. The girls have no choice but to follow their mother's orders, just like most members of their clan. However, their mother made one crucial mistake. She assumed they desired to become the next clan head. In truth, they have no such ambition, and perhaps they never should. Yanlang is confused by this revelation, wondering what Irin truly means. But before any clarification is made, Seal arrives and takes it upon herself to explain what they couldn't. Meanwhile, the battle between the Constellation and our boy, Kim, rages on. The Constellation launches a flurry of sharp ice projectiles, but he swiftly dodges them. As he closes in, he leaps into the air preparing to strike, but the Constellation releases another wave of ice. Our boy shatters the attack with ease. Undeterred, Kim charges once again, claiming that he cannot be stopped by mere minor assaults. In response, the Constellation prepares a stronger attack, more powerful than the last. It erupts with force, but even this is not enough. He dodges it effortlessly, much to the Constellation's surprise. Now the Constellation begins to understand why this young man is known as a martial arts god. He expects his previous blow to have inflicted serious damage, but Kim stands almost untouched. Our boy Kim, however, isn't looking for praise. What captures his attention is the overwhelming power the Constellation still wields. The young warrior begins to wonder if this man was truly this powerful before, why had he never heard of him? Perhaps his perspective on power has changed due to his training. Maybe this opponent is even stronger now than he once was. With that thought, he can't help but smile, thinking how incredible it would have been if they had met sooner. The Constellation puzzled wonders what Kim is thinking. For the first time in the fight, Kim draws his sword. He acknowledges the Constellation's strength and, in a rare moment, offers him praise. This delights the Constellation. Determined not to disappoint, he encases his fist in a thick layer of ice, causing it to grow in size. With full force, he unleashes a powerful strike aiming to surpass the young warrior's limits. But our boy counters with his own attack, faster, sharper, and more decisive. Before the Constellation's punch can land, Kim's blow connects first. As the strike passes through him, the Constellation immediately realizes he is defeated, even though he had claimed before that he was close to overcoming Kim. Suddenly, his arms burst and he collapses to the ground. As the Constellation falls, Kim gets the hand of the Constellation, which is radiating an immense amount of mana. Yon arrives, growing impatient at how long it's taking, suspecting that the Constellation might be playing a trick on him on purpose. However, she suddenly notices him standing unscathed, shocked that he didn't take a single hit in a battle against a Constellation. Nervously, she calls out to him, and he, noticing her, informs Yun that he has defeated her Constellation. At first, she thinks Kim is joking until an official message from the Constellation arrives. The message states that the King of the Deep Snow expresses his deep respect for him, leaving her utterly shocked. She can't believe that a mere high school student has managed to defeat their revered Constellation. Our boy arrogantly challenges her to consult her Constellation once more to see if it responds. He then places a hand on her shoulder, reminding her of their offer to leave Yanlang alone. However, Kim, still not fully satisfied, flashes a devilish grin. He clearly has more conditions in mind, suggesting he isn't done just yet. Afterward, he heads to the reception room where Yanlang is waiting for him, but something feels off. The room is unusually crowded. Seal, who is present, expresses surprise and happiness at seeing him again, not expecting him to return so soon. Our boy responds with the same casual disbelief, making it clear he didn't expect to run into Kim either. Yanlang then asks if he has finished what he came for, and Kim confirms, adding that he'll share the details later when they return to Valhalla. He jokes that if he stays any longer, he might end up attacking the people behind him who are giving him dirty looks. As they walk together, Yanlang wonders why Kim returned so quickly, assuming that he must have lost. From the beginning, she knew it would be a difficult battle, especially since Kim doesn't receive blessings from any constellation. He had to rely purely on his own strength. Worried, she asks what kind of punishment Yun has assigned him now that is lost. Kim answers bluntly that Yun wanted him to become a servant of their clan. Yanlang is shocked, wondering if it means he'll be serving their family now too. Kim admits he's not yet sure, but what occupies his thoughts more is how long he can keep toying with her. The remark makes Yanlang feel a pang of guilt. She regrets not stopping things sooner. She recalls how her siblings and Sayal told her that her mother has no intention of stepping down as the clan leader. From a young age, Yang had already shown interest in leadership, and when Sayal noticed this, she gave up her own ambitions of leading the clan. But for Yang, simply leading isn't enough. What truly matters to her is holding on to power until her final breath. Because of pressure from the clan elders, she eventually bore children, but to her, they were never heirs. They were threats to her position, and so she kept them tightly under her control. The clan head tries to prevent anyone from developing ideas of rebellion by isolating potential threats, especially those who show talent. She used Yanlang's siblings and other clan members to keep her isolated. However, this is unnecessary as he has no intention of leading the clan himself. Through the girl's revelations, Kim finally understands the full extent of what's been happening. Reluctantly, he admits to her that he has indeed defeated their constellation, shocking her completely. She initially believes he's joking, but he assures her he isn't. He recalls that everything started when the constellation tried to summon her back. He remains puzzled, though. Why would the constellation want her to return if it supposedly has no real interest in clan politics? Before leaving the mental realm, he decided to confront the constellation and even slapped it harshly to snap it back to awareness. Upon awakening, our boy demanded to know why the constellation was calling for Yanlang. The constellation explained that the clan had told it the younger daughter must receive its blessing, yet she consistently refused. Following Yang's advice, it had personally issued the summons, believing the girl would comply. Kim immediately grasped this situation and brought up something he had once overheard, that Yanlang had been banished from the clan. However, the constellation seemed unaware of this and even admitted that it was only now hearing her name for the first time. This revelation confirmed Kim's suspicion that Yang had been manipulating the constellation for her own benefit, deceiving it and the entire clan to protect her position. When Yanlang hears all of this, she becomes furious. Her mother has not only tricked a divine being, but has also thrown their lives into chaos, all to maintain her authority as clan leader. Our boy then informs Yanlang that he has already requested the cancellation of Yang's contract. As a result, it's likely that her position and everything she built are now gone. Grateful and overwhelmed, Yanlang thanks him sincerely. He responds that none of that matters anymore. What's important is that they can finally focus on their training together. As the two talk, unaware of their surroundings, a man secretly watches them from afar. He quietly communicates with his own constellation, asking if they should continue monitoring the pair. The constellation, however, instructs him to instead locate the enemies of Kim. At a secret hideout, the first cult constellation gathers its subordinates for a meeting. One woman among them expresses her confusion, having believed their mission was to eliminate Kim. Another suggests that the constellation may have changed its mind. Hearing this, the first woman questions who originally received and acted on the command. One of the figures confirms that it was them. Intrigued, the woman then asks what kind of person this young boy really is. The man replies that Kim's life is incredibly mysterious. He tried gathering information while tailing him, but found nothing substantial. Our boy was raised in an orphanage, and even the names of his parents are missing from the records. To him, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about the young man, at least at first. He continues, revealing that he has been silently tracking Kim, simply waiting for the constellation's orders. However, everything changed when he managed to defeat the head of the Seol clan, an outcome that astonished them all. The man adds that after Kim defeated the guardian constellation of the Seol family, their constellation ordered him to shift his mission and start tracking Kim's enemies instead. While the others continue their discussion, a message suddenly arrives from their constellation. It inquires whether the storage stones it previously requested have been prepared. The group quickly presents the stones, confirming their readiness. The constellation then asks if they have managed to identify the current enemies of Kim. One of the members responds, reporting that 3 groups have had direct conflict with him: the Ventrics, the Ilshan, and the Iryu sect. The Ilshan and Iryu are known to be ruthless organizations, while the Ventric is a powerful and influential lineage from England. However, their current stance toward Kim appears to have shifted. Rather than acting with hostility, they now seem to be attempting to befriend him, leaving the group uncertain whether the Ventric clan should still be considered his enemy. The woman mentions hearing rumors about an organization known as Big Hyang, which is allegedly planning to target Kim as well. A silver-haired man scoffs at the idea, suggesting that the group might simply be seeking attention to boost their own reputation. After considering all the information, the Constellation issues a new directive. They are to eliminate all of Kim's enemies. Meanwhile, at Valhalla, Oren excuses herself from training, which surprises Kim. He begins to wonder how important her errand must be for her to postpone something as critical as their training. This leads him to wonder if Oren might bring something akin to a sacred relic and raises his suspicion that the constellation of the Choi clan could also be one of his disciples. As Yang approaches, our boy recalls having already examined the relics collected by the Sial family after their battle with the Constellation, none of which he found particularly remarkable. With the looming calamity and the impending return of the Tower of Destruction, he realizes that he must still gather more disciples if he hopes to be fully prepared for what lies ahead. While lost in thought, someone suddenly calls out to him, asking if he is Kim. The voice belongs to Black Cat from the market. He approaches him with a serious expression and states that he has something important to discuss. Upon stepping outside with him, Kim expresses his confusion and slight irritation. He points out that the market usually remains indifferent to the identities of its customers, and by appearing at his school, he might be putting their reputation at risk. Noticing his rising tension, Black Cat calmly tells him to relax. He has come not to interfere, but to deliver a letter. The letter is from the true ruler of the market, a constellation known as the ruler behind the scenes. The Black Cat explains that if Kim is able to read and respond to the contents of the letter, he should come to the market. The Black Cat goes on to reveal that even other individuals who previously entered the market have received the same invitation. His constellation is searching for someone capable of deciphering what's written in the letter, a text that even he himself cannot read. And if Kim can unlock its meaning, he urges him to go immediately to the market where the constellation will be waiting. After the Black Cat leaves, Kim immediately opens the invitation to read its contents while Bach starts yapping. As he scans the message, a smile forms on his face. He realizes he must go to the market because he was the one who wrote the symbols hidden within the letter. That night, while walking alone, our boy is stopped by Bach, who questions how he keeps leaving the school without permission. Kim simply replies that he has an agreement with Instructor Lily. The Tower Master then asks why he used character symbols in the letter instead of the usual writing system. The young lad doesn't answer. Instead, he threatens to enter Bach's mental realm and beat him up if the questions don't stop. Soon, he arrives at the market. He hadn't expected to return here so soon. As he looks up at the sky, a sense of familiarity washes over him. The same hue of purple reminds him of someone he longs to see, someone from his distant past. While he's lost in thought, a masked man approaches and asks if he has come because of the letter. Kim nods and asks where to go next. The man tells him to follow him to Market District 7. While waiting there, Kim wonders why the Black Cat hasn't arrived yet. Then Bazi tells him to look at the buildings outside the window. The yellow building he points is made entirely of money. When the Tower Master asks if that building had been there during their first visit, Kim admits he can't remember. Finally, the Black Cat arrives and asks if he managed to find the correct answer to the letter. Kim confirms he did, but then reveals that there was never really a correct answer to begin with. The Black Cat doesn't understand, so he requests a pen and paper to explain more clearly. The Black Cat starts to grow suspicious, thinking Kim might also be an imposter. Apparently, 5 people were suspected of selling the ring, but only 3 claimed to have understood the letter, yet all 3 turned out to be lying, which enraged the Black Cat's constellation. Once Kim finishes his drawing, he presents his answer. The Black Cat notices the characters match those in the original letter and asks what they mean. Our boy calmly explains that the answer translates to no. Hearing this, the constellation becomes overjoyed. The Black Cat, sensing the constellation's approval, announces that he must meet the entity directly. He pulls out a divine artifact, a staff, and explains that once Kim touches it, he'll be transported to the constellation's mental realm. Without hesitation, Kim complies. In a flash, he enters the mental realm where he finds himself facing the back of a mysterious woman. As she senses Kim's manner, she immediately recognizes him. Despite his change in appearance, his energy is unmistakable. With a warm smile, Kim greets her, saying it's been a long time since they last met. He affectionately calls her Luminous. At the sound of that name, the woman quickly kneels before him. With emotion in her voice, she expresses how happy she is to see him again. Kim immediately helps the woman stand, telling her that there's no need to kneel before him. She expresses relief that he still remembers the unique characters they used to communicate. Our boy, Kim, responds by recalling how he could never forget a system he created himself. After rescuing her from slave traders long ago, he decided to take her in as his disciple. It was only then that he realized she couldn't read, write, or even speak, only able to respond through subtle gestures like nodding or shaking her head. For reasons unknown, she had always refused to learn reading or writing. So Kim came up with a temporary solution, to use custom-made characters as their shared language. His goal was to spark her curiosity in writing, and to his delight, it worked. She eventually learned how to read and write, something crucial to her training in martial arts. She's deeply thankful to him for all the effort he put into her growth. Then she asks if he understood the message she had sent. Kim reflects on it, noting that her letter expressed how much she missed him and even suggested that they marry once reunited. However, that's why his reply had simply been no. He explains to her that at this moment in time, he can't focus on such matters. With the state of the world teetering on collapse just as it did 1,000 years ago, marriage is the last thing on his mind. His answer visibly disheartens the woman, and she quietly murmurs that perhaps now isn't the time to talk about such things. Trying to change the subject, she asks if he saw the building made entirely of money outside the window. Kim recalls the very same structure pointed out earlier by Bacher, confirming he had seen it. She happily reveals that she had that extravagant building constructed just for him and is welcome to live there. But Kim immediately refuses the offer. His rejection causes a visible shift in her demeanor. She grows anxious and demands to know why he turned her down. In his mind, Kim begins to suspect that her mental state has deteriorated since their separation. This clingy, erratic behavior is precisely why he named her Luminous, a term of endearment to remind himself of her quirks. To snap her out of her spiral, Kim gives her a firm flick on the forehead, the same way he always did whenever she got lost in her own head. It works. She snaps out of it and asks again why he doesn't like her gift. She says she built it because he once claimed to dream of living in a building made of money as tall as a mountain. Kim struggles to remember ever saying that, but she insists it happened during their old training days. Apparently, he once joked that if peace ever came, he wanted to live atop a mountain of cash. At the time, she had taken it seriously and had devoted herself to that dream, hoping to bring it to life one day. She then reminds him of another promise he had made as they were still on a mission, but they were far from realizing that dream. So at that moment, Kim told them they must continue to grow stronger, strong enough to face any calamity on their own so that one day they could finally live in peace. Inspired by those words, she had made it her life's mission to become powerful enough to fulfill his vision. Though she failed to realize it in their past life, she managed to achieve it in this one over the course of 3 long decades filled with war and struggle, which eventually led to peace. Kim, intrigued, asks how she knew she would be reincarnated. She confirms that a notification did appear for her just like it did for him. She doesn't know who sent the message, but admits that had she never received it, she likely would have descended into madness. Kim, with a serious expression, makes it clear that this is not the time for distractions. The current era teeters on the edge of chaos. Without delay, he begins explaining to Luminous the coming calamity, the emergence of the Tower of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Luminous is visibly shaken. She refuses to accept that her master's peaceful life could be disrupted once again. Kim reveals that he now resides in Valhalla, which is also why he had declined Luminous' offer to live in the building made of money. Fortunately, Luminous understands. Without hesitation, she presents him with a ring, the Grand Owner Ring. This special item grants him access to the market, enabling trades and transactions, and allows him to use their shared funds. With it, traveling to Valhalla becomes easier, and she promises to support her master in any way he may need. Kim, thankful, notes to himself that he seems to be receiving a lot of rings lately. Without wasting more time, he politely takes his leave. As he departs, Luminous sends a message to Black Cat asking if he has already left. The Black Cat is confused as to why she refers to Kim as he, yet confirms that he has returned to the school in Valhalla. Suddenly, Luminous sends another message. She's considering buying all of Valhalla. Black Cat, now deeply curious, begins wondering just what kind of person Kim really is and what connection a young man like him could possibly have to their constellation. Unable to suppress the curiosity, the Black Cat finally asks Luminous directly what her relationship with Kim is. The constellation responds cryptically, Kim is the sky. Elsewhere, in a far darker place, a man slams someone's face into a wall, terrifying those around him. The man is none other than Logan Sr., also known as Destroyer, also known as the One. He has stormed the hideout of the Ilshan, furious over their attempted assassination of his son, Logan Jr., during a school competition. With a powerful punch, Logan unleashes an explosive force so strong it sends shock waves through the hideout. His declaration is simple. He's going to end these fools' worthless lives. The devastating impact instantly kills several members of the Ilshan. As Logan continues his brutal assault, members of another faction, First Cult, silently observe from the shadows. They had initially planned to deal with the Ilshans themselves, but seeing Logan's rampage, decide to leave the job to him. Meanwhile, the leader of the Ilshan, Han, finds himself in a dark, unfamiliar place. Disoriented and unsure of how he got there, he recalls receiving a report about the attack just moments before he was suddenly transported. Out of the darkness, a voice speaks, remarking on how loud Han's heart is beating. In a flash, Han feels a searing pain in his chest. His heart has been pierced and is left stunned by the fatal blow. After Han is stabbed in the chest, his heart is drawn into the first cult's constellation known as Tugue. The entity assures him that death is not yet his fate. They are within its space and it has not permitted his life to end. Writhing in pain, Han slowly realizes that he is inside the constellation's mental realm. Due to the mana swirling around him and the mask he wears, he asks, more to himself, if this being is aligned with the first cult. The constellation confirms it without hesitation. In this space, Han realizes that the constellation knows far more than he had expected. As chaos erupted outside, Han, desperate for clarity, asked why they were under attack. The constellation reveals that it is not responsible for the commotion. It is the powerful figure who has discovered their attempt to assassinate his son. Hearing this ignites fury within Han. The constellation then explains that even if the One had not intervened, they would have still been destroyed. Their fate would remain unchanged. Confused, Han struggles to understand as they share a common goal, eliminating Kim. So why are they being targeted? The constellation explains that initially, it also believed Kim was the proper target, but it changed, and now they seek out those who proclaim themselves to be the strongest without care for others' voices. They only eliminate those who dare call themselves supreme, like the previous one, who constantly bragged about his strength despite not deserving the title. Han, bewildered, insists internally that he never once claimed to be the strongest. The constellation acknowledges this but reveals the critical error they made when they harmed the one person who truly does deserve that title. Han fails to grasp the full meaning of these words. Still, a primal instinct tells him his life is at risk. Regardless of the cryptic message, he understands one thing. If he stays, he dies. Determined to survive, Han unleashes his divine artifact. He channels all his power into a single explosive strike, hoping to break free. The resulting blast shakes the realm, but as the light fades, he realizes he struck only the ground. The constellation is gone. Confused, he searches for any trace of it. Then without warning, it reappears behind him. It declares that the person it referred to, the one truly deserving of the title strongest, is its master. Han, in its eyes, has no right to lay a hand on him. It promises a death far from peaceful. With that, Tugue strikes again. A second merciless stab plunges into Han's chest. Han's screams echo through the void, foolish, futile, and filled with terror. The next morning, back in the Valhalla dormitory, Kim receives startling news. The entire group of Ilshan as well as the faction known as Aryu has been found dead in their own hideout. Bach expresses disbelief, noting how sudden and simultaneous the disappearance of two rival groups is. Kim had planned to eliminate them once he left Valhalla, but it now seems someone else has done the work for him. This leads to an unexpected question from Bach asking whether he plans to graduate from Valhalla. Kim calmly reflects that he only enrolled because of a prompt from the notification window. Now that his mission is complete, there's no longer a reason to stay. Still, he decides he'll remain in Valhalla until the approaching calamity has passed. Inside the Valhalla chairman's office, the chairman, Shim, sits in confusion, trying to understand the identity and purpose of the unexpected visitor. Black Cat, the enigmatic owner of the market, wastes no time with pleasantries. He calmly declares his intention to purchase the school. The bold proposal leaves Shim stunned. Without hesitation, he refuses, expressing firm disapproval at the idea of handing over his academy to someone associated with such a suspicious place. Unfazed, Black Cat snaps his fingers, revealing a box overflowing with money. Shim, however, quickly clarifies that he is not someone who can be swayed by cash. He recounts the origins of the school, how back when he was still a hunter, Korea had been vulnerable to labyrinths and the monsters emerging within them. While law enforcement could manage human crimes, the chaos brought by monsters required special intervention. In those days, the government relied on guilds and their hunters to respond to these threats. In an effort to strengthen national defense, the government formed a monster response unit composed of contractors. However, due to the random selection process, many of these contractors proved even less effective than guild members. Witnessing this, Shim had resolved to establish a proper academy in Korea, one that could train both contractors and hunters to match the skill level of their international counterparts. Today, that vision has become a reality. The academy has produced countless talented individuals who now serve not only as elite guild hunters, but also as key players across multiple sectors. Thanks to their swift response to monster threats, the school stands as one of the finest in the world. Shim firmly believes in the purpose behind the academy and asks if Black Cat understands the principles that guide it, but the Black Cat offers no acknowledgement. Instead, Black Cat insists that he doesn't intend to change the school's mission, only its ownership. The rules will remain the same, he claims. Still, Shim questions whether he can truly trust these words. In response, the Black Cat presents yet another box of money and subtly tests Shim's resolve. Yet he remains unmoved, reiterating that his school is not for sale. But as time passes, Black Cat's fingers begin to tap together impatiently, and slowly, the atmosphere in the room shifts. A mountain of money soon appears before Shim, nearly covering his desk. Faced with this overwhelming offer, Shim ultimately relents. He agrees to the transaction, announcing his decision to retire and entrusting the academy to Black Cat's care. Without delay, Black Cat informs the Constellation that Valhalla has been acquired as instructed. The Constellation immediately issues new orders to connect the central building entrance of the market directly to the Valhalla space and install more CCTVs across the academy to monitor anyone attempting to court its master. Elsewhere, as Kim walks through the school grounds, Bacher casually remarks on how busy everyone seems. Our boy admits that he's barely paid attention to recent events. Even Bacher notes the unusual activity among the faculty, sparking curiosity. Soon, Kim crosses paths with Aaron and wonders aloud if she has just returned from her clan, but the girl explains that she has spent the entire day in class. Kim realizes he didn't notice because he had been asleep most of the day himself. Aaron then walks with him toward the training center, expressing her interest in joining him. Upon arrival, she immediately produces a sword, revealing that she went home specifically to retrieve it. Kim senses something unusual. The weapon radiates intense mana. Aaron confirms his suspicion, explaining that it is the divine artifact of their clan. The revelation stuns Soyeon, who hadn't expected her to wield such a powerful item. Stunned, Soyeon asks her why she brought the sword. She responds by explaining that she has passed the selection test and has officially become the legitimate heir of their clan. Despite her explanation, Soyeon firmly states that under no circumstances should a high schooler carry a divine artifact so casually. Aaron, however, counters that her father permitted her to do so, and therefore, she believes it is acceptable. She then tells Kim that from now on, she wants to train with her Blue Moon sword. Kim, having no objection, asks if he may hold the sword. Soyeon, visibly frustrated, shouts, reminding him that the sword is a divine artifact from the Choi clan. He questions whether Aaron really intends to let him hold it. Despite Soyeon's concerns, Aaron hands the sword over without hesitation. The moment the young lad grasps it, he is struck by an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar feeling emanating from the mana. Suddenly, Kim finds himself entering the mental realm of the Constellation. There, he sees a figure with his back turned who remarks that it has been a long time since they last met. The figure addresses Kim as Hyung and introduces himself as the Constellation of the Choi clan known as Dao Wang. At first, Kim does not recognize the figure and needs a moment to process. When he does, he recalls the figure and affectionately calls him that kid. The Constellation, now visibly older, responds by stating that the name no longer fits as he is grown. He then wonders aloud if he has ever revealed his true name to him. Our boy, with a hint of amusement, replies that the Constellation has never shared his name, only ever pointing a sword at him. The Constellation admits that while he wishes to reveal his true name now, he cannot remember it since becoming a Constellation. Kim, unbothered, suggests that in that case, calling him kid is perfectly fine. Our boy reflects on how the Constellation, once a mischievous child, has transformed. He recalls Dao Wang as a kid holding a sword a decade ago, challenging him to a duel. Curiously, he asks what the duel meant and why he wanted to fight him. The child, with unshakable determination, explains that it is because Kim is the oldest and strongest among them and thus, the most suitable opponent. Dao Wang, teasingly, calls him old man. The disciple bewildered asks him whether she should simply kill the kid, but quickly retracts as Kim tells her to calm down. The young warrior then asks the little pest why he truly wanted to fight. The child reveals a tragic reason. When monsters attacked his family, they all perished because no one knew how to wield a sword. This experience left him determined to create a sword technique that could be learned by anyone regardless of age. He wants to ensure no one else suffers the same fate. With that, he proposes that they fight with Kim using his strongest technique. Impressed by the child's resolve, he questions how the little kid can develop such a powerful technique when he can't even hold a sword properly. He further stipulates that he will only fight if the little kid calls him Hyung or older brother. Without hesitation, the little kid complies and Kim charges at him, declaring that he won't go easy despite the child's age. From that point on, they fought once a week as the little kid continually pestered Kim. The Constellation reflects on how if our boy had allowed him to win just once, he might have stopped bothering him. Kim, with a wry smile, retorts that letting him win would defeat the purpose of developing a sword technique. Despite his losses, the Constellation expresses gratitude, acknowledging that ultimately, he has developed his own sword technique. Kim inquires whether the technique in question is the invincible iron body or whatever it is called. The Constellation confirms this and Kim follows up by suggesting that had he been its sole disciple, he could have taught him even more. The Constellation responds that it is not that he does not want to be his disciple, but rather if he learns from Kim, he would no longer be able to call his techniques his own. Perhaps this is why he could not become his disciple, Kim reflects, impressed by the courage the Constellation now possesses. He understands why Aaron's way of handling the sword feels familiar to him. The Constellation then explains that since becoming a Constellation, he has been teaching all his contractors his blade technique. Kim, puzzled, questions whether the technique seems different compared to the first one he encountered years ago. The Constellation swiftly confirms this, adding that our boy surely recognizes it. He explains that the current trend prioritizes training mana over physical ability. His original sword technique, too difficult for modern bodies, has been modified to make it easier for today's contractors to learn. While the modified version may no longer be considered the strongest technique, Kim immediately understands. The Constellation, however, expresses disbelief that he could reincarnate within the body of a high schooler. Kim wonders if the Constellation had received a notification before their meeting, to which the Constellation quickly denies, claiming he hadn't received any messages. This revelation causes our boy to think deeply that Luminous had received the notification window and already knew from the start that he would be reborn. Kim realizes that perhaps only those directly involved with him had received notifications. Suddenly, the Constellation suggests that it seems destined for them to meet and asks Kim if he wants to fight him. Kim, eager to test the Constellation's strength, happily agrees and expresses his desire to see how far he has come. The Constellation, feeling a rare excitement, prepares for the battle. With weapon in hand, Kim charges toward the Constellation, who also prepares to attack. The only sounds of their battle fill the air, leaving their movements unseen. After their fight, Kim returns to Aaron and thanks her for allowing him to examine the sword. He remarks that her Constellation is a worthy being and advises Aaron to visit him occasionally to learn new techniques. Meanwhile, back in the mental world, the Constellation lies beaten in a large crater created by Kim's attack, utterly amazed by Kim's immense power. In Seoul, Korea, Seoul, summoned by the elders, wonders why she has been called. The old woman responds, explaining that with the position of clan head currently vacant, they need to discuss who might fill the role. An elder expresses his wish that Seol take the position, but the old woman points out that according to clan tradition, the head of the institution cannot also be the head of the clan. The old woman asks if Seol has someone in mind for the position, clarifying that it should not be someone like Yun who used the clan and the Constellation for personal gain. With firm resolve, Seol states that she has already chosen someone worthy of becoming the new head of their clan, Yanglang. Back at the training center, Aaron and Yanglang remain focused, each preparing for the upcoming fight between them. Kim reminds Aaron of his earlier instruction to avoid using mana as much as possible and to rely solely on her physical abilities. The sword she carries is a holy relic, and she must not draw it from its sheath as doing so could cause serious harm. Yanglang, however, shows no concern and seems unbothered by the potential consequences of the sword being drawn. Kim pushes again that if Yanglang attempts to block it barehanded, it could lead to some severe consequences. Meanwhile, Kim notices Soyeon in the area and wonders about her presence. Soyeon simply claims she wants to observe, but in truth, she hopes to see how Yanlong handles the fight. She remembers how easily the young lady defeated her when they last fought and now wants to witness what strategy Aaron might use to win. Even though she has grown stronger with Kim's help and now possesses a divine artifact, Soyeon still isn't sure if that will be enough to overcome Yanglang. The girl warns her to listen to Kim's advice, emphasizing the danger of drawing the sword, but Yanglang charges in swiftly, attacking without hesitation. She quickly braces herself and grabs the sword. As their weapons and fists collide, a powerful gust of wind ripples through the entire training center. Using her full strength, she forces her backward with her blade then leaps to deliver a strike with her knee, which Aaron narrowly avoids. Following the dodge, the girl releases a slash of mana that nearly hits Yanglang. The aura crashes into the wall, drawing Yanglang's attention. She realizes that if it had hit her, the damage would have been severe. It becomes clear that Aaron has grown significantly stronger. Still, Yanglang charges once more, aware that she doesn't yet understand all of her abilities. Nevertheless, she refuses to lose no matter what it takes. She unleashes a powerful punch, sending Aaron stumbling. Yanglang begins to recognize that Aaron's strength and movements have changed from what they once were. This is no longer the same girl she previously encountered. Lost in her own thoughts, Yanglang fails to notice that Aaron has already closed the distance between them. As a result, she nearly gets hit by her sudden attack. Although she narrowly dodges it, she still receives a minor wound, which she noticeably struggles with. Aaron, clearly teasing her, remarks on how well she dodged that attack. Yanglang, visibly irritated, internally denies letting herself get hit on purpose. Still, she begins to realize that each of her attacks is being blocked by Aaron. There's a limit to her strength, and if the battle continues like this, she knows she'll lose. With that, Yanglang decides to take the next attack head-on, planning to strike back right after. As Aaron charges and swings her sword, Yanglang dashes forward to absorb the attack deliberately. This unexpected move catches her off guard. She hadn't anticipated such a tactic. At the same time, Yanglang unleashes a powerful punch, sending the girl flying. As Aaron crashes to the ground, she quickly grabs her weapon again, preparing to continue the fight. However, Kim suddenly steps in to stop them. He announces that if either of them is seriously hurt, they can seek healing, and only after that will he share his thoughts on the outcome of their battle. In his mind, he's pleased. Aaron has improved significantly since Kim formed a contract with her Constellation. Her abilities have grown stronger in such a short amount of time. Kim then notices that the young lady seems to have taken a considerable hit and immediately checks on her condition. She responds that she's fine, though she silently reflects on how close she came to serious injury. It was only because she managed to move closer to the direction the sword was pointing that she avoided a worse fate. The tip of the sword holds the most power, and being struck there would have been devastating. Fortunately, she was hit near the handguard where the force is weaker. She wonders to herself if Anne's newfound strength is solely because of the divine artifact. This thought leads her to remember her own divine artifact. She begins to consider whether she might soon have the chance or the need to use it as well. After the battle, Kim declares that they have done enough for now and can take some time to rest. A few days later, our boy enters the mental realm of the guide. There, the guide reveals that she now knows the exact location where the disaster will occur. Upon hearing this, Kim immediately becomes alert and mentally asks where it will happen. The guide reveals that the disaster will strike a city called Sejong. When Kim inquires about the timing, she tells him it will occur within 3 weeks. This new revelation surprises him, especially since earlier information had predicted the disaster would occur within 3 months. This updated information seems to pinpoint the current remaining 3 weeks for the disaster. They also revisit a previously discussed plan to clear a labyrinth as quickly as possible. However, Kim begins to worry about the monsters that might escape once he enters the labyrinth. The guide reminds him that she had already advised him to form a team. When she asks whether he has found reliable companions, our boy begins to consider his potential allies, yet he feels that bringing them together might only create more chaos. Kim then suggests deploying contractors around the area to protect it, a strategy the guide agrees with. However, she emphasizes that his focus should remain on defeating the labyrinth's boss as that responsibility rests solely on him. Kim confirms that according to their plan, he only needs to wear the ring while eliminating the labyrinth's boss, a detail the guide affirms. Afterward, she hands him a disposable teleportation crystal. She explains that it can only be used once, and when infused with mana, it will instantly transport him to where they are. Curious, the young warrior wonders why the guide couldn't just summon him directly as she usually does. The guide replies that while that is possible, there are limitations to what she can perceive from within her realm. Also, she plans to keep a close eye on the moments of the labyrinth boss at the moment the disaster occurs. With that, the guide advises that it would be best for him to leave immediately after completing the labyrinth. After their discussion, they part ways, agreeing to meet again in 3 weeks. As Kim walks back, he begins planning his next steps. First on his list is contacting Adelia and assigning contractors from the Ventric family. The task ahead seems manageable, so he considers bringing along his new disciples, believing that the upcoming trial won't be too difficult. Since the event will fall on a weekend 3 weeks from now, our boy decides to request permission to leave the academy. He calls instructor Lily to ask for approval. When she answers, the first thing she shares is that she's facing a serious problem. Confused, Kim asks what happened. Instructor Lily hesitates at first, but eventually admits that she has been fired from Valhalla. Kim responds calmly, expressing that he had anticipated this outcome. His unexpected reaction surprises Instructor Lily, who then questions why he seems so indifferent. The young warrior explains that in his opinion, her dismissal seems justified. Instructor Lily is shocked by this but quickly defends herself, claiming that although she may have appeared neglectful toward Kim, she has consistently performed her duties well. Her academic performance has always been excellent, and she regularly submits extra research papers on monsters. This makes him pause and reconsider. The sudden dismissal of an instructor in the middle of a semester feels strange, especially with the vacation period approaching. Instructor Lily adds that although she is aware of the sudden change in school leadership, she still finds it difficult to accept how swiftly she was removed. Kim is shocked upon hearing that the academy has already replaced its chairman. Instructor Lily explains that the change was deliberately kept secret from the students to prevent any news from spreading. This revelation makes our boy wonder if there is a deeper connection between Instructor Lily's dismissal and the sudden replacement of the chairman. Concerned about losing his freedom to request permissions to leave the academy, especially now that Instructor Lily is gone, Kim decides to head straight to the chairman's office to uncover the truth. While on his way, he receives a message from Yang Lan, who also reveals that she has been removed from Valhalla. This confuses our boy even more, prompting him to think about whether there's a link between both dismissals and why they happened so suddenly. Now determined to get answers, he knows he must speak directly with the chairman. Upon arriving at the office, Kim is greeted by the sight of the black cat. Kim asks him if he is truly the new chairman of the academy. The Black Cat responds that he is only an external president, while the true chairman is the constellation he serves. The young boy then asks if Yanlong and instructor Lily were dismissed because of Luminous. The Black Cat confirms this and explains that Luminous had sent a notification to him, claiming that both women were trying to flirt with her master. Luminous even wishes to have Oren Choi expelled as well. Kim tells the Black Cat to stop and insist that the women should be reinstated as they are not trying to flirt with him but are helping him with his training. He expresses his concern that they are being punished just because of him. The Black Cat responds that his constellation has already agreed to his request. When Kim asks why Luminous decided to buy Valhalla, the Black Cat explains that he was following orders. They made the purchase after he declined their offer to live in a building made of money. Luminous thought that by buying Valhalla, Kim would be forced to move into her building. Our boy is stunned and asks if that is really the only reason. The Black Cat further explains that one of the rooms in Valhalla has been secretly connected to a building in the market area. Only authorized individuals can enter that room, which Kim may use whenever necessary. He agrees to this arrangement. Black Cat then asks if Kim needs anything else. Kim takes a moment to think before asking if he can do whatever he wants within the academy. The Black Cat replies that he can do anything as long as it does not interfere with teaching activities. Hearing this, Kim smiles and says there is one favor he would like to ask. 3 weeks later, in Sejong City, Se-hyeok stands frozen in shock as he takes in the devastating sight before him, his city reduced to ruins by monstrous forces. He is deeply confused by what is happening. Se-hyeok arrives in Sejong City to take care of a family matter, not expecting the chaos that greets him. Monsters are attacking, and as he stands frozen in disbelief, he hears a strange noise, a woman desperately trying to escape from a goblin. Just as the creature is about to strike, Se-hyeok swiftly intervenes, landing a powerful punch that instantly kills the goblin. He immediately urges the woman to flee, warning her that the area is too dangerous to linger. Despite his victory, Se-hyeok feels something unusual. Unlike the simulations he's trained in, this fight leaves his entire body trembling when his fists connect with the monster's body. Though he manages to kill one goblin, he knows there are many more enemies he must face alone, and the thought leaves him feeling disappointed in himself. Still, he pushes forward, aiming to defeat at least half of them. Just as he prepares for the next wave, Se-hyeok is caught off guard by the sudden arrival of Yanlang and Arin. The two women quickly rush in and begin slaughtering the monsters with ease. Se-hyeok is stunned at how effortlessly they handle this situation. As they finish off the remaining enemies, Soyeon also arrives but gets really shocked, noting that they've already wiped out the monsters. Seyuk, still confused by everything, asks the two women what they are doing there. Yanlang simply points toward Kim, saying he is the one who should be asked. 2 weeks earlier, inside the Valhalla auditorium, Kim held a meeting with the others. Yanlang, puzzled, asked why he called them together, assuming their training was already over. Kim explained that he wanted to speak with them personally. But before doing so, he introduced the new chairman of Valhalla. The announcement shocked Soyeon, who immediately asked what happened to the previous chairman. The Black Cat responded that the former chairman retired and that the responsibility of overseeing the academy was now his. Soyeon, still skeptical, questioned why no one had heard any news about the change. The Black Cat explained that the transition was kept secret for certain reasons and asked for their understanding. He added that there were plans to eventually inform the students, but Kim found out earlier than expected. Introducing himself simply as Black Cat, he left everyone stunned, including Soyeon. Kim then revealed that he invited the new chairman because he proposed the creation of a new class, one that was already approved. This new class was a special program allowing students the freedom to participate in external activities without needing to attend traditional classroom instruction. He turned to them and asked if they were interested in joining. Upon hearing the offer, Yanlang responded immediately asking if her situation would change because of it. Kim confirmed that it wouldn't, but still expressed his hope that she would join the new class. She could continue her training, but there would be times when she needed to go out and hunt monsters. Hearing this, she happily agreed, saying it wouldn't be a problem and that she wanted in. Arin also voiced no objections. However, Soyeon remained curious and questioned what was going on. She quickly turned to the Black Cat and asked if he was the same Black Cat that owned the night market. The Black Cat confirmed this without hesitation, noting that Soyeon seemed to know more than expected. Soyeon admitted she always believed the night market was just an internet rumor, and now the owner of that mysterious place turned out to be Valhalla's new chairman. She then turned to Kim and asked if he personally knew the chairman, which would explain how he managed to get approval for the new class. Kim confirmed that he did. This made Soyeon pause. She realized our boy wasn't just strong. He also had powerful connections, something highly unusual for a student. Kim then asked if Soyeon wanted to join as well, and she immediately agreed. This meant they no longer needed to attend regular classes. However, the Black Cat reminded them that while they were exempt from traditional classroom attendance, they were still required to participate in school events, such as competitions and practical exams. Kim was surprised, saying they never discussed that requirement. The Black Cat agreed, but explained that upon further reflection, he had responsibilities to uphold. Besides, he believed the privileges Kim and the others were receiving were some of the highest offered to any student. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, a formal agreement had to be made, one that was fair to both instructors and the rest of the student body. The Black Cat added that above all, the students in this special class were powerful individuals who respected the strength of other students and instructors. Because of this mutual respect, he didn't expect any conflict. However, from the Academy's perspective, placing all the strongest students into a single class might appear as a loss for Valhalla. To preserve the school's reputation, these elite students still needed to take part in major school events. After hearing the explanation, Kim asked whether the Black Cat was implying that even their monster hunting efforts weren't enough for Valhalla. The Black Cat responded that it would be better if they could also demonstrate their strength to the rest of the student body. This wasn't a personal request. It was his responsibility as chairman of Valhalla. Hearing this, Kim reflected inwardly. He found it difficult to get along with the Black Cat, but he knew he had no other choice. He then asked his companions if any of them changed their minds after hearing the conditions. They quickly responded that no matter the terms, they had no problem with them. This brought joy to Kim, who then announced that their first mission would take place in the city of Sejong. Coming back to the present upon arrival, our boy notices Sehak and curiously asks what he is doing in that place. Sehak retorts that he should be the one asking that question. He then explains that his family lives here, so he often visits on weekends. In turn, he asks Kim why they are all here. Kim, with a confident tone, thinks about it and then calls out to Yenlong and Aren, instructing them to begin. With that, the group positions themselves in front of the monsters, preparing to attack. Suddenly, a golem charges, its strike aiming directly at the young boy. With a smirk, Kim tells Sehak to simply watch, and he'll understand why they've come. In that moment, he unleashes a powerful attack, nearly wiping out the entire group of monsters in one blow. As Kim's attack continues, the monsters are left sprawled lifeless on the ground. Sehak stands in awe of him, astonished by the fact that most of these creatures are high-level monsters, ones they haven't even faced in the school's virtual simulations. Yet our boy takes them all down with a single strike. Shortly after, a butler from the Ventric family arrives and announces that they've discovered the location of the labyrinth responsible for the disaster. It is only 5 kilometers away and heavily surrounded by monsters. Kim asks what the other contractors from their clan are doing. The butler replies that they are currently assisting civilians in evacuating while simultaneously fighting off the monsters. Kim then inquires whether their constellation has awakened, but the man says they haven't received any message yet. This concerns Kim as it's been nearly 3 months since their constellation last communicated. He knows he can handle the weaker monsters without much trouble, but with Morin's abilities, the extermination process would be far more efficient. He tells the butler to inform the Ventric clan's contractors not to cover their faces while helping civilians, as doing so could help repair their damaged reputation. The butler immediately understands and nods in agreement. When asked if they are now heading to the source of the disaster, Kim agrees. But before they leave, he instructs Yanlong and Aren to assist the Ventric clan in evacuating civilians and to eliminate any monsters that obstruct the process. He then asks Soyeon to help Seyuk reach his family safely. Finally, Kim signals to the butler that they should now proceed to the disaster's origin. Upon arrival, they are met with the sight of a massive labyrinth that resembles a mound completely surrounded by monsters. Looking at these monsters, the butler thinks that the entrance to the labyrinth must be that raised area they are guarding. Though the monsters guarding the area aren't particularly strong, the Ventric clan contractors will still struggle to clear a path for them due to the sheer number of monsters present. Kim points out that this is actually the best way to enter, but it will take a lot of time before they can make it inside. The butler responds that they are still considering other strategies unless he has a plan of his own. Smiling, our boy agrees, acknowledging that the butler is right before suddenly jumping toward the monsters. The butler tries to stop him, but it's already too late. As Kim falls, the foolish monster stands still waiting for his descent. However, even before landing, our boy releases a powerful attack that swiftly eliminates them all. The butler watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Kim has solved the problem that had been bothering them all with just one strike. He realizes that even the strongest contractor wouldn't have been able to do the same, especially considering that he is merely a student. In fact, Kim now seems as powerful as a constellation. Kim thinks to himself that his contract with Luminous has greatly helped him, and now all he needs to do is quickly enter the labyrinth. Suddenly, he remembers the advice he was given, that he must wear the ring while defeating the labyrinth's boss. Without hesitation, he slips the ring onto his finger and steps boldly through the entrance. Meanwhile, the Ventrik estate, Adelia, is busy gathering information about the ongoing disaster. She reflects on how long it took for the South Korean government to understand the situation, and she has just received a report that nearly half of the civilians have been evacuated. She is also informed about Kim entering the labyrinth alone, and she can't believe he's gone in by himself. She wonders if his plan all along is to finish the labyrinth on his own. As the woman thinks to herself, a message suddenly arrives from the Constellation, asking how long she has been resting. Adelia responds, explaining that it has been almost 3 months since she fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Morin pauses for a moment in thought before asking where her master is. Meanwhile, Kim is mercilessly cutting down the monsters, seemingly as though he is just trimming grass. Suddenly, Bacher comments that it looks like he is simply swinging his sword, but its edge is razor-sharp. He then asks if our boy is using Wuxin style, to which Kim asks where Bach has heard that embarrassing name. The Tower Master explains that when he was in the Tower of Destruction, one of his disciples came by and called it that. The young warrior clarifies that it's what his disciples call his swordsmanship for monster hunting, though he feels embarrassed when they refer to it as Wuxin style. Kim suddenly realizes that the labyrinth is much larger than he expected, and he doesn't have the time to fight the monsters one by one. He decides to use mana detection to quickly locate the core of the labyrinth. Typically, the bosses of labyrinths appear near the core, so if he can pinpoint the core, he is likely to find what he is looking for. After using his mana detection, Kim realizes that the core is actually right beneath him. The Tower Master mentions that to his knowledge, it is difficult to destroy a labyrinth. Kim acknowledges this but explains that it is the reason he borrowed power from his disciple. At that moment, Kim swings his sword at the floor, causing it to break apart, and he quickly descends through the hole he created. As he descends, a mysterious man holding a spear emerges. Upon seeing Kim, the labyrinth boss releases a red aura to prepare for battle. Our boy, however, notices that the boss is merely humanoid. Though with the spear in hand, he knows it will be a tough fight. But if he can properly use his mana and the power of Luminous, he believes he will be fine. However, he must be cautious as the labyrinth core he needs to destroy is located just behind the boss, and he cannot afford to let his guard down. Kim knows that if the humanoid releases a reckless heavy attack, the only thing he can do is either counter it or directly hit it with a powerful attack. As he thinks about what to do, the humanoid quickly launches an attack with its spear, which he easily evades. He sees this as his chance to counter, but the humanoid immediately senses his plan. It swiftly swings its spear with great force again, almost hitting him. This makes our boy realize that the attack's reach is not something to underestimate, and even the handle of the spear is infused with mana. If he is hit by it, he will certainly be injured. Afterward, the humanoid rushes at Kim again, releasing a series of attacks. While the young warrior manages to block each strike, he grows frustrated as every time he deflects the spear, he is pushed back, unable to gain the momentum to launch an attack of his own. Before long, the humanoid gathers mana into its spear and uses it to attack him. However, Kim quickly leaps backward to avoid the strike. The humanoid doesn't give up, using the shattered rocks as additional weapons to attack him. Our boy, however, easily deflects them with his sword. At the same time, the humanoid suddenly unleashes a powerful blow toward him. The speed of the attack leaves him with no choice but to block it with all his strength, pushing him slightly backward. Seeing this, Bas wonders if Kim is being pushed back by a humanoid. Our boy responds, telling Bas not to joke around as he has his reasons. He is allowing himself to be pushed back to distance the enemy from the labyrinth stone. Now that the plan is in motion, the young fighter prepares to strike, intending to finish the fight without using the borrowed power from Luminous. As the humanoid charges at him once more, Kim quickly launches a series of attacks. These strikes result in the labyrinth boss defeat. Afterward, the boss disintegrates into dust, slowly fading away. As the boss is defeated, the ring worn by our boy glows brightly, slowly absorbing the remnants of the humanoid. Bash remarks that it seems the ring is absorbing something. Kim responds, saying that, like what the guide mentioned, he believes this is the name of the labyrinth's boss. However, he reminds of what the Tower Master said, asking if he truly thought Kim would be defeated by a humanoid. In his opinion, Bach has been beaten enough that he should stop thinking about such irrelevant matters. Upon hearing this, Bach immediately apologizes to Kim. Our boy decides to put off reprimanding him for now. He knows he must leave because the nest maze could collapse at any moment. As he walks away, he notices the spear, the one used by the labyrinth boss. He immediately approaches it and wonders why the ring didn't absorb the humanoid's weapon. He decides to take it with him, thinking it might be useful or needed later. Meanwhile, somewhere in a tree trunk, an enigmatic figure dressed in black is sitting, and a man reports to him. He tells the figure that the disaster is over, and the figure asks how many days it took for the people to end it. The man replies that it only took about 2 hours. Hearing that, the figure is puzzled and asks how long the previous disaster took. The man answers that it lasted for 5 days. Hearing this, the figure in black reflects on the significant difference in time. However, he realizes that the people are growing stronger, likely due to making the guys who took the name into constellations instead of reincarnating them. He then asks the man if there is someone who might have led or overseen the end of the calamity. The man responds that they are still gathering information because everything happened so quickly. Upon hearing this, the figure tells the man to forget about it as they will eventually learn what happened. It seems they need to expedite their plans, and he will spread the names that cannot be compared to those of the ones they sent before. The black figure orders the man to prepare what is needed as he plans to spread it in various ways. The man agrees while the figure thinks to himself that, finally, he will get a taste of the powerful ones. Meanwhile, Kim's swift handling of the disaster spreads rapidly on the internet. This catches the attention of a man who is astonished by his ability to defeat the assassination unit and end the disaster alone. The man is Alchemist John, the leader of the Big John. He believes they can use Kim to boost their group's reputation and asks another man what he thinks. Alchemist wonders if killing him would be a good way to start things for them. The other man, foolishly, agrees that it's a good plan, but warns that it would be dangerous if they are not careful. Alchemist John agrees, reflecting on how much he has changed since they first started watching him. He thinks Kim was likely in a rank during the entrance ceremony and the school competition, but now he feels he is in S rank. The other man agrees with this assessment. Alchemist John immediately orders the masked man to gather their subordinates as he himself plans to take action using his own hands. At the Valhalla dormitory, Kim has already returned from the site of the disaster. Upon entering his dormitory, he immediately collapses on the bed due to exhaustion. He thinks to himself that he has absorbed all the mana from the storage stones and his mana capacity has greatly increased since the semester began. However, he still feels weak compared to his previous strength. One of his main issues is his small mana capacity, which limits what he can do. As a result, he knows he still has a long way to go. Even after just one disaster, the exhaustion it caused was overwhelming. He never expected that facing a labyrinth boss would be such a huge burden, especially considering it had been named by the labyrinth master. Fortunately, he was able to use luminous abilities, and now he understands why modern contractors desire contracts with constellations. While our boy is deep in thought, Bas comments that he seems to be pondering something deeply. Our boy responds that he is thinking about the constellations. Suddenly, Bas remembers that he thought once Kim finished the labyrinth, he needed to head directly to the guide. Kim recalls what happened when he entered the mental realm of the guide. Upon the young man's arrival, the woman immediately asked if he completed the disaster, which he confirmed. The guide noticed the spear he was holding and asked where he got it. Kim explained that it came from the boss of the labyrinth, but the ring didn't absorb it. Afterward, the guide requested to examine the ring, and he handed it over without hesitation. She inspected it carefully and then returned it, confirming that it successfully absorbed the name of the labyrinth's boss. She then told Kim that their game was only beginning. Just as she mentioned before, the labyrinth master would soon start spreading those names. She added that the names being sent now were bound to be of much higher quality. However, she said they couldn't identify who these names belonged to until they saw them up close. Still, she was confident that one of them originated from the Tower of the Destruction, a place our boy once brought down. When Kim heard this, he didn't seem too concerned. The whole thing felt like a headache already. The guide suggested they meet again once the labyrinth master finished sending the names. Coming to the present, hearing his story, Bacher reflects that even though he ruled the tower, he can't remember anyone who had been with him there. Arboi mentions that the monsters on the first floor are just ordinary creatures, which Bacher agrees with. The tower master believes that the names that can be used are likely from the second floor up to the highest levels, which Kim quickly agrees with. Suddenly, he asks Bach if those from the Tower of the Destruction are descending. Doesn't that mean he too is one of the labyrinth master's subordinates? Hearing this, Bache becomes flustered and exclaims that he told before that he was forced to become the tower master by the labyrinth master. He then expresses his growing suspicion of the tower master based on his actions and calls him a labyrinth lord's bastard. Bache promptly follows, denying it twice. This convinces our boy that the tower master is not lying, which unnerves Bache. However, Kim is puzzled knowing that Bach's real name was taken, but still he doesn't seem to have any power. Despite his disciples having transformed into constellations across the world, they are still able to lend their powers to their contractors. Yet the Tower Master remains the only constellation who seems completely useless. This deeply troubles Kim, especially as he recalls hearing that Bach's name had been taken away and that he had been reborn without becoming a holy constellation. The young warrior wonders why those who knew him in his past life still call him by his old name. Overcome by thoughts, he lies down and admits he cannot answer his questions on his own. For now, he believes the best thing to do is train and regain his former strength before seeking answers. The next day after class, Sehook heads to the training center. He can't comprehend how Kim defeated the monsters as it's beyond what he expected. He is amazed not only by the young man's strength, but also by the significant progress of the 3 students under his training. He thinks that if he receives instructions from Kim, he too could grow stronger. When he reaches the gym's door, he immediately opens it and shouts the name of Kim. But what he sees instead is Yan Lang, who appears to be doing something unusual. The scene shifts to 30 minutes earlier when Yan Lang is doing cardio training in the gym, her body glistening with sweat as she pushes herself. Kim notices her effort and walks over, offering her a towel and complimenting her on the noticeable improvement. Hearing this, Yan Lang confidently expresses how ready she feels to face future opponents. The young warrior chuckles, reminding her of her first day when she could barely breathe after just a few minutes. Nearby, Soyeon and Orin are training together. Soyeon lies on the floor drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Orin suggests they check in on Yan Lang, but Soyeon waves her off. She's sweating buckets and didn't expect training to be this intense. Our boy overhears and calls her out, telling her that if she thinks training is hard, she's always free to quit and go back. But Soyeon slowly sits up and reveals with a grin that she actually likes it here and plans to keep training hard. Orin clicks her tongue at her, but Soyeon catches it and immediately starts ragging at her. Kim steps in before it escalates, suggesting they all take a break and train at their own pace. After all, they just survived a disaster and are still recovering. The girls agree. Orin asks him what he plans to do, and he replies that he'll be working on his magic skills in his room. She says she'll do the same. As Kim leaves the gym, he tells everyone they'll be focusing on the upper body next, so they should be prepared. Orin questions this, but he reassures her it's just them and say hi-yak using the gym for now. Satisfied, Orin nods and leaves with him, while Soyeon decides to follow shortly after. Yan Lang chooses to stay behind, insisting that she's not that tired and wants to train more. Hearing this, Soyeon warns her not to overdo it, then heads out. Now alone, Yan Lang glances at her hand realizing that she's getting stronger thanks to Kim's training. She remembers how easily she defeated the monsters during the recent disaster. But even then, she knows Kim is on a completely different level. Her eyes light up with excitement as she wonders just how much stronger he's become since the first time she fought him. She then suddenly questions herself, wondering if the reason she agreed to become his disciple was to surpass him. Yet here she is, amazed by the strength he is displaying. She realizes the truth in Kim's words, that she will never surpass him. She begins to wonder why she is still here, remaining as his disciple. Then she remembers the time our boy defended her when Jan came to see her. Perhaps it's because of how Kim solved her problems with the Seol clan. Even the dormitory she stays in is thanks to him, and she receives free meals due to the special class he created. She thinks that these are the reasons she continues to be his disciple. However, despite all these thoughts, she knows deep down that they aren't the real reasons. She often thinks about Kim, and every time she does, her heart races as though she always wants to see him. She wants to train more often, hoping to be in his company. Calming herself, she realizes that she has only just met him. But despite all her attempts to suppress her feelings, she can't help but think of Kim's face. She quickly slaps her head as if trying to snap herself out of it. Then she notices the towel the young man used. She immediately grabs it, trying to convince herself that the only reason she took it is to clean it for him. The young woman suddenly stops while walking, her mind filled with a strange thought. Since no one is around, she decides to smell the towel. At that moment, Seek arrives unaware of what she is doing. When he arrives, Yenlong asks if he has seen her embarrassing action, but Sehak doesn't understand what she means. Despite not knowing what's going on, Yenlong immediately throws a powerful punch at him, knocking him unconscious. After punching Sehak, Yenlong quickly runs out, leaving him lying motionless in the training center. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla's dormitory, Kim is busy practicing his manner when his phone rings. It's Adelia who informs him that their constellation has awakened. Kim responds that it's good news and asks her if she has any free time at the moment. Adelia replies that if he needs anything done, she can put aside her other tasks. Upon hearing this, Kim immediately tells Adelia to stay where she is and prepare their divine artifact as it's been a long time since he last saw his disciple in person. On the other hand, Black Cat is deeply concerned. After showing the Constellation the CCTV footage from the gym, the Constellation suddenly goes wild. The Black Cat regrets ever showing it, wishing he hadn't revealed the footage to the Constellation in the past 10 minutes. Meanwhile, 10 minutes ago in the Valhalla chairman's office, things are busy. As Black Cat fiddles with his laptop, he realizes that it's already evening and he hadn't noticed how difficult it is to work as the chairman of an academy. Deciding to check the CCTV footage around the school before heading home, he recalls the Constellation's repeated instructions to always review it. He remembers that he was doing this to see if any woman is flirting with Kim. However, the Black Cat thinks Luminous is overreacting to worry about such things. Then Black Cat notices that someone is still inside the gym. He decides to click on the footage to see if it's Kim, but what appears on the screen is a person lying unconscious on the floor. Shocked, the black cat initially thinks it's a dead body. He decides to zoom the camera in and realizes that it's Seok, still unconscious. After seeing this, the Constellation sends a message to the black cat, instructing him to wind back the CCTV footage to understand what happened. Black cat quickly complies and rewinds the footage until they see the scene where Se-Hyeok is standing with Yanlang in front of him. The footage shows Yanlang quickly punching Se-Hyeok before running out. The black cat wonders what exactly happened as the argument between the two is inaudible. The Constellation then orders Black Cat to rewind further to find out more. After Luminous watches the events unfold, she is seething with anger because Yanlang had dared to smell her master's sacred towel. Black Cat suggests that Yanlang likely punched Se-Hyeok because he caught her in the act of doing something suspicious. This only causes Luminous to lose control, much to Black Cat's concern, as her temper has been flaring more often lately. The Black Cat reflects on how her Constellation has often gotten angry without reason in the past. But in recent days, she seems to be triggered by anything related to Kim. The Black Cat begins to question whether Kim is truly the master of her Constellation, considering that he is just a student and it seems unlikely that he has lived alongside the Constellations. However, the Black Cat decides to put those thoughts aside for now and focus on calming Luminous down. Just then, the Black Cat hears a knock at the door. It's Kim, who asks if Black Cat would accompany him somewhere. He notices Black Cat is talking to the Constellation and asks her to relay a message to Luminous. Kim tells the Black Cat to inform Luminous that he needs her abilities to go to the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a meeting is taking place with the Baekjang group led by alchemist John. He asks a man if their plan has been completed. The man confirms it, mentioning that there are approximately 1,200 seal magic circles in Valhalla designed to prevent unauthorized people from entering. He also mentions that nearly 100 of these circles are located near Kim's dormitory. Alchemist John responds confidently, bragging about their success. It is not a problem because he can remove it once he uses the power of his Constellation. This immediately catches the attention of his companion, who mentions that their Constellation, called the Never-Changing Alchemist, is the strongest when it comes to dispelling magic and defenses. The man quickly suggests that once the alchemist disables all the magic circles, he and the other 4 will immediately head to Kim's location. Afterward, they plan to use a mana disruption spell to hide their attack and handle the remaining classmates of the young man. The reasoning is that if they remove not only Kim but also his classmates, they are sure that their names will be known throughout Korea. Upon hearing this, the alchemist agrees, stating that he does not care if they are called cowards, as finishing off students is still a victory for people like them. He then says they can begin their plan to kill him. However, as they continue talking, someone speaks up, saying that they had anticipated it would happen, which greatly alarms the alchemist. In the blink of an eye, the heads of all the members of the ruling business group fall. The voice. A woman then says that she would have let them be if they had not immediately planned to kill Kim. They are the first cult members. One of the men responds, saying they should have killed all of them from the start. Another one replies that they will eventually kill the alchemist as well according to their Constellation's wishes, but it just happened earlier than planned. Alchemist John, confused, asks who these people are. In response, the woman shows her tattoo to reveal their identities. The woman looks at the alchemist and asks if he has any idea what this is. The man quickly realizes that they are from the group called First Cult. Sarcastically, the woman comments that he actually has some brains after all. While Alchemist John is still in the midst of his shock, one of the members quickly jumps to launch an attack. However, before his dagger can strike the alchemist, a yellow light suddenly appears resembling a barricade. This surprises the man greatly because his attack should have pierced through, as it was only a weak force field. At the same time, the alchemist releases a powerful mana aura, causing the man to be thrown back. The alchemist remarks that he does not understand why they want to kill him, but he will show them that an S-rank constellation is on a whole different level. After making his threat, the alchemist spins a ring, causing his mana aura to intensify. The first cult woman then comments that this is the power of an S-rank constellation. The white-haired group member responds, confirming this and adding that the constellation contracted by the alchemist is called the Absolute Unchangeable Alchemist. Upon hearing this, he is shocked because they seem to know information about him. The third member of the group then asks if he is surprised that they know about his constellation. He mentions that the alchemist's name has become somewhat noisy, meaning they are aware that the divine artifact he wears comes from the Apocalypse era. This revelation stuns the alchemist. The man explains to his companion that artifacts from that era still retain some of the powers of their constellations. He adds that Alchemist John is well known due to his S-rank constellation, which comes from an artifact of the Apocalypse era, making it extremely valuable. Despite the power he has gained, the alchemist has done nothing but form a group of evil people. Upon hearing this, the alchemist states that he does not want to hear it from them. As he says this, he releases several magic circles from which chains shoot towards them. They quickly manage to avoid them. The woman remarks that she did not expect him to be able to summon magic circles as well. The alchemist does not respond, instead unleashing another attack, which the woman quickly dodges. Annoyed, she asks how many magic circles he has placed in the room as she is no longer amused by his actions. In the alchemist's mind, he struggles to figure out what to do as they continue to evade his attacks even from behind. Although in a precarious situation, he calms himself and reassures himself that he will be fine. He has about 1,200 magic circles set up throughout the mansion, making it unlikely that they can avoid all of them. Moreover, he possesses another ability called Absolute Defense, which ensures that he will not be affected by magic attacks, so it is unlikely that he will die here. At once, he activates the scattered magic circles throughout the mansion, thinking that he cannot use this attack if he still has allies left. However, this no longer matters. To his surprise, nothing seems to happen after he activates them. The woman asks if he plans to attack them or do something else, but they see no changes. This confuses the alchemist as he is certain that he activated the magic circles. The man with white hair notices the alchemist's confusion and explains that before they entered, they detected those 1,200 circles containing simple spells to launch chains. However, all of them have been blocked. The alchemist, unable to believe this, asks if they have managed to neutralize his magic without him noticing. The man with white hair clarifies that they haven't neutralized it. Instead, they have simply blocked it. Afterward, the woman attacks using the weapon she carries. The alchemist believes that such an attack won't affect him due to his absolute defense. However, to his surprise, he is still harmed by the woman's strike. This leaves him deeply confused as to why his proud ability didn't work. While he is still processing this, another attack is launched at him. Before it can hit, he quickly avoids it. At the same time, he gathers a mana aura in his fist and strikes at the man with the sword who skillfully deflects it. This impresses the man as he had thought that the alchemist relied solely on the power of his constellation. Alchemist John admits that his opponents are strong as he is beginning to struggle with their attacks. He realizes there is nothing more he can do because even his absolute defense doesn't work against them. Desperate, he asks them if they can stop. Although he doesn't understand why they are attacking him, he tells them that he has already lost all the members except for himself. He agrees not to do anything harmful if that is what they want. However, the masked man responds, saying that the alchemist doesn't seem to understand what is going on. It isn't about him causing trouble, but rather that he has made a mistake in choosing the wrong person. Upon hearing this, the alchemist begins to wonder if Kim is the only one they've been planning for. He questions in his mind whether they are here just for one student. Realizing that further conversation is pointless, he focuses on one thing, finding a way out alive. With that thought, he uses a technique called emergence to summon his constellation. Typically, this requires a vast amount of mana and the creation of a sanctification. But with no other choice, he sacrifices his life force and mana reserves just to call his constellation. When the constellation appears, the first cult member apologizes to the alchemist, stating that their lord, Tugwai, has a message for him. The constellation reveals that the person who called the unchangeable alchemist had tried to harm its guardian, the martial arts god. Immediately, the constellation asks alchemist John if what it heard is true. John explains that his only intention was to kill a student from Valhalla named Kim, and he knows nothing of what the constellation is referring to. However, upon hearing this, the constellation calls him a fool and quickly cancels the emergence, withdrawing its contract. The alchemist, now feeling as if both heaven and earth have fallen upon him, is left in complete confusion, unaware of what is happening. Afterward, the man congratulates the alchemist, revealing that their constellation has decided to personally execute him. In the Ventric family office, Black Cat and Adelia brought news that shocked Kim. Black Cat states that there is no way to see the constellation at the same time. Our boy, puzzled, asks if it is not necessary to have sanctification in order to see them, to which the Black Cat agrees. However, the creation of sanctification is not that simple as every constellation requires a contractor and this demands a significant amount of inherited funds. The Black Cat further adds that a contractor who creates a true divine contract might sacrifice their own life to achieve the materialization of their constellation, but this is not a common approach. Kim then asks if he can see the two constellations if he holds the divine artifacts at the same time. However, Adelia explains that when he holds a divine artifact, he will be transported to the mental realm of that constellation, and this mental realm is a private space of the constellation contained within the divine artifact. Thus, the two spaces cannot coexist. Moreover, despite the constellations being beings that grant immense power to humans, they remain bound to their divine artifacts. Even if the constellation is removed from the artifact, he still cannot access another mental realm. Even if he holds two divine artifacts simultaneously, he only has one soul, so he can only enter one mental realm. Upon hearing this, Kim asks Bach if what the woman said is true. The Tower Master confirms this and thinks that he should have known already. After this, he feels rage towards Bach for not informing him before they went there, threatening him to prepare himself because he will beat him up. Our boy decides that if he cannot see both at the same time, he will just talk to them. However, Adelia mentions that since they arrived, they've been bombarded with messages from their constellation. Even Black Cat is in the same situation. The Black Cat tells Adelia that Luminous is saying to Morin that they haven't seen each other in a long time and calls her stubborn, while Morin calls her crazy. Because of this, Kim's head begins to ache due to the argument between the two, reminding him that they never get along and that nothing has changed about them. He quickly instructs Adelia and Black Cat to tell their constellations to listen to him first because he has something to say. After this, the young man tells the two that the person behind all this started to move again. He briefly mentioned this to Luminous before, but the last disaster was also caused by the person he refers to now. He believes that there might be even bigger calamities approaching, suggesting that the previous disasters might only be preparation. Until he regains his former strength, he wishes to borrow their powers instead. Upon hearing this, both quickly agree. Our boy realizes that he needs to find his other disciples before the Labyrinth Master causes significant chaos. After this, the hero immediately instructs the Black Cat to connect Adelia's location to Valhalla since they often go there. Kim quickly takes his leave to return to Valhalla, telling the two to talk for now since they are both contractors of his. After he leaves, Adelia asks the Black Cat if he is the owner of the night market. He confirms this and mentions that for several reasons, he is now the president of Valhalla. The woman wonders why he needed to do that, to which the Black Cat replies that they likely share the same reason for serving Kim, which the woman understands immediately. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place among the first cult members. Through the stones, their constellation asks if most of Kim's enemies have been dealt with. One of the members confirms, revealing that the Baekhyun group has also disappeared. Upon hearing this, the constellation, in a deep and commanding tone, gives their next order to protect Kim at all costs. The white-haired man questions whether this means they need to stay close and defend Kim from danger. Another man suggests that they should reveal themselves to him so he won't be troubled by the presence of unseen forces. The constellation responds that there is no need to reveal themselves yet. They are to act only when it becomes absolutely necessary, and they will show themselves only when he speaks a specific word. Confused, the white-haired man asks if that is truly the word. The constellation simply confirms it with a sly smile. The next day in Valhalla Gym, Kim curses under his breath when he spots Siyuk beaten and demands to know what happened. Siyuk replies that what happened to him no longer matters. What's important is that he wants to become his disciple. Our boy immediately refuses, catching Sihak completely off guard. Sihak responds that the rumors must be true then. Kim raises an eyebrow and asks what rumors he's talking about. Sihak explains that people have been whispering that only women are allowed to be Kim's disciples as is supposedly trying to build a harem. Upon hearing this, Kim is completely in disbelief. He immediately asks who is the fool spreading such nonsense. He clarifies that only Arin and Soyeon have approached him for training, and Yang Long is the only one he has personally chosen as a disciple. He warns Sehyuk that if he keeps talking about harems, he'll break his neck. Sehyuk quickly replies that he's only repeating what he heard. Kim adds that he doesn't have time to train anyone else anyway. He already has 3 girls occupying his schedule. Still, deep down, he feels a twinge of regret. He knows turning Sehyak down might be a mistake. Another capable fighter could help them against the monsters. As he reflects, he suddenly remembers Yanglang and calls out to her, startling her. Kim then instructs her to train Sehyak. She blinks in surprise and asks why she's the one being given the task. Our boy explains that since both of them rely on physical strength, regular sparring sessions would benefit them both. With that, Kim walks away to resume his own training, telling them to start by getting to know each other. Sehyak, his face already bruised, looks at Yenlong in silence. Annoyed, she asks if he has something to say. He explains that after she punched him and then came back to confront him, he assumed it was because he saw something embarrassing. He asks if she was embarrassed because he saw her wiping her sweat. If that's the case, he promises to be more careful next time. Yang Lang is secretly relieved that Sehyuk didn't witness the whole incident, and with a playful grin, she pats him on the back, telling him to be more cautious from now on. She then eagerly invites him to train, wanting to learn what she can. Meanwhile, their hero, Kim, smiles softly from a distance, simply enjoying the sound of them getting along. After this, Oren asks Kim what his plans are for the upcoming school break next week. Kim wonders if there is not an upcoming final exam. The girl agrees, saying she heard it would mostly be a practical exam, with half of it being a simple written exam. She adds that they are exempted from this exam. When our boy hears what she says, he remembers something related to this topic, so he tells her that he will just be training during the upcoming school break just like he always does. Aaron then declares that she will do the same, but our hero hesitates, reminding her that she should be able to think for herself, that there's so much more she could accomplish beyond simply following him into training. Yet Aaron stands firm. She insists this is her choice, her path, and that she truly wishes to train alongside him to grow stronger and stand as his equal. Hearing the determination in her voice, Kim can only nod and accept her resolve. A week later in the US, at the Heroes Academy, the President Beck is seen intently examining a sword, his expression heavy with thought. His mind drifts back to the moment Logan first handed him the weapon. Beck had asked if Logan was there to visit his son, but Logan had dismissed the idea. Meeting his son, he said, would only become a distraction from the boy's studies. Though Logan had already taken down the group of villains that messed with his son, something still gnawed at him, an unshakable sense of incompletion. He had found the leader of the Ilshan faction dead, lifeless. Beck, stunned by the revelation, immediately questioned whether there had been internal strife within the group, but Logan had no answers, only disappointment. The leader had slipped through his fingers and with him, a chance for closure. On a more personal note, Logan confessed he was still in pursuit of the truth behind Blood Lion, the mysterious faction responsible for his father's murder. That name alone brought a chill to Beck's spine. Noticing the ominous sword Logan carried, Beck asked about its origin. Logan explained that he had discovered it in the Ilshan hideout and decided to take it. He referred to it ominously as the Radiant Sword. At the name alone, the president's eyes widened in disbelief. That blade, Beck whispered, had once been used to slaughter an entire clan. And after that massacre, it vanished without a trace, like a ghost in smoke. Even Logan admitted he had no idea how it ended up in the Ilshan's possession. Stranger still, he claimed the sword seemed to be speaking to him. With growing concern, Beck wonders if the blade might be cursed or worse, possessed. However, Logan reassures him by shaking his head, silently implying that if it were truly cursed, he would already be dead, and his mind would no longer be his own. Still, he admits that the sword feels like a burden, a constant whispering weight pressing on his soul. It is for this reason that Logan approaches the academy, hoping they would consider placing the sword among the school's divine artifacts. The president agreed to take the sword, but with one condition. Logan would need to decipher the message the sword kept sending. Logan's response was unsettling. He revealed that the sword continually urged him to find its master. Since then, every time Beck is attempting to store the sword in the Academy's vault, the other constellations and other sacred artifacts would violently react, forcing him to remove it. What troubled him most was the realization that the blade seemed to house a constellation of its own, one that still yearned for its lost master. As Beck stands lost in thought, a deafening explosion suddenly erupts from the direction of the students' classrooms. At first, he feels a brief sense of relief, knowing the students are on break, but that relief shatters almost immediately. A monstrous figure tears through the ceiling behind him. Beck turns, only to come face to face with a creature straight out of a nightmare, a demon, and it is staring directly at him. The president immediately demands to know if the monster is the leader of the group that attacked their school. The creature clarifies in a cold tone that it has come alone to invade them. Hearing this, the president wonders how it managed to bypass both the security systems and the defensive magic circle. As he studies its form more carefully, he concludes that it is not human, and with a grave expression, he seriously questions the monster about its identity. The creature, intrigued, asks if Beck truly wants to know its name or something else. It remarks that usually none of its victims ever bothers to ask. However, since it is celebrating the return of its name, it decides to share it. The body it currently inhabits belongs to Bacher's nature of Lester. Upon hearing this, the president immediately recognizes the name. The Bacher's nature is a group of evil individuals. The monster then declares its own name, Hongwei. As it prepares for battle, Beck notes that its name is not a common one among their kind. In response, Beck introduces himself with pride. He is Beck, the president of Heroes Academy, and in his era, he is known as Bomber Beck. Without hesitation, Beck rushes forward and delivers a powerful punch that lands squarely on Honghui's body. But to his shock, the attack causes no visible damage. The monster calmly remarks that Beck must have contracted a constellation with explosive abilities because, unfortunately, so has it. Their powers are too similar. Beck struggles to accept this. He hasn't even managed to scratch the creature. While he's still processing this, Honghui unleashes a devastating counterattack. The blast hits Beck directly, sending him flying out of the building. The force nearly knocks him unconscious, but the assault doesn't end there. In an instant, the monster follows up with a brutal kick to Beck's stomach, launching him downward, crashing through the air and into the ground below. As the president slowly gets up, he is overwhelmed with confusion. Where did this monster come from? It's far stronger than anything he has encountered. Honghui, clearly impressed, expresses surprise that Beck is still alive after taking so many hits. It comments that he is very different from the trash that surrounded him. When Beck hears this, he glances around and realizes the grim truth. No one else has arrived amidst all this chaos. They've all likely been taken down already. Fueled by determination, the president prepares another strike, channeling mana aura into his fist. He slams it into the ground, sending a shockwave crawling toward Hongwei. The moment it connects, a loud explosion erupts. Beck knows this won't harm the creature. It's meant only to distract. At the same time, he releases his true attack. But again, nothing. The monster remains unharmed, which leaves Beck completely astonished. Hongwei swiftly approaches and calmly tells him that while it doesn't mind his efforts, he'll have to add more explosions to make it feel anything. In the blink of an eye, Hongwei drives a brutal blow into Beck's abdomen. He then follows up with more attacks, sending Beck down on the ground. However, Hongwei is taken aback. Even after taking its full force attack, Beck still lives. Among the many contractors of the Bacher, it has never encountered someone this resilient, not even when it served as their constellation. Hearing this, Beck is stunned. He quickly demands to know if he is a constellation. The monster confirms without hesitation. It is known as the Tyrant of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Beck's own constellation becomes deeply alarmed, and Beck is puzzled by its reaction. That's when he realizes the full weight of the situation. He is up against a constellation that has materialized. Seeing that Beck is now out of strength, Hongwei moves in to finish him off, raising its hand for a final strike aimed at the president's face. But before the blow can land, a strong, resolute voice cuts through the air. It belongs to our hero, who steps forward calmly, drawing the demon's attention to himself and shifting the focus of the battle. The president finds himself puzzled, sensing a strange familiarity with the young man who has just arrived. Suddenly, he realizes it is Kim from the Valhalla school. After being disrupted, Hongwei immediately questions him, asking if he too wishes to die. But with a calm smile, our boy replies that Hongwei is mistaken. He has come to end him once and for all. Yet something about the creature seems oddly familiar to him. The sharp horns, the razor-like teeth, and the crimson-red skin. At that moment, memories come rushing back. Kim recalls the fool once known as Hongwei is from the second floor of the Tower of Destruction. Upon hearing this, the monster curiously asks who Kim really is. Our boy, with a smirk, replies that Hongwei will remember him once he tastes his devastating blows again. Seeing the mana aura radiating from Kim, Hongwei hesitates, feeling a strange sense of recognition. Nevertheless, he charges fiercely toward him. But before the attack can land, our boy swiftly blocks it with his sword, much to the monster's shock. Without wasting a moment, our boy swings his blade with force, forcing Hongwei to retreat under the weight of the sudden counterattack. After taking a hit, the monster realizes the terrifying truth that the one standing before him is the hero reborn. He never expected to face him again. Kim then remarks with a hint of amusement that he never imagined the one he used to beat up so easily would someday become a constellation. Hongwei explains that, like many others, he had lost both his name and his body, becoming known only as a constellation by his followers. But now things are different. He has reclaimed both his form and his identity. Still, after receiving his attack, he finally understands that Kim is no longer the hero he once fought. Hongwei mocks him that Kim's attack seems weaker. In response, our boy explains that it is only natural. After all, he is still just a student. Hearing this, Hong declares that he won't waste this opportunity to kill him and launches a swift attack. Kim manages to block it, but while still defending, the monster immediately detonates the energy. Despite the explosion, the young warrior skillfully evades the blast. Hongwei already expected that damaging Kim won't be easy, so he quickly closes the distance and unleashes another powerful attack. Yet again, he narrowly dodges it. Although our boy successfully avoids the monster's attacks, a troubling thought gnaws at him that if it's the limit of his strength, when he previously fought the constellation of the Sayal clan, he managed to win because they were battling inside a mental realm, allowing him to use his former abilities freely. But now in his current state, fighting a fully materialized constellation is an entirely different challenge, one that he knows will be much harder to overcome. From this, he realizes that if he's already struggling against a mere loser from the second floor, how much worse would it be against stronger opponents? While Kim is deep in thought, Hongwei seizes the opportunity. He unleashes a full-powered attack, causing a massive explosion. Witnessing the devastating blast, the president realizes that the monster had not been using its full strength earlier. He fears that although Kim managed to dodge the previous strikes, escaping this one would be nearly impossible. However, against everyone's expectations, Kim emerges unharmed, calmly stating that he might need to borrow the power lent to him by his disciple. In a flash, he launches a swift counterattack, striking the monster and severing its arm and horn with one clean blow. Hong reels in shock. He cannot comprehend how the young man survived the explosion. There should have been no way to escape it. Our boy then reveals that he didn't evade the blast at all. He had split it. Hearing this, Hong recalls the strange surge of mana he sensed earlier from Kim. He realizes that Kim must have temporarily borrowed another's power. Now fully aware that he stands no chance against the young warrior, Hongwei panics. With his name freshly restored, he knows he cannot afford to die here, and so he turns to flee, desperate to escape. Seeing this, he simply smiles and remarks that after destroying the school and killing innocent people, the monster now tries to flee simply out of fear of death. Without hesitation, Kim releases a devastating attack, cutting Hongwei in half and ending the monster's life. After defeating Hongwei and absorbing it into his ring, Kim immediately approaches the president to check on him. The president weakly assures our boy that he believes he will survive despite his injuries. To be sure, the young warrior quickly calls for emergency medical services, admitting to himself that he doesn't have much experience or skill in healing others. Grateful, Baek thanks him, but also asks to confirm if he truly is Kim Joo-hyuk from Valhalla. Kim confirms it, but is surprised that even the instructors from other schools know his name. Struggling to sit up, Baek remarks that somehow he has already become quite famous across various academies. Concerned, Kim warns him that the ambulance might take a while to arrive and suggests that Baek should rest for now. Baek reassures him that he's fine and apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. He formally introduces himself as Baek, the president of Heroes Academy, and once again expresses his gratitude for his help in defeating the monster. Kim humbly responds that it was no problem and that if anything, he should have arrived even earlier to prevent the damage. He also informs Baek that reinforcements are already on their way to assist him. And after saying his farewells, Kim prepares to leave. The president watches in surprise as, without warning, Kim opens a portal and quickly steps through it, disappearing from sight. It doesn't take long before Logan arrives panting heavily. Worried, he immediately asks President Baek what happened. At the same time, the ambulance arrives, so Baek tells him that he will explain everything later once they reach the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Baek thinks to himself that it's fortunate no one from their side lost their life during the attack. He feels deeply grateful to Kim for defeating Hongwei and for calling an ambulance quickly. Meanwhile, Logan insists that he wants to know exactly what happened. Baek immediately agrees and recounts the incident. After hearing Baek's explanation, Logan is left in shock that the young boy had managed to defeat a materialized constellation. Baek admits he is not entirely sure if the monster was truly a constellation, but its intelligence, awareness, and the overwhelming mana it possessed were comparable to a human's, perhaps even greater. Yet despite all that, he still finds it hard to believe that a teenager could defeat a constellation. Curious, Baek asks if he knows the young man. Logan explains that it's only natural for him to recognize Kim. He's the one who defeated his own son, and rumors have long been circulating about him defeating members of notorious criminal groups. Logan is sure that even prominent organizations know his name by now. However, defeating criminals and defeating a constellation are two very different things, and he wants to know even more details. Baek reveals that during the fight, he sensed an unusual mana radiating from our boy, an energy so strong it could only have come from a constellation. Logan reacts with disbelief, thinking it's far too early for Kim to have already formed a contract with one. Baek admits he himself finds it hard to believe, but he personally witnessed Kim unleashing mana of extraordinary power. Baek even mentions that the mana he released felt strangely similar to the mana he once sensed at the black market. Logan then remarks that, according to what he knows, the black market is ruled by a powerful constellation called the ruler of the underworld. He asks Baek if he is implying that Kim made a contract with that being. Baek clarifies that he is not certain. He only points out that the mana Kim used is strikingly similar. Faced with all these revelations, Logan asks where Kim went. Baek answers that it's possible he has already returned to his school. Logan, puzzled, wonders how he could have traveled back to Korea so quickly. Baek replies that he isn't entirely sure, but based on what he witnessed, he suspects our boy used teleportation. Upon hearing this, Logan is visibly shaken and asks if Baek truly saw it happen. Baek confirms it, saying that as Kim was leaving, he opened a portal into a subspace, and it appeared to be an ability granted by his contracted constellation. After hearing all of this, Baek notices a change in Logan's expression, a mix of surprise and seriousness. Sensing something is wrong, Baek asks what the matter is. Logan answers gravely, "Few contractors in the world have the ability to teleport because only a very small number of constellations grant such powers." Along with this, Logan angrily states that although he knows Kim is not directly involved, he still wants to confirm immediately if the young man is somehow connected to the group he is searching for at Valhalla Academy. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla Academy, Kim arrives through the portal while Black Cat patiently waits for his return. Upon asking, Black Cat reveals that he was following luminous instructions to support the young man in any way possible. The Black Cat remains on alert, ready to assist if anything unexpected happens. Curious, Kim asks how the cat is able to observe everything. Black Cat explains that he has been watching through a small portal he created. Kim feels a chill at the Black Cat's abilities, but he insists that they are all grateful for these powers, which allowed them to detect the Hongwei's attack. Our boy agrees outwardly, but thinks to himself that even before the Black Cat's surveillance, he had already received information from the guide. The guide informed him that another name would be sent down next week, but Kim wasn't sure if this name would come from the Tower of Destruction. The guide confirmed that it was the case but was giving vague answers. According to her, the surveillance from the Lord of the Labyrinth had intensified, which was why she wasn't saying anything directly. The guide also mentioned that a name would soon be sent from Heroes Academy. She also explained that after this next meeting, it would be much harder for them to communicate in order to avoid arousing the Labyrinth Master's suspicion. From that point on, the guide would act only when absolutely necessary. Before Kim departed, the guide explained the two ways to use the ring. First, he could transform the name into energy and absorb it as his own power. Second, he could directly use the abilities of the name without altering it. Each method had its weaknesses. The first method meant he could not fully utilize the name's original power since unlike the Labyrinth Master, he couldn't extract its full potential. He would only get the leftover strength. The second method's weakness was that he couldn't develop or evolve the abilities beyond their current level. Curious, Kim had asked for clarification. The guide had given an example. If Kim absorbed the name of a constellation that controlled water, no matter how strong he became, he would only be able to use the water powers at the level the original constellation had. Therefore, it was up to Kim to decide how he wanted to use the ring's power. After taking down Honghui, Kim decided to absorb the name into his own power as he wanted to regain the strength he had in his prime. Coming back to the present, Kim is looking at his ring wondering if the absorption worked because he doesn't feel any stronger. Suddenly, the Black Cat speaks up asking if he's alright. Kim replies that he is just adjusting something in his belongings. Along with this, he asks the Black Cat if there's anything else it wants to say. Black Cat responds that he's curious if the final attack our boy used against Hongwei is called Space Slash. He confirms, saying it indeed is the Space Slash. Hearing this, Black Cat immediately asks Kim if he can demonstrate the technique for him. Kim puzzled asks Black Cat if he cannot already use it, considering he too is one of Luminous contractors. Black Cat explains that while he can perform the technique, he cannot execute it as skillfully. He politely asks Kim for pointers to help him master it better, assuring him that he does not wish to be a bother. Hearing this, the young man has no choice but to agree. The two head to a secluded area. Our boy explains that the first step is to focus his mana into the sword. After that, he must rotate his hips and release the power. Kim casually tells Black Cat that it's really that simple. Black Cat remembers how when Luminous taught him the same technique, he didn't quite understand it. Now that he knows Kim is the true master of that particular constellation, he hopes for clearer instruction. However, he is greatly disappointed. Kim's explanation is almost exactly the same as Luminous. Seeing the confused look on the Black Cat's face, Kim asks if he wants him to demonstrate it again, but Black Cat quickly declines, knowing he still wouldn't understand it even if he watched it multiple times. While the two are talking, they suddenly feel a tremor beneath their feet. Looking around, they realize that the mountain nearby has been split in half. Even Kim is stunned by the sight. He wonders how this could have happened as he had deliberately reduced the amount of mana he used during the attack to avoid causing damage to the mountains. Kim begins questioning himself. Could this unexpected power surge be the result of him absorbing a name? The thought excites him as even just absorbing the remnants of the power could have such an impact. With that, he calls it a day, assuring Black Cat that he will show proper technique next time. As Black Cat bids him goodbye, Kim realizes that at first, he was hesitant to use the ability, but now he understands just how much it can strengthen him. Feeling the rush of power, Kim becomes excited for the arrival of the next names that the Labyrinth Master will send. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tree trunk, a man known as the Spear King patiently watches over a magic globe called the Wheel of Reincarnation. Another man approaches him and addresses him as the Spear. The man asks the Spear King if he has finished positioning the names. The Spear King confirms that he has, to which the man seems satisfied, as the Spear King has evenly spread the names at the second tier. The man, curious, asks why the Spear King always carries his weapon everywhere. However, the Spear King seems completely uninterested in answering. Annoyed, the man asks if the Spear King isn't going to answer. The Spear King calmly replies that he sees no reason to explain himself. Nevertheless, he points out that the man always carries a weapon as well. The guy counters, saying that it's different. While he does carry a weapon, it is usually strapped to his body, whereas Spear King constantly holds his in his hands. Spear King simply shrugs and remarks that there's really no difference. Irritated, the guy grumbles inwardly. He reminds himself that the only reason Spear King acts so arrogantly is because the Labyrinth Master personally selected him 100 years ago. The man believes that if the Spear King were not the Master's favorite, he would have killed him long ago. As the tension between the two rises, they suddenly notice that one of the names they had sent to America has vanished. Furious, the man demands to know if Spear King had properly placed the names. Spear King responds that he arranged everything exactly according to the Labyrinth Master's instructions. They had anticipated that some names would disappear, but they are baffled by how quickly it has happened. Determined to report the situation, the man decides to inform the Labyrinth Master at once. Spear King, unfazed, tells him he is free to do whatever he wants. Meanwhile, back at Valhalla Academy, as soon as Logan arrives at the school, Black Cat immediately asks what he can help him with. Logan, known as the One, replies that he simply has a few questions for a certain student. Upon hearing this, Black Cat instantly understands that Logan's target is Kim. Despite his efforts to keep information contained, he is surprised that Logan has still managed to uncover Kim's involvement. Black Cat calmly invites him to sit down, warning that their conversation might take a while. As soon as Logan takes a seat, he gets straight to the point. He has heard that Kim went to Heroes Academy and successfully stopped a rampaging Constellation. Logan says he has many questions about the event, but narrows it down to two important ones. First, he asked how our boy knew that an attack from a Constellation was about to happen. Second, he wants to know how Kim managed to travel there and return so quickly. Even before Black can answer, Logan warns him not to try to divert the conversation. Logan reveals that Beck told him he sensed mana originating from the black market, and he knows that Black Cat is the owner of that place. With no way out, Black Cat admits that the power Kim used indeed came from his Constellation. Logan immediately follows up asking if Kim made a contract with the ruler of the underworld, also known as Luminous. Black Cat confirms. However, he says he cannot disclose specific details for several reasons. What he can confirm is that Logan is right to be concerned. That's exactly why he came to Valhalla Academy to find out if Kim is connected to the group known as Blood Lion. Black Cat continues, revealing that he once tried to gather information about Blood Lion during a past assignment. At first, he believed it was just an ordinary criminal organization, but during his investigation, he discovered that they were somehow connected to Logan personally. Logan then shares his own painful truth. The Blood Lion group was responsible for his father's death. Ever since he obtained his powers, Logan has been hunting down criminal groups in hopes of finding them. But despite his efforts, every trace of Blood Lion seemed to vanish without a trace, as if they disappeared into thin air. The only solid information Logan has gathered is that every member of Blood Lion is a contractor of a constellation with teleportation abilities. Black Cat agrees, saying he knows the same thing, but he assures Logan that Kim is not connected to Blood Lion. While he admits that Kim did use teleportation, the power he used belongs to his constellation. Despite Black Cat's explanations, Logan remains unconvinced. He challenges Black Cat, asking if he really expects him to simply believe everything he says. Logan accuses him, suggesting that for all he knows, the black market might be part of the Blood Lion group. Black Cat immediately denies the accusation, saying there's no basis for such claims. He admits that the black market operates as a black market, but insists they are not murderers or criminals who engage in evil deeds. Still, the guy insists he has good reason to be suspicious. Logan points out that very few individuals have the ability to use teleportation. And because of that rarity, it seems logical to suspect that the reason Black Cat is helping an ordinary student like Kim is because they are both members of Blood Lion. In response, Black Cat suggests that Logan should simply hire a private investigator to verify everything himself if he doubts him so much. At the same time, Black Cat becomes more serious, warning Logan that he is crossing a line. He explains that he has been answering Logan's questions truthfully, even sharing sensitive information about his own constellation's abilities. But if Logan continues to throw baseless accusations, they will have a real problem. Black Cat firmly tells Logan that he should leave and that they can continue the conversation another time once Logan no longer suspects him. He also requests that Logan keep everything they discussed, especially the details about his constellation's abilities, a secret. However, Logan remains defiant. He angrily asks what Black Cat will do if he refuses to leave. Without hesitation, Black Cat coldly responds that if that's the case, he will have no choice but to kill him. The moment Black Cat makes the statement, Logan stands up laughing and dares him to try. Logan mocks the idea, asking if Black Cat truly thinks he can kill him. Black Cat calmly clarifies that he knows he stands no chance. After all, Logan is one of the strongest contractors in the world. But if Logan continues with his reckless accusations, then Black Cat's constellation will personally deal with him. Just then, Luminous, linked to Black Cat, sends a message, telling him that if he's satisfied with the answers he got, it's best for him to leave now. Otherwise, if Logan continues to provoke them, Luminous and the others won't just stand back and watch. Logan still wants to say something more to the Black Cat, but he is interrupted when his constellation sends him a message. It tells him to stop causing trouble and to leave immediately, something that greatly puzzles him. Nevertheless, Logan quickly obeys his constellation's order. Before leaving, he warns Black Cat that next time, he will not walk away without getting the information he wants. As Logan departs, Black Cat finally breathes a sigh of relief. He silently vows that next time, he will be more careful in guarding information to prevent any leaks. For now, he decides to leave the matter to Adelia Ventric. Meanwhile, back at Valhalla dormitory, Kim is busy training his mana. He is overjoyed because after successfully compressing his mana, he notices a significant surge in his magic power. However, his physical body seems lacking compared to his magic. Realizing this, he understands that if he wants to strengthen himself further, he needs to return to intense physical training. He cannot afford to rely solely on magical power. Otherwise, he might end up like many contractors who become dependent on mana and neglect their bodies. After training, Kim suddenly asks Bark if he felt anything strange when he first saw Hong Wei. The Tower Master immediately responds, denying it and asking if he still doubts him. Our boy explains that they can't be sure. After all, the Labyrinth Master could have used brainwashing to turn Bark into a puppet once again. The Tower Master assures him that he currently has no powers and feels nothing suspicious. In turn, he asks Kim if he sensed anything unusual at Heroes Academy apart from Hong Wei. Bark mentions feeling a mana signature inside the academy that seems strangely familiar to Kim. Hearing this, our boy tries hard to recall the events, but he isn't entirely sure what Barkai is referring to. Still, he decides he must return to Heroes Academy as soon as possible to investigate. On the other side, in an abandoned building, a meeting is taking place among the reincarnated constellations. A fish-like man asks the group if everyone who required the names is present. One of them responds that it seems the list is complete except for a few who have left. Confused, the fish-faced one asks what he means. The vampire explains that it's similar to what Hong Wei did, choosing to leave and cause chaos on his own without the group's approval. The fish then recalls that the foolish Hong Wei is already dead and that all they are waiting for over 300 years has been in vain. The vampire remarks that Hong Wei underestimated the contractors too much, which led to his downfall. The green guy states that if they die here, they will have to wait another 300 years before descending again. The vampire adds that although they were sent to this world to cause chaos, it would be smarter to limit their actions, something the foolish Hong Wei failed to understand. At the same time, the fish asks if there are any other members from the ones they haven't contacted yet. The green guy confirms there is still one more, Huacha. Upon hearing the name, the fish hopes that Huacha won't make the same mistakes as Hong Wei. However, the green guy reveals that he has already received a message from Huacha. He intends to cause massive chaos at the upcoming global competition. At the Valhalla gym, Kim, while exercising, notices everyone working hard except for Yanglang, who had told him she would take a few days off to visit her family. Kim thinks to himself that he used to believe her relationship with her family was not good. However, he decides to let it go, trusting that she will return eventually. With that, he calls off the session and tells everyone to take a break. Before long, Aaron approaches and asks where Yanglang went. Kim replies that she temporarily went home. The girl then says that Yang shouldn't have left yet since they had planned to train together. Kim reminds her that she herself had once postponed training because she had family matters to attend to. Hearing this, Aaron agrees and moves on. Kim then tells Aaron to inform the rest of their group to prepare for sparring. As Kim watches them, he smiles. He never expected to have disciples again after being revived, but he feels a bit sad for his former disciples, knowing there's no way for them to reunite and talk. Bash speaks, saying that there was a time when the constellations gathered together. It had been a long time, but once out of boredom, Bash decided to open a door in the mental realm to see what was inside. When he opened it, he found what appeared to be a meeting of the constellations. He quickly left, fearing that others might recognize him as the former Tower Master of the Tower of Destruction. He believes that all the constellations there must have passed through that door from their own mental realms. After 2 days, the door disappeared. After hearing this important information from Buck, Kim realizes that he needs to figure out how to open that door again. Meanwhile, at the White Lotus Institute, Sial Yanlang's aunt is surprised when Yanglang approaches her. Yanglang, however, gets directly to the point as she wants to see the divine artifact of the Sial clan. Smiling, Aunt agrees and says she'll accompany her. As they walk, Yanglang asks about her mother, Yon. Aunt responds that she has been removed from her position as clan head after the king and the Deep Snow cancelled their contract. She was also expelled from the clan once the entire clan learned that she only became the leader through deceit and oppression using force and manipulation within the constellation. Since Yang's removal, the position of clan leader has remained vacant. Yanglang then asks why her aunt doesn't take the position and lead the clan. Aunt quickly responds that it's strictly prohibited to hold both the leadership of the institute and the clan at the same time. While the two are talking, they suddenly hear a loud explosion, and before them stands their clan's burning building. In response, they quickly run to see what happened. Aunt expresses her deep concern, but Yanlong doesn't understand what she means and asks her to explain the situation. Aunt tells her that their clan was once famous and powerful in China, But because of Yang's suppression and use of force on other families, they began to suffer attacks just as Yang had once done to them. When they arrive at the scene, they quickly open a large door, and what greets them are the bodies of their clan members along with some armed men. Even the attackers are surprised to see them, not expecting more members of the Sial clan to show up. Soon, one of the men notices Yanlong's hair and immediately tells his companion that the two might be relatives of Yang because of what he heard. Confidently, the man says he will treat them the same way they treated some of their clan members. Yanlang then asks her aunt if her mother ever forced other clans surrender by killing them. Aunt firmly denies this, saying that Yang only knocked people out using her own hands, but no one died. The young woman, angered, says she doesn't care about what happens to the members of their clan because she doesn't like them. However, what happened to them was excessive. With that, she charges toward the men in black. One of them tries to launch an attack, but with a punch, Yanlang easily blocks it, leaving him shocked. Afterward, she forcefully punches the man back, sending him flying into his companions. The bald man, witnessing this, is stunned because Yanlong has managed to knock two people down with just one punch. However, he doesn't notice that the young woman has already charged toward them and unleashed a powerful kick, causing them to lose consciousness. Even Aunt can't believe how strong Yanlong is and wonders what kind of training Kim had put her through. Also, she doesn't know why Yanlong wants to see the divine artifact, but she promises herself that once the chaos is over, she will make her the leader of their clan. Meanwhile, Irin and Pei find themselves surrounded by unfamiliar men. Due to the sudden attack, they were unprepared. Irin thinks to herself that the reason these men attacked might be because they've heard that there is no current clan leader. Although they managed to give the elders time to escape, she feels that her sister is reaching her limit, and it seems that the young woman has lost all hope. She whispers that she doesn't want to die this way. Suddenly, when all hope seems lost, Yanlang and Aunt arrive and ruthlessly beat up the men in black. Yanlang tells them that they have much to discuss, but before that, they need to take down the enemies. Upon their arrival, Irin gains back her strength to fight and quickly launches an attack. Even Pei immediately swings her weapon, striking the men directly. However, while Pei is busy with another opponent, someone secretly attacks her from behind. Before the attack can land, Yanlang delivers a powerful kick preventing it. Seeing this, the foolish men seem to lose their confidence and hesitate to attack. Then a bald man, grabbing one of the men by the head, approaches and asks if they are just going to stand by while their comrades are being beaten. Without mercy, he crushes the man's head until it explodes. Aunt comments that despite the man covering his face, based on his size, she's certain she knows him. The bald man is Jie Huang, the leader of the Jimu clan that invaded them. Once the man is identified, he decides to remove his disguise since it no longer matters. He declares that, like what they are seeing, they are from the Jimu clan and have gathered to reclaim their position as the leading clan in China. Yanlang responds, saying that what they did here is more than just a gathering. They mercilessly killed the members of their own clan. The bald man justifies his actions saying they only did what Yang did to them. Seeing that Yanlang is strong and brave, he offers them another chance if they agree to serve the Jimu clan. Hearing this, Yanlang, enraged, asks if the bald man has no shame waiting for Yang to fall before attacking. The bald man admits that he was afraid of the former leader, so they couldn't do anything back then. But now that Yanlang is gone, things are different. For him, the Sial clan no longer matters. He quickly launches an attack at Yanlang. Aunt, watching the bald man charge in first, calls him foolish, noting that he doesn't quite understand that the kid he is fighting is much stronger than the previous head of the family. As they both charge at each other and unleash their powerful punches, something strange happens. Yanlang is left puzzled because the man's movements are so slow, it seems like he isn't moving at all from his position. In all her experience with combat, this is the first time she has encountered such a situation, and she feels deeply thankful for the guidance Kim had given her. At the same time, Yanlang's attack lands directly on the man, taking him down. Due to the bald man's defeat, his group decides to run since their leader is no longer around. When Yanlang sees this, she angrily tells them to retreat, knowing they can no longer win. However, there's no reason for her to chase after them. She quickly tells Irin that they must help the survivors of their clan. Hearing that Irin tells Aunt that now she understands why she wants Yanlang to become the leader of the Sial clan, she assures her of their support to help fulfill her wishes. Aunt is overjoyed to hear this and realizes that all she needs to do now is speak with Yanlang. Afterward, the aunt immediately takes her to where their clan's divine artifact is located. Since it's Yanlang's first time entering the area, she explains that this place was made to keep their artifact safe. Once they arrive at the location, Aunt takes the artifact and shows it to Yanlang. She questions herself if the artifact could immediately make her stronger, just like it did with Arin. If this happens, her training with Kim would become more frequent, and she could maintain her position in the special class created by Kim. Noticing that she seems to be deep in thought, Aunt asks if she is interested in the artifact. She knows Yanlong didn't come there just to see the divine artifact and that perhaps she needs something from it. However, she firmly denies this, saying that she only wanted to see it, and isn't convinced as she can tell by her expression that she's lying. She tells her that the young lady can be honest with her and promises that she won't get angry. At this, Yanlong explains that she wants to make a contract with their constellation as it's the only way she can quickly grow stronger. Aunt, however, points out that she's already strong because of Kim's help. The young woman responds that she wants to grow even stronger in a different way, though she can't explain it, and then suggests something to Yanlong. She wants her to lead the Seal clan as their next leader. Hearing this shocks Yanlong as she had never planned to take on such a role, and explains that there are two types of oaths when forming a contract with a constellation, the basic contract and the protective blessing. However, she adds that there is also a third type known as the divine contract. The basic contract involves multiple people, while the divine contract is reserved specifically for clan leaders. This contract means that the power Yanlong will receive cannot be compared to the basic contract. So if she wants to become stronger, this is the fastest way she knows. However, Yanlong feels uneasy because she is still only 17 years old and it feels too soon for her age. Aunt responds by saying that while she may be young, they will continue to be attacked as long as the position remains vacant. As a member of the Seal clan, she cannot simply stand by and watch. Therefore, she wants to elevate her to the position of leader of their clan and wants to let her know that even her siblings agree with this plan. Aunt further assures her that if she worries about the responsibility, she should not, as she is here to help. All she wants is for her to accept the position and stand as the leader of their clan. After hearing this, Yanlong does not hesitate and immediately accepts the role of the new head of the Seal clan. Afterward, Aunt tells her to take hold of the divine artifact and enter the mental realm to form a contract with their constellation. The young woman quickly follows her instructions and soon finds herself standing before the king in the deep snow. She soon returns, and upon her return, Yanlong smiles happily at her aunt as it seems they have succeeded in their contract with the constellation. A few weeks later, Kim, along with Aaron, arrives in America. He is quite irritated because he didn't expect a world championship to be held before classes begin. Several days before the competition started, the Black Cat called Kim to his office to ask for a favor. The Black Cat told him that along with the return of classes the following week, the World Championship would begin. It was similar to a school competition, but this time, schools from around the world would participate, and each school would choose a representative from the first-year students. Kim was puzzled and asked why only the first-year students were participating when there were plenty of second- and third-year students who could join. The Black Cat explained that after becoming president, he learned that, according to an agreement, second- and third-year students would not be chosen because they frequently went to guilds for training as hunters. The students' goal was to become hunters and graduate. Being a representative too often could be a hindrance, but it would help the first-year students who participated in various competitions as they could attract scouts from guilds or companies. After explaining all this, the Black Cat asked him if he could represent Valhalla in the World Championship. Upon hearing this, our boy immediately understood what favor the Black Cat was asking but was unsure how to respond. He asked the Black Cat where the competition would be held. The Black Cat responded that the competition would take place at Heroes Academy in the USA. Although it had been damaged, it was quickly repaired thanks to Kim's timely arrival, which prevented the constellation from going wild. Additionally, it was a tradition at the academy to hold this competition every year, so they would continue it no matter what happened. After hearing the Black Cat's statement, Kim agreed to the plan because he actually intended to visit Heroes Academy. He wanted to check out what Bart had been saying to confirm if it had anything to do with his disciple. After this, the Black Cat asked him who he wanted to take with him as each school had to send 2 representatives. Our boy would have liked to bring Yanlong, but the Black Cat opposed this since she was not an official student of Valhalla. Thus, Kim decided to take Aaron instead as she had been showing great promise in recent days. Alongside this decision, Kim chose to make a contract with Morin as he had been troubled for a few days by what the guide had said. The guide had hastily told him that they had a big problem. Not only had Hongwei been sent by the Labyrinth Master, but all the names on the second floor had also been sent that same day. Upon hearing this, Kim seemed unconcerned as if the situation wouldn't have been a problem for him before no matter how many attackers there were. However, he was now certain that he would have a hard time if they all attacked at once. The guide, however, believed they were unlikely to cause immediate trouble. It was possible that the Labyrinth Master had ordered them not to cause any chaos just yet, as killing many people indiscriminately would not help raise their reputation. However, because the names were dropping, the guide could not predict what the attackers would do next. She advised Kim to be cautious as it would be much harder for her to provide the warnings she used to. Kim told the guide that it was she who should be careful and not overexert herself so that she wouldn't get caught by the Labyrinth Master. The guide laughed at the young man's words, remarking that it had been a long time since anyone had worried about her. With that, the woman bid him farewell, saying they would meet again someday. Even though Kim has borrowed power from Morin, he is unsure about what will happen next. Not long after, Aaron approaches Kim to thank him for recommending her to be part of the upcoming competition. Kim says that the upcoming battle won't be that difficult, so he advises her to just do her best, and he is confident they will win. While the two are talking, Logan Jr. and Melissa are observing them from a distance. In Logan's mind, with his participation in the competition, he is sure that Kim has a great chance of becoming the champion. Melissa, however, expresses her deep gratitude to him for saving them in the Great Forest. Logan adds that he also owes a great debt to the boy and wants to use the competition to ask him about the secret to becoming strong. After this, Beck, the president of Heroes Academy, speaks up. He, after seeing everyone anxious, clarifies that the current situation is a result of the recent attack, but the main perpetrator has been killed and the buildings have been repaired. Furthermore, ensuring security during the competition is their priority, so they have increased the number of staff to over 200. He assures everyone that they can feel secure. The president then explains the competition in more detail. The World Championship lasts for 2 days and 1 night, and the first task is clearing a labyrinth. Meanwhile, as the competition begins, Logan Sr. stares intently at a monitor, keeping track of what's happening. Soon, Rania, a contractor association member with a rank of 3, arrives. Noticing her, Logan asks what she is doing in the area. Rania explains that she is just doing her job and that she heard a fool attack the Heroes Academy. So the Heroes Academy cannot allow that to happen again in a competition where so many students are gathered. To ensure safety, they hired their company for additional security. Logan responds that the reason he is here is to observe a participant who has greatly caught his attention. She asks Logan if he is talking about his child, but he denies it. Just as Logan is about to speak again, a loud explosion comes from outside the stadium. When they look, they are shocked to see a large number of zombies-looking horde heading toward them. After this, the guards quickly rush to inform them of what happened. Rania immediately asks what they are doing and why they didn't call it in sooner. The guard explains that the dead suddenly emerged from beneath the ground. With no other choice, Rania heads forward to face the zombies, telling her team that they must protect the students no matter what happens. As she says that, the zombies charge at them while Rania and her group counter them left and right. Although killing the zombies seems easy, they know they will have difficulty with the sheer number of them, and there are no labyrinths nearby. This leaves Rania puzzled about where they are coming from. Rania wonders if the zombies are coming from beneath the ground. She is certain that the students inside the stadium are in danger. Meanwhile, Kim is also wondering the same question looking at the zombies. At the same time, the president quickly orders everyone to evacuate because the competition has been cancelled. Beck reflects that after the Constellation rampaged, a disaster has now taken its place, and he blames himself for insisting on continuing the competition. When Jack, the Heroes Academy senior instructor, notices that the president seems unwilling to leave, he tells him it's time to go. However, Beck tells him to head to the entrance and help the other students while he takes care of the zombies until everyone can safely get out. After that, Beck prepares to attack, resulting in an explosion of bodies. When the young man sees the president's abilities, he understands how Beck manages to survive Hongwei. But what bothers him the most is that the zombies seem strangely familiar. He feels he has seen them before, but doubts they will be difficult to eliminate. Then after a moment, he recalls something about them. Meanwhile, Aaron is busy fighting off the bodies and is deeply puzzled because they don't seem to be diminishing. Soon after, our boy approaches her and tells her not to waste her strength as the zombies will only keep coming. At the same time, Kim swiftly strikes his sword covered in mana into the ground, which causes the zombies scattered around the area to disintegrate instantly. Kim is grateful for Morin's abilities as they are highly effective against large groups of weak enemies. As the zombies are melting, the president is left wondering how this happened because, to his knowledge, none of their instructors had such abilities. Then he sees Kim and questions himself if this has something to do with him. Our boy tells Oren that the zombie assault will temporarily stop, and when they return, she shouldn't tire herself out. He assures her that he will handle the fool responsible for all of this. On the other hand, Huacha is puzzled about why his zombies suddenly disappeared near the stadium. With the number of zombies he sent, he didn't expect them to be eliminated so quickly. Nevertheless, he remains confident that he will be able to kill the people there and show them his so-called love and care. However, to his surprise, Kim suddenly appears behind him, ready to confront him. As soon as the hero enters, he immediately unleashes a powerful kick, forcing Huacha to stagger back. After that, Huacha summons more bodies from beneath the ground, but Kim effortlessly finishes them off. He flashes towards the Constellation and pointing his sword at his face calls him out. Our boy calls Huacha by his name, which shocks the Constellation. Hwacha is left wondering how he knows his name only to realize that he is facing the martial arts god. While Hwacha is still in shock, Kim quickly attacks him with his sword. Even though the Constellation manages to catch the weapon, it still results in his arm being severed. Kim doesn't waste the opportunity and delivers a powerful strike, which Hwacha narrowly avoids, but it still leads to his arm being split in two. Kim mocks him, saying that because of his attempts to avoid the attack, he's now lost his arm just like his friend, Hongwei. Upon hearing this, Hwacha realizes why he couldn't find Hongwei. It's because Hongwei has already been slain. After this, in rage, the Constellation summons a large corpse and states that they are only here to follow orders, so killing them is meaningless. At the same time, the monster releases a punch that would directly hit Kim, but he easily dodges it. After avoiding the punch, our boy quickly thrusts his sword into the giant zombie's chest using Morin's ability. Because of this, the body slowly begins to melt, and Hwacha realizes that it is not the ability of the martial arts god being used here. He starts to think that the reason his zombies were wiped out so quickly in the stadium is due to there being others like him. While deep in thought, the Constellation doesn't notice Kim attacking again, causing his head to be separated from his shoulders. Despite having lost his head, the fool still manages to laugh and tells him that he is not as strong as before. Kim responds that Hwacha hasn't changed much. He talks a lot before dying. Hwacha, despite being close to death, replies that even though his time is near, it won't be long before their names rise again. On that day, he will once again be with Hongwei. Hearing this, Kim mocks the Constellation, asking where the name of Hongwei has gone and quickly shows Hwacha the ring he's wearing. This shocks Hwacha, and he is in disbelief that our boy just absorbed his friend Hongwei like that. The young warrior explains that this ability is not like the Labyrinth Masters and that he doesn't know how it works. However, there is one thing he's sure of. Both he and Hongwei will suffer the same fate. After this, Hwacha slowly fades away while begging Kim as he sucks him into his ring. Meanwhile, after he just defeated Hwacha, he is being watched by the Black Cat and Adelia. And after witnessing what happened, she cannot help but admire his displayed abilities. The Black Cat, seeing Adelia's reaction, grows curious about which part she is admiring. The lady reveals that it's their Constellation technique, the one Kim used earlier. The Black Cat immediately realizes she is referring to the way the hero melted the monsters. Adelia then explains her own Constellation ability, Poison. This ability transforms all magical power into poison, which can be applied to a weapon. However, the intensity of the poison varies depending on the individual contractor. According to her, if a normal contractor used the spell, their target would experience intense pain or collapse, but they would not die. It is generally intended as a supplementary attack. She adds that even she, who made a genuine contract, needs to land a direct hit to melt someone, yet Kim managed it easily and at a completely different level. Moreover, Kim only has a temporary contract, yet he is still melting everything he touches with the ability. That is the reason Adelia is so impressed, and the Black Cat also agrees. As they are talking, a sudden notification arrives from Morin, Ventrix's Constellation, revealing that although the ability is hers, it was her master who helped her train it. Hearing this, Adelia becomes nervous and apologizes for being short-sighted. She then turns to the Black Cat and reveals her decision that she will ask him to teach her when they meet again. At the Heroes Academy arena, and even outside, it looks as if a war has broken out, leaving everything in ruins. Rania is present, silently observing the wreckage, lost deep in thought. As she spots her team members, she quickly gives orders to tend to the fallen and roughly assess the damage. Inside, she's still in shock, wondering what the hell just happened. There wasn't even a labyrinth nearby, and yet a horde of monsters suddenly appeared. And just as quickly, everything stopped the moment Kim showed up. She recalls the chaos clearly. While fighting off the zombie horde, no matter how many she took down, more kept appearing. Even her Constellation ability, Fist Faster Than Light, wasn't ideal for handling multiple enemies. The overwhelming magic it required made it difficult to focus in the swarm. As she grew nervous and began wondering about the source of the monsters, she was stunned to see a student in uniform standing calmly among the zombies. Desperately, she shouted for him to run. But instead, the student, none other than Kim, stabbed his sword into the ground. To her amazement, the zombies began melting and collapsing instantly. Snapping back to the present, Rania still tries to make sense of it all. At first, she didn't recognize who he was, but then it hit her. It was the hotshot Kim. What baffles her most is how the moment he acted, the monster simply vanished. As Rania remains deep in thought, Logan arrives and asks if she's okay. In response, she inquires whether everything is under control inside. Logan assures her that Beck has already taken care of everything. After a brief pause, Rania asks if the participant Logan had mentioned earlier, the one he was looking for, is Kim. Logan confirms it, and Rania drops a bombshell revealing that it was Kim who ended the zombie attack by melting them with just his sword. Hearing that, Logan begins to wonder if Kim has formed a contract with Luminous, the ruler of the underworld. But as far as he knows, our boy shouldn't have such an ability. He recalls the Black Cat's warning not to disclose certain information to anyone. Logan then asks about Kim's whereabouts, but Rania says she has no idea where he went. Realizing this, Logan understands that he'll now have to wait for another event like this to occur in order to meet him, so he decides to leave. This surprises Rania. She had assumed he was going to seek Kim out immediately, but Logan doesn't want to dig deeper. He's simply curious about how that student managed to resolve everything. Rania sighs, stating that they need to investigate his involvement with the undead. Logan, however, warns her bluntly that if she tries to dig too deep, she'll end up dead. Rania is stunned by his words, but Logan leaves without offering any further explanation. Meanwhile, on a secluded island, the Green Constellation member reveals to the others that Huacha is dead. This news shocks the Fish Constellation, especially given how quickly it happened, just like with Hongwei. The vampire tries to speculate on the reason behind these quick defeats, but the fish guy is furious. To him, their entire purpose for descending into this world is starting to lose its meaning amidst these unexpected losses. Their tense thoughts are soon interrupted by the arrival of two devilish-looking constellations. They grin and propose that the group stick together, promising that they'll make sure those quality names rot away. In the streets of the USA, Oren and Kim are heading back with their stuff packed. She points out that it's pretty disappointing they are leaving without achieving anything as the tournament was cancelled so abruptly. For him, however, it feels more like a relief as there was nothing there that could have helped them anyway. Kim asks if anything unusual happened in the stadium while he was gone. According to Oren, the monster stopped appearing altogether after a short while. Saying that, she glances at Kim and asks if he was the one who made them stop. Kim confirms, revealing that the monsters looked familiar to him and he suspected someone he knew was behind it. When Oren tries to push for more information about why the monster seemed familiar, Kim brushes it off casually. As they continue walking, the girl begins to notice that they are not heading toward the bus stop to catch their flight. It turns out that due to the sudden cancellation of the event, finding a direct flight back has become nearly impossible. Our boy recalls that their return to Korea will now take much longer than expected. Surprisingly, Oren doesn't seem too bothered. In fact, she finds the unexpected delay oddly comforting. Kim then reveals he knows a faster way out, pointing toward a narrow alleyway. He claims that he has permission from Black Cat to share this information with Oren. Saying this, Kim starts looking around until he finds a door leading to an old warehouse. According to him, the door itself isn't important. He remembers Black Cat's words. When asked, Black Cat confirmed that the black market could be accessed from any country. The entrances could also be used as portals, but due to the distance between them, it might be difficult to directly teleport to another country. Instead, Black Cat recommended going to Central Area 7 of the black market first. From there, Kim could access another country. Black Cat also suggested that if Kim had a special class student with him, he should use a secret passage so the regular members of the market wouldn't feel uneasy seeing someone in a school uniform. Lastly, Black Cat added that he could also directly access the school by using the tower located in District 7. Coming to the present, our boy takes Aaron through the door into the black market. From there, they navigate and eventually exit into the Valhalla dormitory. Kim, escorting Aaron to a room, suggests that she worked hard and needs to rest while he will report what happened to the director. As Kim is about to leave, Aaron, smiling, tells him that he too worked hard and says her goodbye. Walking out, our boy excitedly takes out the ring, thrilled that he now has a third name in it, including the first labyrinth boss. These constellations also feel noticeably stronger and of a higher tier, making him look forward to gaining even more. Deciding to think about that later, he heads to Black Cat's office to report what happened. As he walks into the office, he is surprised to see Adelia already there. She immediately bows in front of him while Black Cat thanks him for his efforts. A bit surprised, Kim asks why Adelia is there. She reveals that she has a favor to ask. When the young man asks what it is, she gets a bit nervous but manages to request if she can receive his guidance. Kim is taken aback by the request, prompting her to explain that they had been watching him recently. Weirded out by that, he calls them stalkers and blames Black Cat, who quickly clarifies that it was the Constellation who instructed him to observe Kim before. Hearing Black Cat reveal this detail, Adelia quickly gestures for him to shut up, which only confuses him even more. Changing the topic, Adelia claims that after seeing Kim use the poison ability of their constellation, she wants to learn that technique from him. Our boy, still a bit confused, asks why they can't simply learn it from their own constellations, pointing out that it wouldn't make much difference if he taught them himself. He explains that his technique is fundamentally the same as theirs, but the difference is that he doesn't rely too heavily on borrowed mana. Instead, he adds his own mana to activate the abilities. Kim further points out that kids nowadays tend to pump up their mana without first learning how to properly control it. So even if he teaches them the method, they would both tire quickly because of their limited mana capacity. Adelia and Black Cat continue to push, but Kim claims that he is too busy, mentioning that he hasn't even been able to give his other student enough time. However, considering that they are both contracted disciples of his constellations, he eventually agrees and tells them to come to the training room for physical training. Before leaving, he points out that Black Cat should remind him later to discuss a way for him to approach the constellations again. Suddenly, Bach jumps in, asking if it's because of the familiar manner he felt coming from the building he had mentioned. Kim confirms, explaining that he didn't even get the chance to enter the school building because of the fire trucks, but he is confident he will definitely find a way. For a way in America, at the Contractors Association, Logan stands in his office looking at Kim's profile and wondering who the hell he is. He even hired a private investigation agency, but they too couldn't find any information on Kim. The only thing Logan has managed to uncover is that Kim came from an orphanage. This deeply confuses Logan. Why would Black Cat and his constellations be protecting a high school student with no background? Moreover, Black Cat's constellation speaks as if he knows Logan's constellation personally. Logan is deeply concerned about the question he asked his constellation afterward. A while ago, Logan had asked his constellation if he knew about Luminous, as it seemed she knew him. Logan's constellation confirmed but warned him to beware of the Mushin Moon fanatics. Worried, Logan searched for any information about the Mushin Moon fanatics, but just like with Kim, he found absolutely nothing. It feels as if he is a deep mystery, someone with no ties to the Blood Hunters and no records to uncover. As Logan is busy pondering all this, he suddenly hears the voice of the Devil Constellation asking if it was the Contractors Association. Logan bluntly asks the bald devil about his identity and why someone so ugly is spying on him. The question catches the devil off guard. Gripping his weapon tightly, the devil suddenly charges at Logan, who instinctively raises his forearms to block the blow. Despite managing to defend himself, Logan is sent flying by the impact. The force of the attack makes him realize that this monster isn't just strong. It's surprisingly intelligent. A troubling thought crosses his mind that could this be the same entity that attacked the Heroes Academy? Logan knows he can't afford to underestimate it. He tightens his fist, readying an empowered strike while the devil laughs mockingly, gathering even more magical energy. Just as Logan launches forward, the devil swings his weapon to counter. But when Logan's charged fist collides with it, the sheer force sends the devil staggering backward. Impressed, the devil grins, but Logan doesn't care for compliments from a monster like him. With power surging through his body, Logan leaps into the air and brings his fist down, slamming the devil into the ground with such force that it shakes the entire Contractor Association building. Even Rania, sitting in her office, feels the shockwave. She wonders for a moment if it was an earthquake, but quickly dismisses the thought as the vibration is coming from above and terrifyingly from Logan's room. Back in Logan's office, Logan stares at the massive crater, surprised that the devil is nowhere to be seen. Just as he lowers his guard, the devil strikes from behind. Logan manages to block the attack, but is once again sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. He gets back up, now fully aware that this devil isn't just some ordinary monster. If it were, Logan would have already taken it down. Meanwhile, the devil mocks Logan for being weak even as a level 1 contractor. But Logan shuts him up, fully aware that he isn't using his full power. If he were to unleash his destruction ability, the entire building might collapse. That's why Logan knows he has to land a clean hit, but the problem is he can't even touch the devil. Suddenly, Rania arrives with her men, explaining that she heard an explosion, but she's immediately stunned when she sees the devil, fully radiating dark energy, standing in the room. Noticing her presence, the devil scoffs and calls them all bugs, deciding to finish them off quickly. He charges at them with his body now wrapped in mana while Rania quickly orders her men to stand back. She steps forward to intercept him, launching a counterattack. But to her shock, the devil dodges every strike effortlessly. Frustrated, Rania switches tactics and tries a powerful punch. But as she swings, she's stunned to see the devil vanish right before her eyes. Without warning, the devil reappears at her side and swings his massive weapon directly at her. Logan jumps in just in time, blocking the attack, and reveals to Rania that the monster isn't merely evading their strikes. He's projecting an illusion of himself and only revealing his true body when attacking. Hearing this, the devil realizes his illusory eye spell has been exposed. Determined to hide again and strike from the shadows, he begins to vanish. But suddenly, he feels a crushing force on his foot. Looking down, he sees Logan pinning it to the ground. With the devil locked in place, Logan powers up his punch and swings hard. But just as is about to land the blow, his body freezes. Another devil materializes behind the first. This new figure addresses the original attacker, calling him Purple Ghost and scolding him for being careless. Purple Ghost is visibly shocked and responds by calling him Black Ghost. Black Ghost explains that his petrifying eye spell is what saved Purple Ghost from ending up with a hole in his stomach. As the two devils argue, Logan and Rania remain frozen in place, completely stunned by the appearance of yet another monster. Noticing them, Black smirks and casually wonders which of the two he should kill first. But just as Purple Ghost decides to make his move, Kim suddenly appears out of nowhere and, with a flash of his sword, cuts Black Ghost cleanly in half. Seeing this, everyone is left in shock. As the Black Ghost dies, Logan and Rania regain control of their bodies and free themselves. Meanwhile, with his back turned to the Purple Ghost, our boy calmly speaks, reminding him that back then, they used the same tactic. Black Ghost using the eye ability while Purple landed the hit with his club. As he says this, Kim slowly turns toward Purple and asks if he remembers. But the Purple Ghost is stunned, not by the memory, but by the fact that Kim knows his name. He even wonders aloud if the young man had killed them before. Logan, still in awe, thanks him sincerely for saving them. Our boy, maintaining his usual calm, already expected this encounter. He remembers how Black had informed him about Logan's visit ahead of time, advising him to head to the Contractor Association building. According to Black Cat, Logan was searching for him, something Kim kept in mind as he made his way there. As he briefly gets lost in thought, the enraged Purple Ghost suddenly leaps into the air and attempts to smash them both with his massive weapon. However, Logan and Kim dodge the attack with ease. Still mid-motion, Logan questions Kim, asking if he has a strategy to defeat the ghost since he's clearly encountered them before. Kim is momentarily taken aback, realizing he may have revealed too much about himself. But in his mind, he knows one thing for certain. They have to kill the Purple Ghost the moment he strikes before he has a chance to vanish into an illusion. However, he remembers that in his past encounter, as soon as the Black Ghost was killed, the Purple Ghost tried to escape. And that's exactly what happens now. The Purple Ghost suddenly turns and bolts. Logan looks confused, surprised to see the monster running, and asks if they should chase it. But Kim quickly reveals that the fleeing figure is just an illusion. The real Purple Ghost is hiding nearby, cloaked within it. The boy considers using his light attack to destroy both the illusion and the real ghost at once. But there's a problem. He can't use his disciple ability right now as he didn't form a temporary contract. He had avoided doing so because he wanted to use the power stored within his ring instead. But if he does unleash that power, it might slice through the entire building. As Kim braces to attack, Logan's Constellation suddenly proclaims that he is the martial god. Logan, bewildered, has no idea what his Constellation is talking about. Kim hears it too and greets the Constellation, calling it Fist King. With time running out, Kim decides to make a temporary contract and urgently asks Logan for the sacred relic. The Constellation quickly supports the request, urging Logan to hand it over. Logan agrees, but Rania, still keeping watch, warns that they need to act fast. The devil has already escaped through the window. Kim shouts again for the sacred relic, and Logan tosses him a bead bracelet. Kim quickly puts it on and begins charging toward the Purple Ghost. Meanwhile, the Purple Ghost, still hidden, senses Kim's presence and realizes with growing dread that his comrades have been killed by the reincarnation of the martial god even if he now walks in the body of a mere child. The Purple Ghost decides to warn others about the martial god's reincarnation. However, the boy is already on him. Kim loads up his fist and with a powerful swing strikes the Purple Ghost, disintegrating his entire body. Watching from above, Rania is shocked. She asks if that was Logan's Constellation ability. Logan denies it, saying it's impossible, but he admits that the attack carried the overwhelming power of a constellation. He's surprised that the hero was able to use such force. Soon, emergency services arrive and treat the wounded Logan and Rania. Kim, having accomplished his goal, decides to leave quietly. He doesn't want media attention. Logan questions his sudden departure, which irritates Kim. He is intentionally provoking the question, hoping Logan won't return to Valhalla to dig deeper. But suddenly, a thought strikes the young boy. He could bring Logan to his side since Logan is the #1 contractor in the world. Thinking this, our boy reassures Logan that they'll talk about it another day. Logan agrees. Kim adds that they'll meet at Heroes Academy, especially since Logan is the contractor of the Fist King. As he walks away, Logan tries to stop him, but the Constellation's voice echoes in his head, ordering him to show respect when addressing Kim. Logan respectfully agrees. Meanwhile, Rania arrives and asks for the monster's body for police investigation. Logan explains that the creature vanished into smoke, frustrating Rania. Without a body, it will be difficult to convince the committee of what really happened. She then questions Kim's identity, pointing out that the monsters they faced were far too powerful for an ordinary contractor to defeat. Logan assures her that they'll find out the truth in time. After leaving the scene, Kim reaches a forest where Bacher appears. Upon seeing him, our boy asks if the magical power he sensed from the Fist King was the same one the Tower Master felt at Heroes. Bacher denies it, which brings relief to him. His efforts to arrange a meeting between Logan and the heroes won't be in vain. Still, it's disappointing. The Fist King, despite receiving his teachings, was never Kim's direct disciple. As Kim wonders where Sesame is, a masked First Cult's member suddenly appears in front of him. Noticing the man kneeling, Kim immediately inquires about his identity. The man reveals that he is from the First Cult and has come to meet the leader. Hearing this, our boy is shocked. He thinks the man has mistaken him for someone else. However, the man explains that their constellation, Tugue, instructed them to reveal themselves if Kim ever used a certain word. Kim quickly realizes that the word in question is Sesame. The constellation had ordered them to come forward the moment he said that name. With that, all the First Cult members reveal themselves bowing before him. Kim doesn't waste time. He directly asks for the sacred relic, and they hand it over to him. It is in the form of a glove, and the moment Kim holds it, he is transported into the mental realm of the constellation. There, he finds himself in a torn, broken-down town. In front of him stands a building labeled Mushinman, which our hero instantly recognizes. He also notices a throne and calls out to Sesame asking her to come out of hiding. Upon hearing him, she appears from behind the throne and kneels before him. Kim sees that she is exactly the same as before. Even the mental realm she's in is identical to the martial arts school they shared 300 years ago. But for Sesame, Mushinman wasn't just a martial arts school. It was their home. He knows why Sesame respects that place so deeply, because 300 years ago, the world was in chaos. One day, Kim and his group came across what appeared to be a weak caravan under attack by a horde of trolls. The humans were being overwhelmed, but Kim's group intervened, taking down all the trolls and saving the caravan. For that, the caravan leader rewarded them with money. Back in those days, this was how Kim survived, by accepting payment for protecting caravans or taking on monster hunting requests. It was a miserable world, but Kim endured it. Still, there was a darker side. It was an era when slavery was on the rise. Human trafficking still occurred from time to time, and desperate parents, driven by poverty, would sell their children in the hopes of getting a large sum of money. Kim made it his mission to buy these slaves only to train them. He harbored a deep hatred for slave traders and would often kill them whenever he encountered one. Along the way, he took in some of the rescued children as his disciples. But it was during this time that Kim's life plan encountered a problem. His original plan was simple: work as a young hunter to gather enough money for retirement while also training enough disciples to continue the fight against slave traders. However, saving money became nearly impossible while caring for his disciples. Since he had already gathered a decent number, he decided to put them to proper use. After discussing it with them, our boy made a decision. He would start a martial arts school called Mushinman. The school was founded to properly train and raise his disciples in a disciplined environment. Although Kim was strong, he had begun to notice that his physical limits were being reached. But his disciples were different. They learned proper techniques and showed remarkable talent. So Kim trained them rigorously, hoping that when they grew up, they could pass on their knowledge to the next generation of disciples. His plan was to take a share from the donations and profits the school would generate. But just as his disciples were on the verge of maturing into teachers themselves, the Tower of Destruction appeared. Back in the present, Kim stands beside Sesame in front of the old school, now nothing more than ruins. He snaps out of his thoughts and asks Sesame what she has been doing since becoming a constellation and how she managed to find him. According to her, she knew he would be reincarnated because a notification appeared, revealing it. Wanting to meet him again, she created the First Cult clan, which now consists of 4 members. The name First Cult was chosen in honor of Kim, and she killed everyone who claimed to be the strongest except for our boy himself. Kim is taken aback by this revelation. So Simi goes on to explain that they would observe those who called themselves the strongest, and the moment someone declared that title, they would eliminate them. It was the same method they used to eventually find Kim. The boy finds it both fascinating and disturbing that a single slip of the tongue could have gotten him killed by his own disciple. Sesame also mentions the various clans and contractors they eliminated, all of whom had claimed to be the best. According to her, this ruthless strategy is what ultimately led her to Kim. She adds that Kim, despite being the strongest, was also humble and never boasted about his strength. He rubs his head and responds that he simply waited for the truth to reveal itself. Then he tells Sesame that he's already found the other 2, Morin and Luminous. This genuinely surprises her. She had known that all 4 of Kim's disciples had become constellations, but as constellations, they could only observe one another through their respective contractors. So Sesame already knew that Kim was meeting with Ventrik and the black market people, but she doesn't realize that those individuals are actually the contractors of her fellow disciples. Kim changes the subject, claiming that he might need her help soon. This makes Sesame visibly nervous, but Kim simply bids her farewell, telling her that he will invite her contractor to a gathering with the others and they can all talk there. A few days later, at Heroes Academy, Kim stands in front of Logan, surrounded by all of his contractors. Seeing so many high-profile contractors gathered around Kim makes Logan feel extremely uneasy. Once everyone is settled, he begins the meeting by asking if they all know what he does. The question catches everyone off guard. Adelia answers, saying that he is the master of their constellations. Kim confirms this and then reveals that he has pieced together much of what happened after he died. To give them a rough understanding, Kim explains everything about his disciples and the Tower of Destruction. Everyone in the room is shocked. Black Cat is the first to ask if it was really Kim who took down the Tower of Destruction 300 years ago. Our boy confirms it. Adelia then asks if it's true that the Age of Destruction brought the tower, which led to the world's decline, because as far as they know, the tower collapsed only after unleashing countless monsters. Kim is taken aback by this and asks if their constellations had mentioned anything about it. However, according to Adelia, their constellations only speak to Kim, and even Luminous hasn't revealed anything to them. Hearing both accounts, Kim realizes that even his disciples don't remember what truly happened. However, he is confident that now that they've reunited with him, their memories will eventually return. The young lad continues, explaining that everyone who was famous before has now become a constellation. This makes sense to Black Cat as it explains why they are also strongly drawn to artifacts from the Age of Destruction. However, Kim then reveals something more alarming. The one who created the Tower of Destruction appears to still be active, causing disasters and sending constellations. This suggests that the tower might be rebuilt again. This revelation shocks Logan, but Kim adds that they still have about 4 to 5 years before that happens. With firm determination, he declares that as he continues gathering disciples and growing stronger by claiming names, he will eventually eliminate the tower once and for all. It's hard for Logan to believe at first, but he chooses to trust him, especially since his own constellation once revealed that Kim was known as the martial arts god 300 years ago. Kim also apparently saved that constellation and passed down the first authority, though he doesn't clearly remember those details. Hearing this, Logan stands up and respectfully requests Kim to spare him if he truly is the martial arts god his constellation described. Kim nods in agreement, and they all head to the gym. There, Logan suddenly challenges Kim to a duel, which Adelia doesn't quite understand. Black Cat tries to make sense of it, suggesting that Logan might have found the situation too surreal, realizing that a high school student could actually be a legendary hero from 300 years ago, so he chose to confirm it through a direct one-on-one fight. With that, both of them charge up their magical power and launch themselves at each other, unleashing a massive earth-shaking blow. As their fists collide, a massive wave of pressure ripples through the air, shaking the contractors watching from the sidelines. Even the director of Heroes Academy, Beck, feels the impact all the way from his office as it trembles slightly from the shockwave. Alarmed, he quickly pinpoints the sound as coming from the stadium and immediately grows nervous, suspecting it might be another attack. However, he suddenly remembers his earlier conversation with Logan. That morning, Logan had informed him about inviting guests to the academy and advised him not to panic if he heard loud noises. Recalling this, Beck regains his composure. He trusts Logan, yet the power behind that sound and aura still feels far beyond normal. Back in the gym, Kim is visibly excited after the clash of fists. Logan, on the other hand, is trembling, realizing with shock that is being pushed back by a high school student. At that moment, it dawns on him that the boy has survived battles with monsters by channeling his own raw power. Surprised, Logan finds himself being overwhelmed and instinctively begins to concentrate his mana into his elbow for a counter-strike. Kim, however, blocks it with ease using an arm block. Though he absorbs the attack, even our boy is slightly overwhelmed by the force behind it. Kim understands his advantage. He can wield an enormous amount of magical energy, thanks to the constellations. But physical strength, which develops with the body, is something Kim is still lacking. Still, Kim grows even more excited knowing he's facing Logan, a constellation-level contractor. It's a rare opportunity, and it feels like the perfect challenge. As Logan charges toward him with all his mana concentrated into a final blow, the young boy decides it's time to end the fight. Just as Logan swings, Kim sidesteps with precise timing and counters with a swift strike from his back, sending him flying across the gym. The attack appears deceptively light, but Logan feels its full force ripple through his entire body before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Sometime later, Logan regains consciousness in a panic only to find himself resting on a couch. Confused, he looks around and notices Kim and his contractor standing nearby. Kim explains that Logan had fainted, so he carried him there for safety. Grateful, Logan thanks him. After a long pause, Logan, deep in thought, asks if Kim is a reincarnated individual. Slightly surprised, he reminds him that he had already shared that detail before, though he understands it's hard for most people to believe. He then reveals that Logan's own constellation shares a similar personality. Now having experienced his overwhelming power firsthand, Logan nods in agreement and decides to join him as a disciple in the mission to stop the Tower of Destruction. Kim, thrilled by that, lights up with excitement. Meanwhile, the first cult member observing them finds the combination of powerful, high-ranking contractors forming a team to be both unexpected and fascinating. Kim then surprises Logan by asking if he has seen anything at the Heroes Academy that resembles one of his disciples, perhaps a relic or artifact. The main reason Kim had suggested meeting at the academy was because he sensed a familiar magical presence there. However, now that the area is saturated with powerful mana from their earlier clash, it's become much harder to pinpoint the exact source. Given the sheer number of relics stored at the academy, identifying the one he's looking for is nearly impossible unless it chooses to reveal itself. Logan suddenly remembers a relic that once spoke, asking for its master. This memory leads him to Beck's office. There, Beck is visibly anxious and immediately questions Logan about the identity of his mysterious guest. Logan reveals that it was our boy. But when Beck presses further, Logan cuts him off, explaining that he can't disclose more information at the moment. Instead, he asked Beck about the radiant sword he had previously given him. Beck, already troubled by the sword, admits it has been giving him severe headaches. To demonstrate, he presses a hidden switch that opens a concealed compartment within the office. Inside lies the radiant sword, emanating an overwhelming amount of dark mana. The pressure is so intense that the surrounding area is visibly cracking, unable to withstand the energy it radiates. Seeing the damage, Beck begins to regret keeping the radiant sword in his office. The surrounding walls are beginning to crack, and it's clear the weapon can't be stored there any longer. Logan stares at the destruction in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the sword alone could be the cause. He questions why Beck didn't store it with the other relics, where magical suppression fields are in place to contain such artifacts. Beck reveals that he had planned to do just that, but something unexpected happened. When he attempted to place the sword in the sacred relic chamber, the guardians of the relics unleashed their magic power to block his entry. At the same time, the radiant sword began to violently fluctuate with magical energy as if reacting to the guardians themselves. With no other option, Beck brought the sword back to his office. Even his secret compartment, layered with sealing enchantments, failed to contain the sword's sinister aura. Despite the storage room being wrapped in powerful magic-suppressing spells, the sword continued to crack the surrounding materials. This was the very reason Beck had intended to speak with Logan, though to his surprise, Logan came asking for the sword instead. When Logan asks if Beck heard the sword calling for its master, Beck denies hearing anything. But then to Beck's shock, Logan extends his hand and effortlessly lifts the radiant sword. The moment Logan touches it, the sword's aura vanishes completely. The dark mana stops radiating. Stunned, Beck tries to ask Logan how he managed to do that, but Logan himself seems unsure. He sheathes the sword and says he will take it to the meeting place, leaving Beck confused about what sort of meeting he's referring to. Logan, with a calm pause, assures Beck that he'll soon understand everything. And because Logan has always kept his promises, Beck chooses to trust him once again. Logan returns to Kim and hands him the radiant sword. But as our boy holds it in his hand, he immediately notices something strange. He feels no magic power coming from it at all. Logan explains that the sword's energy vanished the moment he picked it up, and it remained in the same dormant state even when he brought it to the academy. The young lad is slightly surprised by this, but Logan adds that he occasionally hears the sword calling out, seeking its master. Hearing that, he immediately understands what Logan is referring to. However, when he tries to enter the mental realm of the artifact, he fails. Confused by the rejection, he turns to Adelia for clarity. She confirms that such a reaction is not unusual. If the constellation linked to the relic refuses access, then no one, not even a contractor, can enter its mental domain. This information catches Kim off guard. To investigate further, he asks Bacher if he senses any familiar magic from the sword. Bacher responds that the aura is faint, but the scent of familiarity is undeniable. Our boy then wonders if there's any alternative way to gain access. The Tower Master quickly recalls something he had mentioned before, the mysterious door that appeared in the realm of imagination. Kim remembers it clearly, a massive door where all constellations once gathered. Bashi further reveals that it wasn't just one door. There were multiple. Each constellation had a door, possibly leading to a realm tied to their essence. According to the Tower Master's assumption, those doors might allow access to other constellations' realms. The idea makes sense to Kim, but when he asked his other contractors about the doors, none of them seemed to know anything about them. Bart speculates that since the event was brief, there may be constellations who weren't even aware it happened. Kim suddenly recalls someone who might know more. Holding on to that thought, decides to end the day's discussion and suggests they return. Before leaving, he turns to the first cult member and asks for his name. The cult member reveals that he doesn't have one and that Kim is free to name him as he sees fit. After a moment of consideration, Kim appoints him as the former protector. With that, he orders former protector to begin meeting the other contractors as their constellations might also be interested in meeting each other. With the matter settled, the group leaves the academy behind. A few days later, Kim meets the guide at a secluded house deep in the forest. As she tries to greet him, he gets straight to the point, declaring that he plans to absorb all the second-tier constellations once he finds them. He thanks her for the ring, acknowledging that it made him stronger. Then shifting to the real reason for his visit, he asks if she knows anything about a door where constellations gather. The guide recalls something similar, an ancient space known as the arena. She explains that shortly after the Labyrinth Master created the constellations, he also formed the arena, a place one could enter through constellation doors. According to her, the arena was designed as a battleground for constellations to fight among themselves. Over time, while the original names of the constellations were forgotten, new nicknames were earned through battle. These nicknames carried significance, each imbued with a fragment of their identity, granting additional power that the arena itself amplified. However, the arena didn't unfold the way the Labyrinth Master intended, and it was eventually sealed away. Kim presses further, asking if there's any way to reopen it. The guide responds that the arena could only be opened by a constellation acting on the Labyrinth Master's command. This revelation stuns him, but she isn't finished. With a knowing look, the guide reveals why she called him. She has located the very constellation he seeks along with all of the second-tier constellations. Kim's eyes widened with excitement, and now he wants to know everything. Somewhere in a secret hidden meeting place of the constellations, the one known as the Keykeeper rages furiously at the others for their repeated failures. He accuses them of simply waiting to die, clinging to the futile hope of reclaiming their former names. With seething anger, he reminds them of the torment they endured, wandering for 300 years stripped of identity, reduced to mere fragments of existence. They had no physical bodies, only drifting consciousness, endlessly circling a single tree. For reasons still unknown, these wandering spirits were eventually transformed into fruits of that very tree, trapped in an endless cycle with no escape. The Keykeeper himself had narrowly avoided that fate. Though he too had wandered for centuries without form, he had finally regained a body. And now, after all that suffering, he couldn't understand why the others were so willing to fade again without resistance. His fury sharpens as he mentions the twin ghosts, the two constellations who died without accomplishing anything. Just a few days earlier, the green-horned constellation had delivered the grim news of their deaths. The announcement shocked the others, especially the fish, who always believed the twin ghosts were among the stronger ones. The green-horned one confirmed their deaths, but also warned of something even more concerning. He explained that all of them, those gathered in this very place, were constellations who once regained names and were sent to Earth. As long as they remained isolated and avoided unnecessary conflict, they could survive by passively absorbing ambient magical power. But gathering in large groups as they were doing now created a dangerous situation. In such close proximity, their individual magical reserves would begin to drain at an accelerated rate. Though they once knew power and identity, their current state was fragile, and unity, ironically, could lead them to destruction. So the Labyrinth Lord instructed everyone to gather on an island where a large floating magic stone lay buried beneath the surface. Upon hearing this, the others realized the source of the immense power they had been sensing. However, one of the constellations questioned what could have been troublesome about it. The green constellation explained that the magic stone was rapidly depleting its magic due to the presence of so many constellations. For a magic stone to replenish, it needed to be infused with more power, but this was impossible in their current situation. Given that the Labyrinth Order's 2-month time frame was far too short, they planned to acquire new large magic stones and place them beneath the island to maintain a steady flow of magic. But there was a catch. The task was entrusted to the twin ghosts. This revelation shocked the other constellations, and they inquired about the whereabouts of the twin ghosts. The green constellation revealed that they went to the Contractors Association, as a company collaborating with the association was in the spotlight for discovering a large magic stone. The plan was to destroy the association and steal the magic stone. Hearing this, the Keykeeper was stunned. As he listened to the green constellation's suggestion to lay low and figure out where the other stone was, he felt a surge of frustration. He suddenly ran out, calling everyone fools, unable to contain his disbelief. The Keykeeper enters a separate room, muttering to himself. He reflects on the twin ghosts, calling them weaklings who were killed while searching for the magic stone. He knows this means danger for them all. He knows that if he stays in the room any longer, he'll lose his power and eventually disappear. Though it feels like the right decision to leave, just as he's thinking it, a portal opens in front of him. To his shock, Kim steps out and calmly asks if he is the Keykeeper. Shocked beyond belief, the Keykeeper panics and bolts, thinking that this person must be the one who defeated the twin ghosts. However, to his horror, Kim reappears in a flash right in front of him, questioning why he is running. Terrified, the Keykeeper begins pleading for mercy, claiming that he hasn't killed a single soul since becoming a constellation. As Kim is about to strike him, he hesitates, realizing that the situation is far more dull than he expected. The Keykeeper's existence as a constellation feels almost trivial to him. For this encounter, our boy didn't even want to wear the ring, as absorbing him seemed insignificant. Kim then confirms, asking if the Keykeeper has killed anyone before. The Keykeeper admits that he hasn't, revealing that in the past, he merely opened a door to the imagination realm and did nothing else as a constellation. Hearing this, Kim assures him that he won't kill him, at least not until the door is opened again, specifically to the arena. However, the Keykeeper is unable to open the door on his own. His magical power is too insignificant. To create and connect doors to the various imagination realms of constellations, he had once used an artifact to amplify his abilities. Kim quickly realizes that even if he absorbs the Keykeeper's power and uses his own abilities, it's impossible to reopen the door. As Kim turns to leave, the Constellation with his trembling voice asks if he is strong. Our boy confirms it, and the Keykeeper then reveals that he can reopen the arena, but only if Kim helps him retrieve the artifact that descended with him. Meanwhile, at the Chinese temple, Yanlong stretches in excitement looking at what's in front of her. The creepy group of skeletons charges toward Yanlong, but before they can reach her, she bolts forward and slams into them with overwhelming force. The surge of adrenaline electrifies her. She's genuinely thrilled to see how the power of the Sial constellation amplifies her magic. She's in disbelief, watching herself land critical hits and effortlessly take down monsters just as Kim had once told her she would. Thinking of him, she finds herself wishing he were there to witness her fight. A few moments ago, the young lady arrived at Valhalla Gym announcing her entry. However, to her surprise, no one there seemed particularly excited to see her. She also noticed a few unfamiliar faces, which made her wonder if she had come at a bad time. Kim, sensing her unease, reassured her that it was actually a great time for her to be there and inquired about the reason for her visit. Yanlang mentioned vague family issues, but Kim had already seen the news. He knew she had recently become the head of the Sial clan. This revelation clearly caught Yanlang off guard and left her slightly embarrassed, prompting her to explain that it was her aunt's request. Kim was surprised nonetheless. He always believed she had no interest in leading the family. She quickly brushed it off, trying not to linger on the topic, but then her eyes landed on Aaron standing in the background. Noticing Yanlang's stare, Aaron didn't hesitate to call her out, asking if she was staring because she wanted a fight. The remark sparked a thought in Yanlang. It's been a while since she last fought, and she hadn't yet tested her newly borrowed constellation powers. The idea of a fight suddenly didn't seem so bad. With a confident nod, Yanlang agreed to the fight. But Kim stepped in, calmly intervening and stating that there wasn't enough time for a battle that day. He then noted something unusual. Yanlang, as the head of her family, should have been occupied with official duties. However, she explained that participating in external activities such as slaying monsters brought honor to her family. Besides, her aunt was already handling other responsibilities. With everything settled, Kim shifted the conversation to the real reason for his visit. He needed their help to destroy the labyrinth. He asked Yanlong if she had tested her abilities after forming a contract with her constellation. She denied it, prompting Kim to reveal their current strategy. They planned to move in pairs to handle the labyrinths. However, based on her current level, he believed she could manage one on her own. He already sensed a significant surge in her magical power, something that surprised even Yanlang, who hadn't kept track of her own progress. Kim explained that magical attacks proved far more effective against labyrinth monsters than physical ones, making her a strong candidate for the mission in China. He advised her to start using her constellation powers to become more familiar with them. He also informed her that she would find a labyrinth stone within the area and possibly a relic hidden inside it. She was to extract the relic and bring it back to them. Yanlang agreed. Though a trace of jealousy lingered beneath her composed demeanor, the thought of Kim teaming up with one of the other girls while she was away didn't sit well with her. Back in the present, Yanlong is wreaking havoc on the monsters using her newly awakened constellation abilities. With a single punch, she tears through their ranks. Consumed by rage, she decides to crush every last one of them right then and there. Meanwhile, in the USA, Kim arrives in a desolate land alongside Se-Hyak and Logan. Logan takes the lead in navigating, but despite their efforts, they can't seem to locate their intended destination. The young man, however, knows that if they had any information about the place, he wouldn't have needed to rely on his luminous ability to find it. Logan reveals that only a handful of people within the Institute are aware of the site's existence, which is why the details are so poorly documented. According to him, the public believes that only a single large magic stone was ever discovered there, making the entire location highly classified. Kim feels a twinge of guilt, knowing the Institute is giving up the stone after investing so much effort into finding it. But Logan assures him it's not a big loss as artificial storage units can now easily replace its use. Grateful, Kim silently thanks Logan, then recalls the Keykeeper's words about an artifact that fell with him when he descended. When our boy asked, the Keykeeper revealed that the relic had been scattered throughout the labyrinths. He added that the artifacts reeked of strong magic, and their lingering scent would help guide him to them. Just as our boy was about to leave, the keykeeper stopped him and mentioned one more thing. He needed Kim to retrieve the large magic stone as well. Kim was already aware of the stone's existence, but the request puzzled him. He asked why the keykeeper wanted it. With a solemn tone, the keykeeper explained that an immense amount of mana was required to open the ancient door, and the magic stone would provide exactly that. Despite his knowledge and power, the keykeeper admitted that he was afraid. Sensing his fear, he gave him a reassuring nod and with quiet determination, promised to bring back not just one, but 2 magic stones. Back in the present, Kim regrets making the promise to the keykeeper, as acquiring even a single large magic stone seems like an incredibly difficult task. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted when Logan announces that they've finally arrived at the location. As Kim snaps back to focus, he's startled to see a massive golem, a towering monster, standing directly in front of them. The golem is massive, and both Logan and Siya can hardly believe their eyes. They wonder how in the world such a creature could exist and why it's here. As they process this, the golem suddenly slams its fist toward them. Both Logan and Sejak dodge by jumping back, but Logan is left in shock as he watches the enormous crater left by the golem's punch. The sheer power of the attack is terrifying. The golem loads up for another strike and swings its massive fist again. Logan braces himself preparing for a counterattack. Shouting at the monster, he intercepts its fist with his own. The 2 fists collide with explosive force, and to Kim's surprise, Logan's punch not only shatters the golem's arm, but sends the creature crashing to the ground. Sehyak watches in awe, amazed by Logan's power. He realizes that they are with the #1 contractor, someone who can shatter a golem with a single punch, and can't believe he's here with them. Even more unbelievable to Sehyak is that someone as strong as Logan follows Kim with such respect. Despite the shock, Sehyak feels a sense of pride to be with both of them, ready to witness the power of these living legends firsthand. However, despite the golem's defeat, Logan senses something isn't quite right. The monster, despite being thrown to the ground, doesn't appear fully destroyed. It remains in relatively good shape. Kim, considering the golem's enormous size, theorized that the impact might not have reached its core, which could explain why the creature is still intact. Saying this, Kim jumps onto the fallen golem and drives his sword into its body. However, to his shock, even his powerful sword fails to pierce the creature's tough exterior. As he processes this, the golem suddenly awakens, rising to its feet with an overwhelming surge of power. It gathers its strength and unleashes a powerful punch at him. The fist lands with immense force, and while our boy manages to block the attack, he's sent skidding back by the crushing pressure. Kim realizes in that moment that the golem has likely absorbed the large magic stone. This revelation shocks both him and Logan. Our lad then asks if he placed an anti-magic spell to block the stone's presence. Logan confirms this, but Kim, still processing this situation, reveals that it should be impossible to block the presence of the stone using any kind of magic. Logan, although not sensing any magic himself, listens intently. Kim explains that the magic spell blocks human senses, preventing them from detecting the stone's presence. However, it's different for creatures born from magic, and the golem, being such a creature, is able to detect even the faintest trace of magical energy. The golem must have sensed the residual magic and channeled it to the magic stone. Kim surmises that the lack of other monsters suggests the golem may have killed them all to absorb their energy. Despite the golem's immense power, Kim is surprised that simply absorbing residual magic from the stone has made it this strong. This leads him to believe that the stone itself must be incredibly powerful. He now realizes that he should have brought his disciples with him if he had known the situation would escalate like this. Thinking about it, Kim turns to Logan and asks him to hand over the artifact, eager to demonstrate the true power of one punch. In a labyrinth in England, the Black Cat and Adelia are working together as a team to clear the monsters. Adelia seems exhausted from all the fighting as her family usually handled such tasks, leaving her unaccustomed to the toll it takes. The Black Cat, acknowledging her fatigue, admits that he's also sweating. It's been a long time since he's fought monsters himself. Feeling the heat, he removes his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face beneath it. Adelia, stunned by his appearance, can't help but marvel at how attractive he is. Thank God it's nothing like the nightmarish dream's face reveal. Black Cat notices Adelia's flustered expression, but feels confused by how shocked she seems. Thinking he might have made her uncomfortable, he quickly apologizes. However, Adelia assures him that it's fine. Curious, she cautiously asks if what he just did is even allowed. Black Cat nods, explaining that since they are not in the black market, there's no issue. And besides, they are alumni in a way, so he believes it's acceptable between them. This only flusters Adelia further. When Kim had asked her to accompany Black Cat into the labyrinth, it hadn't really excited her, but this moment seems to be making up for it. Hesitantly, she asks, almost suggestively, whether Black Cat will be showing his face more often from now on. He confirms he will. Suddenly Morin, Adelia's constellation, and luminous black cats both call them out for flirting and sternly remind them to focus on the mission. Embarrassed, the two quickly snap back to clearing the labyrinth. Meanwhile, back in the USA, Kim and his team are locked in a fierce battle with a colossal golem. As they dodge its thunderous attacks, he channels his constellation's power into his fist. He tells Logan to watch closely. The golem swings a massive punch at him, but our boy counters with a strike so powerful that it doesn't just obliterate the golem. It erases the entire mountain behind it. The sheer force of the blow stuns everyone. Even Kim himself is impressed. It's been a while since he's thrown a punch that devastating, and he silently acknowledges the immense power of Logan's constellation. Logan watches everything unfold with shock, finally beginning to grasp the true potential of the destruction skill. As Kim returns the bracelet to him, Logan remains deep in thought, wondering about the sheer force behind that one punch. After a moment, he asked Kim if he would be free after this mission to train him in that very technique. Our boy, wearing a confident smile, agrees on one condition. They must secure one more large magic stone. Logan quickly suggests that a company affiliated with the association possesses one, and they could potentially use it. Hearing this, the young boy lights up with excitement, declaring that he'll return if things go smoothly. However, Logan hesitates slightly before revealing that in order to take the stone, they need to replace it with an artificial storage system. Kim, unfazed, immediately orders his team to dig into the pit the golem had been working on earlier, suspecting the real magic stone might still be buried there. A few days later, at a secluded site, Kim arrives with a massive artificial floating magic stone, stunning the keykeeper with its presence. But that's not all. Instead of just bringing the required 2, the young lad surprises him by bringing 3, just in case. 2 were sourced from Logan and the third was obtained from the constellation Sosami, used by the first cult's contractors to receive their orders. As if that weren't enough, Kim also hands over several powerful artifacts, leaving the keykeeper in utter disbelief. According to him, the collected items are more than sufficient to activate the arena. Though in truth, the so-called arena is little more than an enormous cave. He then reveals that he will begin summoning the entrance door soon, noting that even a single stone would have been enough for that task. Kim, however, is well aware that the keykeeper requested extra magic stones not out of necessity, but to curry favor with the other constellations on the island. This realization shakes the keykeeper to his core. Calmly but firmly, our lad reveals that he plans to use those very stones against the constellations they were meant to appease. With that declaration, he puts pressure on the keykeeper to begin the summoning without delay. Kim then commands the former protector to guard the keykeeper closely and prepare everything necessary for his upcoming contract with Sosami. Additionally, he warns the former contractor to eliminate the keykeeper if he tries anything deceitful. Meanwhile, in the Constellation Assembly Hall, chaos begins to brew. The fish constellation lashes out in frustration, furious that nothing is being accomplished. He warns that if they continue to remain idle, they will all meet their end here, meaningless and forgotten. The lack of communication from the Maze Lord only deepens the unease, leading many to fear that the deaths of the other constellations may have been in vain. The room erupts into shouting and protests. The gathered constellations begin demanding that they take action, that they storm out and kill everyone in their way. But just then, their voices are abruptly silenced. Kim's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. He has been standing there for 10 minutes, silently watching them yap. A manic smile spreads across his face as he declares his intention to be the one to plunge them into disappearance rather than let them wait for a natural death. The fish constellation fails to recognize Kim, while the vampire comments that he hadn't sensed any magical power earlier, explaining why none of them noticed his presence. However, the vampire grows furious, enraged by his bold and arrogant entrance, and issues a warning. Our boy, unfazed, doubles down on his stance. He states that they were all too busy spouting nonsense while he had been concealing himself right there among them. As he speaks, he casually swings his sword, issuing a chilling warning that they'll understand everything once he beats the living daylights out of them. His overwhelming presence and sheer arrogance leave the constellations in shock. Then in a sudden fluid motion, Kim spins in a full 360-degree arc with his blade. The green constellation shouts for everyone to duck, but it's already too late. With that single devastating swing, the majority of the constellations lose their heads instantly. Only a handful, namely the vampire, Green, and the fish constellation, manage to evade the attack. It's in that horrifying moment that Green finally realizes the truth that Kim is the martial arts god. But just as quickly as he struck, Kim vanishes. He's nowhere to be seen. Confusion spreads among the survivors. They know he must be using some form of advanced concealment spell and that he's still somewhere inside the building watching. Suddenly, a swift slash tears through the air, decapitating another group of constellations. The survivors finally grasp the horrifying truth that Kim has been toying with them from the start. Panicking, the green constellation activates his abilities, summoning a barrier around the building to prevent Kim from escaping. However, the vampire expresses concern, realizing that by sealing the area, they may have trapped themselves inside with the martial arts god. Green acknowledges the risk, but argues that their fallen comrades died far too easily. He admits they will likely die here too, but dismisses it with grim acceptance. They will eventually respawn. Still, he warns that if they fall now, they won't be able to carry out the Labyrinth Lord's plan. As Green speaks, our boy suddenly appears and swings his sword at him. Reacting quickly, Green blocks the attack with his bare hand. In that moment, he makes a crucial realization. Kim isn't using concealment magic, but is actually invisible. The barrier, now active, will trap him within the building. He alerts the others, noting that Kim's power seems diminished in this new body. The fish constellation also notices the change, speculating that Kim may have undergone reincarnation. The vampire agrees, pointing out that since their heads are still attached, the martial arts god's strength must be weaker than before. As they assess the situation, Kim silently reappears, this time behind the vampire, and slashes his face. But the attack lands on a blood clone. The real vampire had used the clone to lure Kim out. Now that Kim is fully revealed, all the constellations launch a combined assault, unleashing a devastating barrage aimed at obliterating the ground beneath him. However, despite their overwhelming attack, he is nowhere to be seen when the dust clears. Without warning, he reappears behind Green, gripping one of his antlers. Mocking him, Kim remarks that even with all their intellect, they must now realize they are destined to fall. With cold assurance, he promises Green a painless death, then plunges his sword straight through him. The force of the stab releases a blinding powerful beam slicing through the air and shaking the building's foundations. The remaining constellations stare in disbelief. Moments ago, Kim seemed weaker, yet now he effortlessly executed one of sensing their confusion. He responds, confirming their suspicions. However, if he was still in his original form, he claims, this would have been over in a single swing. Determined to end the battle once and for all, our boy takes out 2 floating magic stones that stun every constellation present. He explains that while these stones were once used long ago, their use has since been forgotten. But if fully charged and the core inside takes a direct hit, they explode with catastrophic force. The fish constellation suddenly realizes Kim's plan. He's preparing to wipe them all out at once. With a chilling farewell, Kim slams the stones into the ground. Upon impact, they detonate in a colossal explosion, releasing a massive beam of destruction that engulfs everything. Somewhere deep within the ancient tree trunk, the guide nervously sneaks toward the wheel of reincarnation. As she spots it, memories of her previous conversation with Kim resurface. In a secluded house, she had informed our hero about the constellations, especially the keykeeper gathering on the island. Though she wasn't entirely certain, she believed the location was accurate. Upon hearing this, Kim immediately prepared to leave, but the guide stopped him, asking to borrow the absorbed names. Without hesitation, he handed her the ring, explaining that he had already used most of the names as soon as they were absorbed, though there might still be some left. Curious, he asked why she wanted them. The guide absorbed the lingering names from the ring, revealing her intent to use them to obscure the Labyrinth Lord's vision, allowing Kim to massacre the constellations undetected. Back in the present, the guide approaches the wheel of reincarnation and exhales a cloud of black smoke over it. With this act, she becomes confident that they've successfully masked the names from the Lord's surveillance, at least for a while. As she contemplates the next steps, the Spear King suddenly appears, catching her off guard and holding her at spear point. She tries to calm him, assuring him that nothing has truly changed. The Spear King calls her out for appearing in a restricted area and declares that he will take her to the Labyrinth Lord to explain herself. This puts the guide in a difficult position, as confronting the Lord now would likely result in her actions being restricted. In an attempt to slip out of the situation, she asks the Spear King to forget her visit, claiming she is merely a nameless constellation who wandered in by accident. However, the Spear King sees through her act and firmly orders her to follow him, stating that it is his duty to guard the place. The guide expresses admiration for his loyalty, but this strikes a nerve. In response, he slams his spear to the ground, warning her not to make assumptions about him. He reveals that guarding the area has been nothing more than an obligation ever since he was bestowed the title 300 years ago without any memory of who he truly is. He admits that he lacks the strength to refuse the duty, and that is the only reason he continues to fulfill it. Brushing off the emotional weight of his confession, he again urges her to follow him. This moment gives the guide an opening. She claims to possess a unique talent and deduces that the Spear King is confused about his own identity. She offers to introduce him to someone who might know the truth about who he really is. The Spear King falls into deep thought at this offer. A few hours later on the island, Kim and his contractors are surprised to see the arena door summoned by the keykeeper. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary door, but the keykeeper explains that it leads to another door, which in turn opens the arena. It is merely a passage. According to him, there is no way to connect directly to the arena. This revelation frustrates everyone, but the Keykeeper defends himself by revealing that the arena space created by the Labyrinth Lord still exists. However, its location is now up in the realm where the Labyrinth Lord resides. When all the constellations were there in the imagination realm, they could access the door directly. But now after descending, they require a connection to the Great Hall. The Keykeeper claims that with the floating stone sand and his artifacts in hand, he now possesses enough power to open the passage door. Doing so will also open the corresponding door in the Constellation realm. Upon hearing this, Kim urges him to proceed quickly, but before the Keykeeper can act, he issues a warning. There are many monsters inside. Before he can finish, our boy already understands that the Constellation wants an escort. Kim agrees, which brings a rare smile to his face. As the Constellation prepares to begin, he instructs his contractors to inform the Constellations not to open the door if they see one on their end. With that, the Keykeeper inserts his key and unlocks the passage. Looking inside, Kim realizes that the interior is dark and eerie. He suggests the Keykeeper stay close if he doesn't want to die. With that, the two charge into the unknown. Inside, they are immediately confronted by monsters, but Kim effortlessly slashes through them. The Keykeeper, on the other hand, appears visibly nervous. Our boy urges him to keep up if he doesn't want to die. With that, he pushes forward, cutting down monsters left and right as the Constellation follows closely behind. Eventually, they arrive at the Great Hall door. Just as they are about to enter, a massive wolf-like monster leaps in front of it. The creature is enormous and enraged, unlike anything Kim has ever encountered before. According to the Keykeeper, the beast might be mutated, a result of time and space twisting within the passage. Our boy, having not prepared any of his disciples' abilities for this journey, believing it would be too excessive, decides to rely solely on his sword. As the monster swings at him, he jumps back and counters with a swift strike. His blade slices through the monster's arm, but to his surprise, the limb regenerates almost instantly. Reacting quickly, the young boy charges dark energy into his sword and strikes again, this time slicing the monster's arm into multiple precise pieces. The creature roars in agony, seizing the moment he leaps into the air and delivers a powerful slash, cleaving the monster in half. The Keykeeper is left stunned. Kim has just defeated a powerful mutated beast with shocking ease. Our boy snaps the Keykeeper out of his thoughts and orders him to open the door. Obeying, the Constellation inserts his key and unlocks the passage. Meanwhile, Kim's disciples also see a door appear before them. After Kim returned from the passage, the world plunged into chaos. While his disciples understood the door's purpose, the other constellations were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Great Hall. Martial God himself was unable to access the Radiant Sword's imagination realm. Even when he managed to step into it, the door vanished the moment he entered. His disciples could walk freely into the Great Hall, but he was denied entry. He consulted the Keykeeper, who explained that the Great Hall was rejecting Kim, possibly due to the will of the Labyrinth Lord. Kim realized that because of this, he could no longer gather his disciples in one place nor see who resided within the Radiant Sword's realm. Originally, he planned to enter the Great Hall and find the door that led to the Radiant Sword's imagination realm. Now blocked from entry, he comes up with an alternative. If he cannot enter, his disciples can. He decides to send them to search for the Radiant Sword constellation on his behalf. With that, all of his disciple constellations enter the Great Hall. However, as soon as they step inside, Morin and Luminous begin arguing, Luminous having arrived late. As they yap, Susumu steps in and reminds them to follow their master's orders. Hearing this, both acknowledge their mission and shift their focus to tearing through every other constellation present. A few days earlier, Kim gathered his disciples' contractors to organize a meeting between their constellations. He inquires about Susumu and Morin confirms that Susumu had arrived in her imagination realm. However, Morin is visibly shocked at how Susumu found her door so easily. According to Susumu, she cancelled her presence from the Great Hall and was able to locate Morin's realm by recognizing her senior's familiar scent. She also mentioned that she used other members' trails to search for their divine artifacts, but was only able to find Morin's. That scent had guided her there. Now that both disciples were confirmed to be in one realm, Kim turned to Adelia and asked for the divine artifact. However, when he tried to enter the realm himself, he failed. Confused, he asked Morin if she was rejecting his entry, but she denied it, stating that it felt as though someone else was preventing her from summoning him. Morin then turned to Susumu, asking if she knew the sense of the other members. Susumu admitted that she tried to track the remaining divine artifacts but failed to locate them. As a result, she had no idea where the others were. Upon hearing this, Kim asked whether she checked a Radiant Sword's realm, but Susumu replied that she didn't as she couldn't even sense the sword's mana. Kim then revealed his plan to try accessing the sword's imaginary realm through the Great Hall. Susumu, however, was confused. She recalled how many doors there were in the hall and questioned how our boy planned to identify the correct one. Kim, wearing a maniacal smile, ordered them to kill all the constellations in the hall. After that, they would enter through the remaining door. Returning to the present, Kim's disciples prepare to confront the other constellations. However, Susumu suggests that before any fighting begins, they should first remind everyone of their master. To do this, she summons the teaching school that he once ran. The sudden appearance of the Mushinman school fills the space with a wave of nostalgia. Disciples recognize it and grow silent and emotional. Susumu then reveals that she has a list of constellations they will target first. Ever since becoming a constellation herself, she had taken note of all those who spoke ill of Kim. The others agree with her plan, determined to begin their assault with those on that list. Meanwhile, a group of constellations notices the school building and, with mocking laughter, recalls that the martial god has been dead for 300 years. One of them questions who could have built such a place now. Just as he finishes speaking, Morin appears and slams his face into the ground, crushing him instantly. The rest of the constellations stare in stunned silence, realizing that these women are students of the Mushinman school. Luminous quickly corrects them, declaring themselves disciples of the master. Without hesitation, she fires a beam that pierces through the heads of multiple constellations. Witnessing Luminous' attack, Morin joins the battle. She stabs her sword into the ground, channeling her energy through it. Luminous becomes slightly concerned, suspecting that such an attack might harm even allies, but Morin assures her it won't. As the blade sinks into the ground, many constellations begin to melt away. Luminous is surprised by the precision of the poison. It targets individuals without affecting bystanders. However, to their shock, the constellations begin regenerating. Realizing that brute force won't be enough, the trio decides to break them down mentally instead. Among the constellations present is a member of the Choi family. Upon seeing the trio, he immediately recognizes them as Kim's disciples. The Osun family constellation also approaches the Choi family constellation, acknowledging that it has been a long time since they last met. The Osun constellation, known as the Fist King, refers to the Choi constellation by his old nickname, Dao Wang. Though they greet each other with familiarity, Dao Wang still finds the name somewhat embarrassing. The Fist King then gestures toward the trio of Kim's disciples fighting in the distance and asks about them. Dao Wang explains who they are. When asked about Mushinman, the Fist King immediately recognizes it as the sect tied to the martial god. Dao Wang points out that the martial god he just remembered is the master of the three fighting now. This revelation stuns the Fist King. He recalls hearing stories of the martial god, how he faced countless disasters alone, carving his name into history. Though he had read of the martial god's disciples and their overwhelming strength, this is the first time he sees them in person. Dao Wang adds that the martial god once taught him sword techniques, which later became the foundation of his own style. Using that, he traveled across the world and eventually met the Fist King. Dao Wang also recalls being surprised when he found that the Fist King had already established his own martial hall, training warriors and teaching them barehanded defense. However, the Fist King finds those memories bittersweet. He recalls how all of it failed when the Tower of Destruction appeared, unleashing a wave of monsters. In the end, their forces ran out of strength and died, which he still sees as a failure, one that betrayed the very essence of martial arts, to protect people. Dao Wang agrees with him, saying that is why he still dedicates himself to training, to learning and perfecting the ultimate sword technique. The Fist King shares the same resolve, though right now his attention is completely drawn to the trio of disciples cutting down constellations left and right with unshakable ferocity. The Fist King wants to fight them, but before Dao Wang can stop him, he has already leapt toward the trio. Landing beside them, he challenges them to a duel, leaving the disciples momentarily confused. Susumu, however, quickly recognizes him as the Fist King, the guardian constellation of the Osun family, a title that earned them a place among the 5 great families. Luminous, still puzzled, questions why he would approach only to die. The Fist King confidently declares that as disciples of the martial god, they are among the few strong opponents he's encountered since becoming a constellation. This statement doesn't sit well with Susumu, who grows visibly angry. To her, the word strong belongs to their master alone. Her reaction only fuels the Fist King's excitement as he assumes they are preparing to fight him. Luminous decides to slice him down instantly, but Morin steps forward, insisting on handling the fight herself. Since he knows about their master, she wants to demonstrate some of the martial god's techniques so he remembers them well. As she prepares for battle, her body becomes engulfed in a powerful magical aura, and the Fist King mirrors her, activating his own energy in return. Luminous watches, knowing full well that Morin could easily eliminate him with long-range poison, but instead chooses to engage directly out of respect. Susumu, however, feels a twinge of concern. The weight class between Morin and the Fist King is vastly different, and she quietly worries about the outcome. However, Luminous assures her that Morin can handle it. With that, Morin stomps the ground and throws a punch at the Fist King. He becomes excited, recognizing the move as the crushing fist. Still, he notes that due to Morin's small frame, the strike might lack impact, so he decides to take it head-on. As the punch lands, he initially feels nothing. But within a second, the force surges through him, sending him flying. Shocked, he realizes that Morin has transformed the crushing fist into an inch punch, amplifying the power using an unfamiliar footwork technique. The shift in form and sudden release of force leaves him stunned but exhilarated. Despite the hit, the Fist King rebounds quickly and counters with his own ranged fist technique, unleashing a massive shockwave. Susumu watches the attack with awe, but Luminous observes calmly, knowing that the Fist King style always leaves an opening for a counter-strike. Just as expected, Morin appears behind him midair and delivers a powerful kick to the back of his neck, slamming him into the ground. Luminous, having anticipated it, simply isn't impressed. With the duel finished, the trio resumes their task of sweeping through the constellations. Meanwhile, Bach secretly peeks from behind a door, silently watching them as they move forward. As the Tower Master stalks from the shadows, Kim demands an update on his disciples. Bach nervously denies having checked on them yet. Our boy shouts at him to do it, but the Tower Master is paralyzed with fear. The disciples are already wreaking havoc in the Great Hall, and if they notice him, especially as the former head of the Tower of Destruction, they might tear him apart. Now powerless, the Tower Master is terrified of being beaten mercilessly. Lost in anxious thoughts, he hears our boy press him again to take a look. Hesitant and trembling, Bach slowly cracks open the door. All he sees are explosions. He reports to Kim that it seems the disciples have already defeated most of the constellations. Bache can't help but feel that the master disciples have grown even more powerful than before. While he continues to sneak a peek, Luminous spots him. So Simi also recognizes him as the Tower Master. Morin, however, recalls Kim's words from the past not to touch Bach if they ever found him, but she grows uneasy, unsure if Luminous remembers that order. The Tower Master, now fully exposed, hesitates and awkwardly pretends not to know Luminous, but she clearly remembers him standing above them long ago watching from the Tower of Destruction. Though she states her desire to deal with him, she restrains herself out of respect for Kim's instructions. With that, she delivers a swift kick that sends Barge flying back into his room. Before slamming the door, she warns him that she'll remember exactly where he hides. And if he dares to step out again, he'll be mangled on the spot. Meanwhile, Kim stands on the island trying to contact Bach, but receives no response. Soon, Black Cat arrives through a portal accompanied by Aaron and Yang Lang, both confused about why they've been summoned to the island. Yang Lang quickly notices the broken buildings and a massive crater, pointing out that it looks like a war just broke out. Kim brushes it off and gets straight to the point. He plans to teach them the next step in their training. He adds that Black Cat has been summoned for a different reason altogether. He begins by addressing Aaron and Yang Lang, acknowledging that both have contracts with Constellations and have been progressing well in their training. Now he wants them to set a standard for their power. To demonstrate what he means, he borrows Aaron's sword, channels lightning into it, and releases a powerful slash toward a distant mountain. The strike is so intense that it splits the mountain in half. Kim states that this is the benchmark he wants Aaron to aim for. He returns the sword, instructing her to figure out on her own how much mana she needs to use and how to control it. Next, he asks Yang Lang for her divine artifact and puts it on. Taking her into the crater, he channels mana into his fist and slams it into the ground. Instantly, massive walls of ice shards rise up, engulfing the remains of the building. Yang Lang is left stunned and amazed. Kim explains that with enough practice, she can achieve the same results. After all, it's her Constellation's power. With that, his focus shifts to Black Cat. Meanwhile, back in the hall, Susumu has discovered the priest's imaginary space. Luminous and Morin are both a bit surprised, noticing how everything in the imaginary realm appears in shades of red and black. Morin senses a familiar scent lingering in the air but can't quite place it. As they explore further, they notice a small opening in the wall and decide to pass through it. Inside the narrow corridor, they spot a familiar man dressed in a red outfit sitting alone. They recognize him and refer to him as their junior brother but remain confused about the nature of this red and black imaginary realm. The man rises, questioning how they managed to enter, considering they are all constellations. Morin explains that they came from the Great Hall. The man recognizes it as the arena, but expresses no desire to fight at the moment. According to him, he fell into despair after becoming a constellation. However, when he heard about Kim's reincarnation, he was overjoyed, only to grow furious after failing to find their master for 300 years. He relied on those who had taken his divine artifact to help him locate their master, but instead of listening, they became intoxicated with power. Hearing this, Morin suggests that with all that power, he should have stayed put rather than handing out contracts. The man reveals that someone had once appeared who could withstand his strength, and the person left him in a basement. He is referring to Logan, who abandoned him there, causing the constellation to rot away in silence and fall into despair. Morin, removing her mask with excitement, reveals that they are there because the very master he speaks of had ordered them to find him. She adds that the ancient relic is already in their master's possession. This revelation shocks him, and he immediately drops to his knees, repeatedly smashing his head on the ground in reverence. The trio watches in confusion, finding his behavior unsettling. Morin then explains that this is exactly why their master refers to him as Freak. After a few more smashes, Freak finally rises, claiming he feels refreshed. He assures them that he will prepare himself to meet the master. With that, the group bids him farewell. At the Contractors Association, Logan is shocked to see a floating magic stone that Kim brought back. It is twice as large as the one he had previously received. Our boy assures him that the stone is his and begins recalling where he found it. Back on the island, when Kim explored the mana flow, he called Black Cat there after realizing the possibility of a massive floating magic stone buried beneath the ground. The constellations residing on the island radiated overwhelming mana, and the fact that they survived without needing any external mana source suggested that there was a powerful energy source hidden within the island itself. Kim had suspected a mana stone was supplying all of them with power. Eventually, they located the stone and ordered Black Cat to remove the mass covering it. That was how he discovered the stone and safely transferred it to Logan. Returning to the present, after handing over the stone, Black Cat reads a message from a constellation and informs the martial god that one of his disciples, Radiant Sword Constellation, has been found. Kim becomes excited, already knowing who it is, but instructs Black Cat not to reveal the identity just yet as he wants to confirm it himself. As they prepare to depart, our lad invites Logan to visit Valhalla anytime if he ever wants to learn the one-punch technique. They then teleport to Valhalla, arriving at Black Cat's office through a portal, only to be shocked by the presence of a powerful unknown figure with a sword already waiting for them.